Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Um, Solaris, what exactly are you referencing, other than just the, I mean, off the top of my head, the executive order that Trump signed today could definitely have an impact on that, but anything in particular that you're referencing? Of course, you could, Barrett's confirmation. Okay, yeah. Um, Yeah, the least qualified justice we've ever appointed to the Supreme Court. That's including non-judicial, non-attorney. Hey, Brooke, non-attorney, non-judicial candidates as well. She just isn't qualified as a human being, so we win. Yeah, it's gonna be. This is why down ticket voting is important. Fuck it, let's do this. This is why down ticket is. If it ain't our hostess with the most, it's the most. Hey, let me try. Yeah, this is why down ticket voting is so important. You have to control your municipality, you have to control your county, you have to control your state, because the federal government is free to just raw dog you at any point you want. And the only protection you're going to get is from those municipal, county, and state jurisdictions. Voting is important. Reason revolutionary language. I know, right? Hey. My friend was talking to me in tears on the phone because her mother's in chemo and had to stop working, which put her on Medicaid. Luckily, the states do control Medicaid to a certain degree. Financing and funding is definitely difficult and important, and comes in no insignificant part from the federal government. But at least for the time being, hey, why is Alfredo Pasta? Fuck off with that dog whistle Nazi bullshit. You can just step right the fuck out of the room, turn around, go back wherever the fuck you came from. Yeah, that's that ain't gonna fly. So yeah. Anyway, back on track before the fucking racist bullshit walked in the room. Solaris, luckily I'm a straight cis white presenting male. Yeah, that'll help you a little bit. I mean, I have to tone down some of the hand flourishes, and, generally speaking, I can at least, pass for somewhat straight. So if the fucking weirdo white supremacist KKK Nazi fucking right-wing nut jobs of this country do rise up, at least, I can walk safely in certain neighborhoods. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no, the Barrett confirmation is something we're going to be fighting for the rest of our lives, basically. Depending on how old you are, depending on how young you are, this is at bare minimum an 18-year issue for you, and likely to be a 30 to 45-year issue for you. So strap in. I don't think the Democrats have big enough balls to do what's necessary to put this country back on track. Maybe I'll be wrong if we keep pressuring them. I agree wholeheartedly. It's, you got to put the pressure on the Democrats. You got to keep it on. Me try, that's about as long as I'm willing to do it. It's it's oppressive, and I had to do it for years and years and years. Yeah, going back in the closet is not something most people enjoy doing. But maybe I'll be wrong if we keep pressuring them. I feel you on that one. That's a real hit and miss sort of scenario. We've said it before. I'll say it again. I so wish. This might be the flip side to Trump making us pay so much attention. Hey, if it gets the voters out and keeps them out, but Americans have such a short-term memory that I fear that as soon as if we swap Trump for Biden, I'm pretty sure 1/3 of the Americans who, voted early and, voted early and got out there and voted this time probably will check out immediately. They'll just be done. They'll feel like, oh, well, we got rid of Trump. I'm good. I'm done with it. And yes, fear and anger only keep people out for so long. Those emotions burn out quick. That is true. And Solaris, as always, yes, Panamet circensis does work wonders. Bread and circuses. The new Marvel movie will come out, or Mandalorian will come out, or whatever the fuck the latest, Disney property is that pop culture just so adores. Will just, I think, that's the thing. I think the crew that's into cyberpunk really deeply, like that's really into it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just personal bias. I can't speak on that. Bob Murray is dead. Ding Dong, the witch is dead on that one. I mean, it's going to be a popular game, but the ones who are like into the cyberpunk lore and the cyberpunk game, yes, we do. Only we don't have any of the fun benefits. Like the aesthetics aren't there. The, augmentations aren't there yet. We just have like the beginning of a cyberpunk like dystopia, which is just boring as fuck. I want replacement limbs, and I want all the pink and purple and blue and like black clothes and cowls, and like I want we're already there. That's what we're talking about. It's like we might as well get the aesthetics. We might as well get the upsides of it because we're already there. We're already in. And by the way, it's not anarcho-capitalism. There's no such thing as anarcho-capitalism, by the way. And I'll argue that with any so-called anarcho-capitalist. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical and exploitative as a system. Anarchism is directly antithetical to that. It is a dichotomous turn of phrase. So unless you take it as its own thing, not related to its origin terms, as so like ANCAP is its own sort of concept, rather separated from anarcho-capitalism as a concept, because again, can't really have anarchism and capitalism bound to one another. They are directly dichotomous. I want my spontaneous rain at midnight. Fuck yeah. I want the aesthetics. Like, if we're going to suffer through all of the other bullshit that we have to in that sort of dystopian nightmare land, then we might as well get the nice, at least get the aesthetics out of it. Again, Solaris, this is the issue. This is the issue. Anarchism is a wide river with many contributing streams and tributaries. Talk to any anarchist and you will get differing answers. But one of the common threads that tends to run through anarchism is, there you go. Thank you, Mitre. Love it when chat does that. Is a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy and a philosophical challenging of power and authority structures. So that, and if you want to see what I would write as a sort of next step, a way to slightly migrate us over to the left, hey, the Nazi's still here. And by the way, I'm not calling him a Nazi unironically. This fucker threw a 1488 dog whistle as soon as he walked in the room. I'm literally, yeah. So, why is Alfredo Pasta? Racist motherfucker. Yeah. Just want to call that out, since I'm not really quick with the band hammer, nor am I really in charge of my band hammer. I allow Kat to handle stuff like that. Yeah. But it's interesting. Nope, went straight for the 1488. Cat's mixed race too, and I bet he'd kick the ever-loving shit out of you. It fucking puts you down fast. Radical means fundamental or systemic change, especially within a political system. So theoretically, you can call claims to it. But anyway, as I was saying, Bob Murray, fucking of coal magnet fame, is dead. He died of black lung. Fuck him. I hope he rots. I hope there is a Judeo-Christian Islamic hell for him to suffer in. This is a guy who fought against safety regulations. This is a guy who fought against regulations to protect miners against black lung. This is a guy who bankrupted his company purposefully in order to not pay out fines and restitution to people that were injured and killed as a result of his negligence. And he died of black lung. So fuck Bob Murray. Just wanted to put that out there. That motherfucker's dead. And I got no problem saying I'm glad he is. That's great. I was just paying attention to that. Yeah, Romans weren't white, bro. Like, this is hilarious. So, you legitimately think that you're superior because of some of your ancestors who fucked, right? Like this is how you view the world. This is hilarious. Great. Well, I'm glad that you outed yourself as mentally and intellectually inferior. Thank you for doing that. Of course, you know, the 1488 did that right at the top of the entrance. But yeah, anyway. Again, it's going to get caught every time. Do you not understand that Automod is grabbing that shit? Like, explicitly racist shit on the lowest custom setting I can put Automod on, because I'm fairly lenient as to what actually gets into my chat. On the lowest custom setting, still grabs that crazy-ass racist shit you're putting in. So, I don't know why you keep trying. It's that superior intellect at work. Pattern recognition, not exactly the best of abilities. It's all just 1488 bullshit. It's all that nonsense, cat. Yeah, exactly. It's uncreative, fucking boring bullshit. Fucking straight up, you know, he might as well be holding a tiki torch and chanting "Jews will not replace us." It's so fucking cliched. They're not sending their brightest. See, that's the problem with the racists. Generally speaking, their brightest are what we encounter. This dude is probably their brightest. He's their Rhodes Scholar of fucking racists. He's able to use a computer and seems to be able to type somewhat complete sentences. I mean, not fully fleshed out ideas, but still, I mean, spelling is on point. Oh, I know, Kat. Imagine thinking the Romans weren't the foundation for liberalism. Solaris pointing out that if you believe in a race as a genetic construct, you're immediately odds with scientific knowledge. I love that. I love their brightest. Sad. Hey, this is what you deal with. I mean, good old-fashioned chattel slavery, Germanic racism. Like, this is... Yeah, they're not bright. I mean, look at them. Half the time, look at their fucking genetics at work. Behold the Master Race on Reddit is definitely a subreddit worth browsing. And it's always these fucking just mangled, inbred looking motherfuckers holding signs saying how they're the superior race and how blacks and like Latinos are inferior races. And you're looking at these motherfuckers going, excuse me? Like, you look like you have a couple of chromosomes missing. It's always that way. They aren't, exactly. He wouldn't even get into his own ethno state. Fucking maybe he thinks himself to be Moses and he's to lead them to the promised land, but never enter it himself. Maybe he's truly a noble racist. Jesus Christ, people. Get your head out of your ass, my man. You're just a fellow human being. You're just a human being, just like everyone else. You are not better because you fucked. Your parents fucked. Oh, did he leave? Oh, that's a shame. Oh, well. Yeah, we're all pink on the inside. Hey, Javiola. Oh, oof, Jesus Christ. As you can tell by this, my bench press record is no. But yeah, so you know what you walked into, Javiola. We were just making fun of a blatant racist who came in and started talking shit. So we were just picking on the racist. Yeah, didn't even try hard. Solaris, you a big dude. Like, you a big dude. You got muscle under that fat though, so you one of those big motherfuckers, right? As I said, that article is about a first step. It's about a way to migrate out of what we have. But direct democracy is far less hierarchical than anything we currently have. And consensus delegation and federation, thank you, Mitre, is far more fundamentally in line with the non-aggression principle and the lack of force applied by the state. What do we got here? More of a... Oh, okay. We're discussing fucking... and don't mistake... it's your body, your workout. We share notes. Solaris. Love the attitude. And don't mistake anarchism for... Okay, cool. Don't make a mistake anarchism for a lack of organization either. A lot of people do that. They conflate because of large-scale propaganda techniques and general societal misinfluence over centuries now. They mistake chaos for anarchism, and anarchism has organizational structure. It has societal structure. It's not a complete lack of organization. Just kick a banana tree over and over and over. That's all I'm thinking. I'm just thinking of all that Muay Thai shit, Cat. If you're not aware, Cat is heavily into MMA. Cat be a fighter. So, yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah, with his fair share, of head punches to as evidence. But yeah, our boy Cat can fight. Interesting. Yeah, I've never really had shin splints. I was a sprinter and a runner and did a whole bunch of Yep, there you go. I fucking knew it. I knew it was gonna be just like kick some hard shit like 1,000 times. Yeah, I never really got shin splints. Oh yeah, we make sterner memes around these parts. Yeah, I wanna see what you're supposed to kick to, Cat. Put a link in chat. What was it called? A banana bag. Interesting. It seems to be. Cool. Just wanted to see what it looked like. just intellectual curiosity. I have a study about that actually. The intellectual curiosity thing. People who score high in the general tendency towards exploration are not only driven to engage in behavioral forms of exploration, but also tend to get energized through the possibility of discovering new information and extracting meaning and growth from their experiences. So basically, I mean, it's almost common sense. People who enjoy learning new things and going new places and exploring new things get more out of that and generally do that more. 60 to 80 pound one for a beginner. Which one's, how do they, oh, those are just colors. How does that, Hey, Reed. If I had to wager a guess, Solaris, it would be hung. Oh, link works for me. Link works for me, Cat. I don't know. Oh, anyway, so where was I? Oh, Oni-chan. Oni-chan. Is it Oni? Hang on. Yeah, okay. Oni, I'm not. Okay, so we sort of around these parts, like we see sort of like end stage nihilism being potentially a pursuit of anarchism, but in the sort of form or fashion of complete dissolution of gender, sex, state, nationality, barriers, these sorts of things. But as far as the individualistic nature of Stirner, I also sort of mediate that with a more socially oriented form of anarchism, because while all freedoms and rights fundamentally arise from the individualist perspective, you also have to contemplate that within the context of a social fabric. And so I also like to moderate Stirner-esque philosophies and ideologies. And yeah, how goes it, Reed? What you up to? Oh, Chile. Chile's rewriting their constitution. Seriously, you're celebrating that shit? The least qualified Supreme Court justice ever appointed to the Supreme Court? It looks like it's Chud Monday, Cat. It looks like it. These are always interesting days when this happens. She wasn't a judge until 2017. She's basically handled no criminal cases whatsoever. Even her graduating law class says she's unqualified. They signed a mass letter. I mean, this is, yeah. I mean, this is the definition of unqualified. You have practically the same level of experience that she has. If you have a law degree, you have the same level of experience she has. I mean, a copyright attorney essentially has the same level of experience this woman has. She's never tried a criminal case. Yeah, and George Bush went to Yale. Big deal. Really, that's your definition of cute? Ugh. Cat, you enjoy myself? Handle that, please. I don't, like, something. Yeah. Actually advocating unironically for a theocracy. Tell you what, let's get the Muslims to do it. I say, if we're going to implement a theocracy, right, let's get a Muslim theocracy. I'm sure you don't have any problem with that, right? You're all about the Judeo-Christian Islamic God being in charge. It's not about your particular team. Oh, trust me, I love the Sikhs. Solaris, I love the Sikhs. I adore them. Christ would not be a fan of you. You know Christ was a communist, right? Jesus was a fucking communist. Hated rich people, despised the concept of what would become capitalism. Absolutely loathed everything you're probably an advocate for. Of course they made Jesus white. They had to steal him. Right? Like, they don't want a brown dude. They don't want an Arabic dude. Like, they don't want some, like, curly-haired Jew. Like, it's a racist, imperialistic religion at its core. Like, they completely made it malleable and then formed it around their control mechanisms. That's why it's patriarchal. That's why it's hierarchical. It's a control mechanism. Government in original Latin means control of the mind. Religion was the original government. It was always about controlling people. It was always about, spirituality, paganism, shamanism. These things tap into a different root. These are, the core of the truth. But these sort of organized hierarchical religions have always been about controlling the populace. That's the only purpose they serve. They're an enrichment scheme for those at the top, and it's a control mechanism for those underneath them. Heathens. That's hilarious. You unironically called us heathens. We need Cat, remind me, we need something for heathens, just for like future religious debates. We need a heathens command, something hilarious to deal, like a meme or something. Hey, thank you, Oni-chan. Yeah, Christianity was based before it got mainstreamed by that Roman guy. Jesus was fucking based. Jesus himself, like the teachings of Jesus, whether he was a real dude or not, whether it's just mythology, is neither here nor there. But I've written, I used the stories of the cleansing of the temples. There's 2 stories of cleansing of the temples in 4 different gospels, as a basis for an anti-capitalist article I wrote. Jesus was not a fan. It's Chud Day. It's Chud Monday. Oh. What day is it? October 26th. All right. What a fun day. So you know what radical means? Old dimples. It means fundamental or systemic change, especially that within a political system. I advocate for fundamental and systemic change within a political system. I meet the very Oxford Dictionary definition of what it is to be a radical. Now, if you conflate that with Fox News radicalism, which I'm guessing you probably do on a regular basis, then of course I don't meet your definition, but your definition is incorrect. So, I mean, you could pick up a dictionary. You could go to lexico.com. You could literally just look it up yourself. But since you're one of the intellectual lazy, relating to or affecting the fundamental nature of something, something far-reaching or thorough, forming an inherent or fundamental part of nature or something or someone else, advocating or based on thorough or complete political or social change, representing or supporting an extreme or progressive position of a political party. There we go. So since you're too intellectually lazy to actually look up definitions, and by the way, Lexico is the official home of the Oxford Dictionary. So there you go. If there ever was to be a centralist authority on the English language. Yeah, there's no dichotomy between anarchist and radicalism. I don't understand how you could even make that jump. Oh, all of these sorts of people feel they're entitled, Solaris. You see their entitled attitude as soon as they walk in, right? And probably like, I'm guessing a Gen Xer who's either an edgy Zoomer or a Gen Xer who was a little too close to the Boomer line. You a postmodern Marxist? You don't believe in definitions now? Hey, yeah, they're fun. Hey, the B-Mans. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Except it won't win. I agree in a perfect world, Mans, that would be an ideal situation. But basic political calculus, sort of a utilitarian calculus, dictates that, especially this cycle, the third party isn't going to win. I mean, you know, I agree with the sentiment behind the statement, though, 100%. We definitely need a more, I don't know, parliamentarily inspired system with multitude of parties representing a wider breadth of beliefs and ideologies that have to come together and form some system of governance. But we don't have that at present, and so, yeah. Hey, Timmy! Yep, I will do that. Walaikum salam. Oh, and Project Discourse a few minutes ago. Okay, for the Bible thumpers in the room presently, who are calling us heathens, let us read James 5:1-6. Look here, you rich people. Weep and groan with anguish because of all the terrible troubles ahead of you. Your wealth is rotting away, and your fine clothes are moth-eaten rags. Your gold and silver are corroded. The very wealth you were counting on will eat away your flesh like fire. This corroded treasure you have hoarded will testify against you on the day of judgment. For listen, hear the cries of the field workers whom you've cheated of their pay. The cries of those who harvest your fields have reached the ears of the Lord's heaven's armies. You have spent your years on earth in luxury, satisfying your every desire. You have fattened yourselves for the day of slaughter. You have condemned and killed innocent people who do not resist you. Thank you. Even Timmy with the backup on that one. Fucking Jesus was a communist. No, Jesus doesn't compel you directly to give to the church. He tells you to give away your wealth, to give away your riches. He does not force you to tithe. Yeah. You don't even understand your own religion properly. Like, you've got heathens quoting the Bible at you at this point. I mean, that's kind of sad, really. I would be depressed inside, like, if somebody were better at my own religion. Oh, you need to put the /s. I don't know. I don't think so. Yep, and Jesus also did illegal praxis with those tables, so that's pretty basic. Yeah, Jesus was not a fucking fan. Where's my... There it is. Let's read How to Piss Off Jesus. You're absolutely going to love this. You're going to love this. I quote the Bible. I fucking cite passages. Oh, you enjoy myself. You're going to absolutely, this is just like going to church. You're going to adore this. So strap the fuck in. The cleansing of the temple is one of the more famous tales of the Christian Bible, which tells the story of Jesus at his angriest, and is my personal favorite for a number of reasons. I mean, what could possibly drive the infamously peace-loving, forgiving, and magnanimous supposed savior of all mankind to a state in which he's flipping over tables and chasing people with a whip from a building? Money. Or rather, people valuing money over that which the building was to have symbolized. This story is so important to the narrative of Jesus that it occurs in all 4 canonical Gospels of the Bible: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. For those not learned in biblical topics, these are the Gospels which tell the story of Jesus' earthly life and the culmination of all of it in his death and alleged resurrection. Now, at the outset, I should explain, if it wasn't already obvious, I'm not a believer. I fully admit there's vestiges of historical events contained within, and I suppose I'm open to the idea that a Jesus may have existed, but I take a rather Jewish approach and treat that proposed person as just another man, not a demigod or god. What I do believe is that scattered amongst the ruins of a system of control, excuses for the absolute worst of mankind's behavior, and general fucked upness are some truths that hold true even today. But I'm firmly stating here and now that I take this as compilation text, which finds its origins with Bronze Age shepherds to be the literal word of God is not only folly, but downright destructive. Some context. While I'm not going to read the literal scripture for you, I'll provide you with the chapters and verses from which this story comes so you can read it for yourselves. The important passages surrounding the cleansing of the temple saga can be found in Matthew 21, 12 to 17. Are you taking notes? You enjoy myself, because you need to read some Bible passages. Matthew 21, 12 to 17, Mark 11, 15 to 19, Luke chapter 19, verse 45 to 48, and John 2, 13 to 16. The essential context for the story is that it occurs during Passover, a major Jewish holiday, which is one of the 3 major pilgrimage festivals of the Jewish faith, in which the entire population of the kingdom of Judah was required, with a few notable exceptions of course, to make a journey to the temple in Jerusalem for worship. This means that visitors from all over the ancient world would be present, which also means 2 things for the purposes of this story: opportunities for sales and differing currencies. Jerusalem was packed by anyone's definition. The estimated numbers that are commonly used... Yes, it has, Kool-Aid Redneck. I fucking agree. The estimated numbers that are commonly used are between 300 and 400,000 pilgrims were present at the time, which makes for a significant opportunity to significant opportunity to profit. Here we go. So as the story goes, Jesus arrived to visit the temple, and what he found greatly disturbed him, to say the least. He found its courtyard filled to the brim with livestock, merchants of all sorts, and money changers. You see, the festival required a tithe to be given, and that tithe must be given in Jewish and Tyrian shekels. This provided the greatest opportunity for gain out of all the ventures, as the money changers would take the Greek and Roman currency and provide a disadvantaged exchange rate plus a fee for services, allowing them to profit greatly off the travelers who had little to no other options. He also found sellers of doves, sometimes written as pigeons. They're the same family of bird after all. The doves and pigeons were used as a sacrifice by the poor and especially women who could not afford more grand gestures of their faith. If you think this is just a condemnation on the practice of cheating or profiting by a few, the temple also housed a large amount of money belonging to the wealthy, which they would loan out to the poor with interest rates attached. One of the first acts of the Jewish-Roman War was the burning of those debt archives. Jesus would have been fully aware of those practices as well. This is where the story gets interesting. According to those tales, Jesus, upon finding that the temple of his father had been desecrated proceeded to fashion a whip of cords, with which he used to begin driving out the sheep and oxen from the temple en masse, resulting in many of the people being chased out in the commotion as well. He took the coins of the money changers and poured them out and proceeded to overturn their tables one by one. He told the sellers of the sacrificial doves to take these things away from my father's house and do not make my father's house a house of trade. He cast them all out, all who dared to buy and sell within those hallowed halls, accusingly telling them that they had transformed a house of prayer into a den of thieves. Further outrage can be evidenced by Mark 12:40 and Luke 20:47, in which Jesus flat out accuses the temple authorities of thieving and making poor widows their victims. In Mark 11:16, he actually places an embargo upon anyone carrying any merchandise through the temple, disrupting nearby local commerce. Now, biblical scholars and followers have discussed these supposed events ad nauseum over the millennia since these words were laid to bear, but most, based on the various writings, have come to the conclusion that Jesus did this not once, but twice within the context of the biblical stories. Plus, it's worth mentioning that, as Professor David Landry suggests, that the importance of the episode is signaled by that within a week of the primary telling of the incident, Jesus was dead. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke agree with this summation in that his actions in the temple served to trigger his execution. So why am I, an affirmed non-believer, telling this story? Because for better or for worse, I was born in and continue to live in a little country called America. In this country, we have ourselves an ever-increasing problem of evangelical so-called Christians. See one of our chat participants, aka You Enjoy Myself. They are the money changers, merchants, and dove sellers of our modern age. They seek to falsely align themselves with a figure and philosophy they have no honest claim to, all the while actively harming and condemning those to suffering around them in Jesus' name. Starting at the most obvious and egregious of sins committed today, the prosperity theology, or sometimes called prosperity gospel or seed faith, is horseshit. It's worse than horseshit, for at least horseshit can help fertilize crops. It's a plague unleashed upon the world by humans who have no soul, who would likely drown a baby for a buck. If you're not familiar with this particularly virulent brand of American pseudo-Christianity, then I commend you on your ability to effectively isolate yourself. It's a belief born of Protestantism that in essence states that financial and physical well-being are the will of God, and if you have them, then obviously you have been blessed, and by extension are the recipient of God's approval. This odious belief system came to be born of the healing rewards. I'm going to skip a whole bunch of this stuff because it's not important. So let's see. Let's get this straight. Jesus was definitely against the accumulation of wealth. He actively advocated for the rich to give away the entirety of their earnings. He hung around the poor, the sick, the downtrodden, and the social outcasts. Yet in today's world, so poisoned by capitalism, authoritarianism, and downright shameless hypocrisy, you commonly find people doing the very opposite of what Jesus would have you do, all the while maintaining that they are Christians. They condemn and judge their fellow humans. They give in to their greed and allow willful ignorance to blind them to the suffering that they either cause or play a part in causing. The modern American so-called Christian not only supports the greed-laden capitalistic system they find themselves, they vocally support it and American imperialism both. See, let's see. You're the walking epitome of the Emo Phillips joke about the divisions within the church. You're literally like a walking meme. And in fact, by the way, you enjoy myself, I'm an ordained minister. I am. I have been for years and years. I love pseudo-Christians like yourself. You're full of hate and spite and bitterness, and yet you hang on to the most forgiving, magnanimous character in your entire book. You're a hypocrite. And that's fine. You're free to be a sin-filled human being, but don't get on your high horse and act like you're somehow superior because, you know, you're not. Many places they are exempted Kool-Aid. Yeah. It's not universal, but it's uncomfortably common. Oh, I know, Mitre. They always forget that Jesus wasn't a member of the church either. Jesus was not a Christian. You're welcome, Project Discourse. Where's the Asimov quote? I need to just cue that to Asimov. Anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why that... Oh, it pulled it because it's Mexican. Jesus Christ. Automod grabbed the word Mexican. I mean, you talk about Mexican food and you're fucking automodded. I mean, let's face it. You enjoy myself is literally the same as somebody advocating for Sharia law, right? Like they're the same. This person is Al-Qaeda. They're American ISIS. They want a fundamentalist theocratic government. They're the same as the Taliban or ISIS. Same thing. Sorry, Timmy, to drag you into it, but that comparison is the one that bothers them the most, so forgive it. I don't care where you're from. You're an advocate for a Christian theocratic government, which puts you firmly in contradictory territory with the founding fathers. I lived through the pipe bombings and the shootings of abortion clinics by Christian radicals in this nation, Kool-Aid. It's been a couple of years, but they do still. No, you don't. You don't care one bit about my supposed eternal soul. You fucking lying piece of shit. You're the same as those that would crush me beneath a set of boulders and say, as long as he repents before he dies. Motive, not the first time I've heard that, but I take it as a compliment every time. So, thank you. He's one of the coolest fucking dudes walking around still to this day. Totally chill. Yeah. You would have me put to death in the name of saving my soul. Freedom of religion means not inflicting your religion upon other people, Kool-Aid. It means not having a state-run religion. It means not having it enshrined and entrenched within the doctrine and of the government. Oh yeah, go for it, Chan. 100%. What makes me an anarchist? Me. The lens and ideology with which I view and analyze the world is that of an anarchist philosophy. Elevator pitch, collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy, and the philosophical challenging of authority and power mechanisms. Or, boil it down even further, as Kat said, authoritarianism bad. You could take it down even further. Now, that is a lens through which I analyze other ideologies and philosophies. I love that argument. That is the craziest sociopathic shit Christians say. What that tells me is that you would be out there raping and murdering if you didn't have the Bible. It is the craziest fucking shit people say. It scares the ever-loving fuck out of me when people say shit like that. Like, well, without the Bible, people would just rape and murder. So that means without the Bible, you'd be raping and murdering? Because I got to tell you, I don't have the Bible as a moral code, and I haven't raped or murdered anybody. It has to do with the fact that I'm a complete human being, that I have care, compassion, empathy, kindness, sympathy, love, intent, wisdom, and will of my own. Oh, okay, so the Buddhists and the Taoists and the Sikhs definitely are out there raping and murdering just willy-nilly, right? It's Christianity that was the thing that was holding people back. This is the most insane... I'll get you a motive. We're in the middle of a fucking like field day with a religious extremist, let's just put it that way. Do you believe the world governments are using COVID as a way to control more authoritarianism? In a way, yes, but not really in that conspiratorial manner. No system of authoritarianism is ever going to let a crisis go to waste, right? So in that manner, of course, some of them are going to. Now, are we talking mask mandates and things like that? No, that's common sense legislation and regulatory policy that needs to be implemented. Do you believe... Okay, so you just repeated your question. All right. I went all the way back to the first iteration of it. Yeah. And we aren't a Christian nation. What part of our founding documentation, what part of all of the contempt that our founding fathers wrote about organized religion and Christianity did you miss? Hey, Mitre, enjoy the rest of your class. And yes, I shall enjoy Chud Monday, as it shall henceforth be known. Yeah. Hey, nonsense. What's up, my man? So everybody, don't take nonsense too seriously, guys. So everybody knows. Okay. You hang on. Oni, you know, give me one sec.
¿Tú también eres anarquista?
Sí, señor. Anarquista, espiritista y coja. Anarquista porque pienso que el individuo es todo y el Estado nada. Espiritista porque creo que después de muerto el individuo es todo y Dios es nada. Y coja de nacimiento porque así se me desarrolla el intelecto. ¿Comprendes? Vamos a ver Jesús. Pues Jesús fue el primer anarquista de la historia.
¿Tú crees en Jesús?
Claro que creo. A los que no tragos a los curas. Es más, una vez hablé con su espíritu.
¿Tú? ¿Tú has hablado con él?
¿Con ella? Jesús no es un hombre, es una mujer. Buenas noches. Hasta mañana.
Love it. Oni-chan, great clip. Fucking great clip, Oni-chan. Let me scroll back down. Do you think, okay, Project Discourse, I'm just going to call you, I shall call you Project, just for ease of flow. Do you think it's hypocritical for people to talk about how they don't want universal health care, complain about the rising cost of health care, but in the name of freedom won't wear masks and don't care if they get sick? They should have to pay the hospital bills if they get COVID. Yes, it's hypocritical. No, they shouldn't have to pay the hospital bills. That's what a truly empathetic and sympathetic system would do. A true universal system wouldn't take into account people's stupidity and their hypocrisy. So I advocate for something better than that. But I understand your ire for sure. Don't get me wrong. I get it. Why would we regulate masks for COVID and not H1N1 or the flu? Because we successfully contained H1N1. And the flu, we have vaccines for, and we have modalities of treatment that pull its lethality down a ways. Plus, there's a certain thing to be said about societal use to it. But if you look in the instances of something like New Zealand, they've effectively eliminated influenza as a side effect of their COVID regimen. So, you know, yay. Ricky Bobby's baby Jesus Christ. Yeah, they want their cake and eat it too. Nonsense, feeling good, stoned for 3 days, watching it. Oh, it's right. You're on vacation. Nonsense. Congratulations. Watch a docuseries that spiritually connected me to my past self. It snowed. I don't know what movie that was from. Nonsense. Alanis Morissette is God. I love that. I love that from that movie. I adore that from Dogma. He fucking got Alanis Morissette to play God. That was fucking brilliant. And the boop is just, it's gorgeous. Yeah, I agree. Like, the mask thing needs to stay. Especially in a globally interconnected international traveler society that we have now. Like, that needs to stay. Like, that's just good praxis as human beings who can spread communicable diseases. If you feel ill, put a fucking mask on, you selfish prick. Oh, agreed, Project. I mean, healthcare is a commodity. This is the thing. Most of the people in here right now do not, as Americans, if you're American and you're in this chat right now and you're under the age of, what would that be? 27, 47. If you're under the age of 47, you've only known a for-profit healthcare system. But there was an era in which we had not-for-profit healthcare in this country. But see the Nixon administration and Kaiser Permanente bringing an end to that. So yes, the for-profit commodified healthcare system is basically the death nail of this bullshit that we're putting up with. It was the death knell of freedom, as it were. Fast forward to Reagan and trickle-down economics, and then it was just over. Like, bars closing, folks. That is not true about Sweden. Because that was proven out. Let's see. We got October 1st. Sweden's daily COVID-19 cases hit highest level since June. The Scandinavian nation, which became the pandemic focal point when it refused to implement lockdowns earlier this year, has reported a new drastic infection rate. Chief epidemiologist behind the nation's soft-touch coronavirus strategy has included a resistance to recommended masks. He said the rise in cases is likely due to workplace outbreaks. it's very unevenly spread across Sweden, hitting different parts of the country to varying degrees. But in the several past months, Sweden has recorded the higher rates of coronavirus cases and death than the neighboring countries that implemented stricter lockdowns. So, no. Like, that's false. Sorry. And motive, if you keep calling somebody fucking that around these parts, you will get dinged eventually. Big titty anime Jesus when. Hey, Lynx. Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Chat is moving faster than I am, Lynx, so I just saw you you come in. Hey there. Hope your stream was good. Everybody check out Radical Lynx if you haven't before. Vacation ended today. Got threatened. It was funny yesterday. My next door neighbor's house went up in a brilliant... Ooh, Jesus, inferno. I saw the shocked look on his face and joked about it with the fire inspector. Normal stuff. How the fuck am I brainwashed? You're the one citing incorrect statistics. I worked for the payers over 15 years. Exactly, says Discourse. Oh, totally agree with you. Nixon also ruined country music. Haitians hated him. Yeah, trickleware, exactly. So motive is a COVID denier. That's what we've learned. Are you a flat earther too? How about moon denier? Holocaust denier? How much other stupid shit do you believe? Exactly, Lynx. Ego. Or geocentrist. Hey, Taco. I see that you're lurking. I see you over in Discord. Yes, I saw that, Taco. I was on Reddit earlier today. Yeah, I saw it. But thank you for sharing nonetheless. There will be a day where I don't see it. And I want that to, you know, I love the community contributing like that. No, we just poorly contained it. We're not inflating our numbers. We didn't do shit to contain the goddamn thing because of fucking a stupid ass executive branch and a legislative branch, as well as the most self-centered, solipsistic people I've ever seen. We, people in this fucking country, I'll fucking fight and die for this country. I'll fucking, you know, wear this mask. I ain't wearing a mask. The most fucking egocentric, selfish, self-centered people on the face of the goddamn planet. Won't even wear a fucking mask and wash their hands in the middle of a pandemic. That is the number one contributing factor as to why it's spreading like wildfire in America. It's because of the hyper-individualistic nature of our nation. What did you get me into? Give me one sec. I need to resize some of my layouts because now there are people in chat. All right, Motive, what's up? Yeah, don't question authority, which is the foundation of how and why the U.S. was founded. Yeah, I mean, let's face it. We can talk about the founding fathers and the founding ideals of this country, but never forget they were an aristocratic class. They were a rich, elite class of landowning males who set things up in their favor. I mean, there's no way around that. It's all yours, Kat. Jump in there. Hey, let's talk about the dude with a disability that way. That's great. I always love it. Vampire, really good way to ingratiate yourself. By the way, I eat plenty. So, fuck off, Vampire.
There we go.
Slowly but surely, I will take this stream over.
Hey, you know, some days you're welcome to it, Kat. Some days you're welcome to it. All right, everybody. We have Kat, Motive, and of course myself as sort of a moderator, I suppose, on the air right now. Feel free. I'm gonna rest the throat a little bit.
Right. So, first things first. As was stated in chat, yes, Sweden does in fact have less deaths than New York, but you have to look at the percentage of cases and the you can't just look at the total numbers due to the differences in population sizes and the different types of traffics that are flowing through both areas.
100%, man. I agree with that.
Right.
So I live in Arizona. I also have, not that it matters, but I have a lot of people that I know that are in the healthcare field, including my aunt, who works at one of the major hospitals in Chicago. So for Sweden, their population is over 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Arizona. Our population is just over 7 million. You have to look at the density per square mile, which in Arizona it's 45 people per square mile versus Sweden, which is 64. So they have a higher percentage of people per square mile. So it's more dense.
Right. They
have less cases than us. They have less deaths than us as well, which doesn't statistically make any sense if you know, this thing was completely out of control like everybody's saying it is. Now, the job I have about 400 employees that work for me. We've been open since day one, since this whole COVID thing happened. We followed the regulations. We did what we were supposed to do. You know, we wore the masks and made everybody feel good and stuff like that. We've had one person that's gotten COVID that's tested positive for it, and their symptoms were a scratchy throat and loss of smell. That was it.
Well, if we're using personal anecdotal data, then I know 3 people who died.
Okay. So the data that we're getting.
I mean, if we were to go completely unscientific.
Well, I'm not. I'm basing all my information off the CDC website and what I'm hearing from people that are working specifically with COVID patients. And what they're telling me and what I'm seeing from statistics and data on the CDC website, which is where we've been getting our information since day one, is the majority of people that are having health conditions, that are having issues with COVID, just like the flu, just with the cold, just like anything else, are people that are struggling from cancers. They're struggling from diabetes. They're overweight and they're older.
You do understand how many people are overweight in this country?
Yeah, it's America. I understand that we eat terrible food. They want us dumb and stupid. That's what they want. That's why they don't regulate really what we eat out here, compared to some other countries. But you were saying that we didn't handle COVID correctly. It's not a coincidence that COVID happened right after we made a trade deal with China, which we were working on. It's also not a coincidence. No. And I'm not saying that's what it is, but
don't do that. Just own it. Just own it, my dude.
Well, I mean, do you not agree with that? Have you not looked into that? It happened a week after we made a trade deal.
No, dude. Okay. You can. I mean, no, of course not.
Okay, so that's
you got even a lick of proof to back up that conspiracy theory?
Well, everything is a conspiracy because the media hasn't talked about it. I mean, we can only believe the media and what they tell us, right?
The media.
Talk about a straw man argument if I've ever heard it.
Just like the. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can look at with your own two eyes, and talk to people and realize that something's not right here. If I have 400 employees that work under me, and I've had one person that's got it, and I've had nobody to die from it, when we statistically have higher deaths and higher cases than Sweden in Arizona, then there's something wrong there. There's something a little bit off.
So
Right.
would you apply this to other social issues?
Like what?
Like, for example, police brutality.
Well, I think police brutality is an issue. I think it's across the board an issue for everybody. I mean, if the media was accurate and reported on every case of police brutality, I think we'd have a different view on it. Unfortunately, the view we have is a little bit skewed because they're pushing this narrative. Now, the situation we have right now
See,
is
but
Trump.
wait. But the only people that I know that have faced police brutality are, people of color and such. What are you trying to imply?
Well, my brother, who is white, was a person that was beat up by the police. Actually, 3 officers, and he was 18 at the time. So that's absolutely not true.
Well,
So-
I know more people.
Okay, so you have a lot of black friends. Is that what you're telling me?
I am also a person of color.
Oh, are you? Okay. You
Yeah.
sound very.
He sounds white, does he?
He does. I mean, you would agree with me. Most people would probably agree with me in this chat. He sounds white, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just stating the case. So have you been a victim of police brutality?
I have, actually.
Okay, and can you describe what happened?
Well, essentially, what ended up happening is that I ended up calling basically a squad car to come pick me up and admit myself, right? Going through a bit of a mental health crisis, blah, blah,
Okay.
blah. Drama beforehand. But point is, when they came here, they handcuffed me, even though I was fully compliant, threw me into the driver's side of the back seat, which is much more cramped than the other side, and
Okay.
basically I was forced into a very claustrophobic position. The guy was kind of berating me on the way to the hospital. It wasn't a good fucking time, especially in such a fragile state. And he was well aware of what he was picking me up for. So,
Okay.
yeah, I've had that type of experience.
Can we agree that there's good cops and bad cops, like good people and bad people?
If you
I've only known bad cops.
if you knowingly participate in a corrupt system, you by association are corrupt. This is how an
Okay.
accomplice after the fact works, even in legal constructs.
So the entire government then's corrupt.
Yes.
Do you agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm an anarchist, for fuck's
We
sake.
both are.
Well, I mean, I can agree with you that the government's corrupt. I mean, but let me ask you this question. I'm assuming you guys aren't voting for Trump. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, that's a pretty good assumption.
Can you explain your reasons why?
Oh, I mean, where do we start?
Utilitarian
I mean,
calculus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
give me
it's
some
just-
examples. Like, what has he done that you don't like specifically?
Not a fan of the concentration camps at the border.
Okay, and have you looked into those?
We
'Cause I live in Arizona. I've
we've
been to
covered
these
them
concentration
extensively
camps.
on this channel.
And have
Yeah,
you
I
been
mean-
to
The
them?
the beatings, the close communicable disease transmissions, the forced hysterectomies, the separation and loss of children, all fit under genocidal guidelines in the 1953
like,
Can
CAP.
you link me to that
I've-
information so I can see it? Because I've not seen that.
Yeah, I'm also
You're
Mexican.
you're a big
I've
boy. You can
talked-
use a search engine.
I'm
Okay.
also a Mexican living in California. I've talked to a fair amount of people that have had their run-ins with border police.
Okay, and you know these concentration camps as what you call them.
No,
majority of them
they
were,
Meet the legal legal and dictionary definition of concentration camps.
and that's fine, but it's illegal to cross the border. But that's not what I was saying. I was saying that
It
It's
is
only-
not illegal
well,
to
see, the
apply for asylum as a refugee.
you have to go. You have to go through the due
No, you just
process
enter
in
the-
order to do that.
No, you don't. If you're applying for asylum, all you have to do is just get into the country. You don't have to go through the legal channels.
all you have
just
to
have
do.
to get in.
Yes.
You just have to get into the country, and then you apply it. Then you go to one of the various registration sites, usually an amnesty area, and then you fucking go through the channels. You do not have to cross through any of the legal channels to apply for asylum.
Okay. Well, one, and you guys could fact check me on this. The majority of these so-called concentration camps, which, as you put it, that's what they are. Which, from my experience, when I visited these concentration camps, these people are being treated better and eating better.
You
than
have
they were
not
in,
toured the
Mexico.
inside of these facilities.
I've been to them. Yes, I have. I know a lot of Border Patrol agents. I specifically sell vehicles to Border Patrol agents. So, yes, I have. specifically,
I'm a car
these-
salesman to Border Patrol agents. Therefore, I get internal tours of these facilities, the likes of
has
which
nothing to-
Congress people couldn't get.
Congress people, you talking about AOC? Who is that? What you're talking about?
Among
Is
many.
that what you're referring to?
There are others, but she's one.
You know that was for pure publicity, right? I mean, that had nothing to do. That was a photo shoot for her. That had nothing to do with her wanting to see what was going on at all. You do know that.
She has been
You
very
do,
vocal
you do
about
know,
her.
yeah, I know, right, Links. You do more, know
President
more
Trump on
than
Tuesday
she
par-
just tried. Hakeem Jeffries tried, Adriano Espelete tried, Carolyn Maloney tried, Pelano Jr. tried, Sayers tried.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know any of
the-
those people.
Hmm?
Majority of these concentration camps, as you call them, have been built during the Bush and Obama administration, and
Fuck them
most of
too.
the pictures that we've seen, most of the pictures that we've seen of these concentration camps with the kids in cages was during Obama's 8 years. You do know
Yes,
that.
because two anarchists are going to be such fans of Obama.
I'm not saying you're fans of him.
What
But I'm
about,
saying
what
we're-
about,
why
what
would-
Why
about?
are we blaming Trump for this?
Because he
this
made
has
it
been-
worse under his administration.
This has
The
been the
chi-
same way since
The child
since Bush.
separation
This
rate
has-
increased from the Obama to the Trump administration.
Well,
The-
what do you think these kids are doing crossing the border by themselves? Do you think they're just coming here to live a better life, or do you think they're being trafficked? Do you think that's a real thing, or do you don't think that's real? You think that's a conspiracy?
I think you're using
The
a
vast maj-
hyperbolic minority in order to justify a cruel and unjust punishment.
Not
Right, and
it's
that's-
not cruel and unjust. You know why they detain them, correct? I mean, you do know why they do detain them at the border and at these concentration camps.
You do realize that it's only a what's the legal term? It's not a fucking. It's the one
So-
below felony. It's
So
a
if you were to
fucking-
break the law tomorrow,
Misdemeanor.
do you guys have kids?
You do not get your
What?
children separated from your from parents
Oh.
for a misdemeanor.
Oh, so your kids go to jail with you?
You don't.
No,
they
it's-
don't get stolen and put into CPS as a result of a misdemeanor.
If you
Yeah, it's only
break
a
the
misdemeanor.
law and you go
It's
to
only a-
jail,
And you
it's
know,
only a misdemeanor charge for entering the country.
but if you're arrested like you were, right? So you were arrested, put in the back of a police car, and you went to the hospital. If you had kids, you would have been put in the cop car. Your kids would have stayed at the house, and you would have went to the hospital. Or if you were arrested for domestic abuse or something like that,
so
or you were
fuck
robbing
those
something or
fuck
stealing-
those kids. Let's cause a lifetime of trauma. Put them
Well-
into a system that is the #1 predictor as to whether you'll end up in federal penitentiary or not, and lose 1,500 of them per Health and Human Service director to a congressional committee that we have no idea where their parents are and we'll never be able to return them.
But that's because their parents typically don't cross the border with them. You do. I mean, that's a statistical fact. They send most of these kids are traveling by themselves.
I'm fact checking that right now because I disagree.
Are you going to use are you using Google? What are you going to use for
I
fact
use
checking?
DuckDuck.
What is that called?
How do you not know what DuckDuckGo is?
Oh, I use that. Actually, I use DuckDuckGo.
That's why you went with
I actually prefer DuckDuckGo. It's way better than Google because it's non-biased. Google is so biased nowadays. You can't find any information on anything. The problem in today's world is all of the information that we have is being told to us. We're not experiencing it. Everything we see is written. It's created by somebody else, and I mean, that's a huge
So-
problem.
So
If we don't
you
experience
have
it for
knowledge.
ourselves, it's kind of hard to talk about something.
Wait, why?
Well, because the information could be skewed based on what we're seeing. I mean, we know right now, based on the election, there's a lot of information that's being completely skewed. And I mean, obviously, politics. It's like
I mean, this is literally how epistemology works.
Yeah, it's like someone who's not an expert isn't going to have as valid as opinion as a non-expert.
of course, yeah, 100%. And
But we
everybody's
managed to
become an
build
expert
space
on
shuttles off
COVID.
of that same process.
Yeah, but everybody's became a COVID expert. I mean, everybody wants to talk about wearing masks and doing this and doing that. And I mean, do we really have any proof that masks actually do anything? I mean, have you statistically looked it up? And
Do you have any more?
fact-check
Do you
that?
have any more experience in the field of virology or communicable diseases than Dr. Fauci does?
100% not, but I haven't been
Well,
wearing a
then
mask
your
for a year.
word versus his word. I take his word over your word.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm not saying you should take my word. I'm just saying
Well,
you should
no,
question
that is
things.
what you're.
and-
Wait,
and-
but that's
That's
what you're
literally what
arguing
you're
for
saying.
implicitly.
well, no, I'm not. I'm saying you should question things for yourself, even if you know, I mean,
Right.
politically, and you know, your views on why you think a certain way. You should question why you think that way. Look at both sides and see what makes more sense. I mean, that's why I'm asking you guys about Trump. Like, what?
You're just. Don't you think that would just lead to a bunch of people confirming their priors?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Well, again, I think the information that we get is very biased based on what we see nowadays. I mean, do you guys watch media at all? Do you watch Fox, CNN,
Nope.
any of that stuff, MSNBC?
Nope.
Not
So where do
really.
you get all your information from?
I have a custom-built algorithm that parses internet databases and various news sites. So I get, because I carry
you're
an
a pro-
international.
Are you a programmer?
I've been in IT my entire life.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, the media essentially controls a lot of what people think right now, and
controls the
people.
media?
What?
Who controls the media?
Who controls the media?
Yeah.
I would assume that the people that pull the strings, that essentially
Who are the
make
people that
everything
pull the
else.
strings?
Well, like George Soros and
He went right there, the first
You
one.
Motherfucker.
Yep.
Damn it.
First one. I love it.
Every fucking time. I swear to God, dude. I love it.
Just
Without fail.
out yourself,
What?
bro.
It's just okay. Go on. Who's the other? Who are some others? Are you gonna say Rockefeller next?
no, I don't know. I know that specifically George Soros has overthrown some governments and some world powers by
Any mention
using
of
people-
Murdoch in there yet?
Who's Murdoch? I don't know who that is.
I love it. Every time.
He's
Every
the guy
time.
who
It's a
owns
dialogue for me.
Fox.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Oh, there you go.
You have no idea who Rupert Murdoch is, but you know who George
idea.
Soros is.
I've
about
looked
the-
into
how about
Somebody
the
Soros.
somebody
How
lives
about the Koch
within
brothers?
yeah, somebody lives within the conservative sphere.
Well, I mean, that's my
This
views.
is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, though, about confirming your priors.
Well, and I've confirmed my priors. I mean, I used to not follow politics at all. I used to, probably lean a little bit more democratic than I do right now. I thought Trump running for office was a complete joke. I mean, I was like, I didn't like
Still
the guy
is.
at all. But the information that we have on him, what everybody repeats when they say, well, I don't like him. I don't like what he did here. I don't like what he did here. I don't like what he did here. A lot of it's false. I mean, the whole thing where you're saying that we didn't, handle the pandemic correctly with, COVID and stuff like that. I mean, the first thing he did is shut down travel between China
No, he
and a lot
didn't.
of other countries.
3 airlines
No, he
did.
didn't.
He did not.
Oh, really?
It was a corporate
Yeah.
decision by 3 separate airlines to do that, not the Trump administration issuing executive order of any kind.
He had 4 executive orders, so you're wrong on that one because I can show them to you. I can link them to you right now.
And
All right, link
they
us- link us
they
one that tells us.
post date the airline shutdowns.
And it was in January 31st, which is the first one before
Link 'em.
we even heard
Link
anything
them.
about COVID.
So we have a 13% rate of unaccompanied alien children, based off the U.S. Customs and Border Protection data sheet, with a 23% of children as part of a family unit. So basically, twice as many cross with their parents as do unaccompanied minors.
I'm looking for this.
Take your time.
You guys have a lot of people on your show where you talk to them about different things, different issues.
Yeah, this is a fairly common experience.
Yeah, I like it. I've done this a few times with a lot of different people.
I'm
mean,
starting to
there's
like it less and less.
Well, there's nothing wrong with stating your views and talking about things. I mean, that's one of the problems in today's world too. Is people can't talk anymore. I mean, they just get upset and want to fight each other. For what?
Freedom
how
of
does
speech
that
is
fix
not
anything?
freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences. To say
Well-
otherwise is to be anti-American. I mean, if you ascribe to the tenets of classical liberalism and what the founding fathers, built this country on, the people got a little violent when they were having their discussions on fundamental values.
Hey, you enjoy myself? Your own document is the shutdown from China, but remember COVID entered from Europe. Like, yeah, good job. Your owned is poorly constructed at best. Yeah, this is the one that shuts down the direct People's Republic of China immigration, but leaves open Hong Kong and Macau both, and neglects to shut down international travel as a whole.
He had his time. I'm tired of him.
Are you talking to me? I didn't hear you.
No, we're
No, the
talking
other guy.
to
Some of the
the
shitters,
Christian theocracy advocate in our
the
chat.
anti-American.
Yeah. Who believes that the church should be put in charge of our government.
I don't believe that
Yep.
at all.
Well, he does.
That would be a mistake.
Yeah, he's
very much would be.
he's an advocate for Christian-based Sharia law. And Kat, being a mod, just finally got sick of him. I don't love it.
That was the last one.
Timmy just goes, owned.
Yeah.
Fuck
Just
him.
message deleted, owned.
As long enough.
Holy shit, this is really hard to find. I mean, I found one of them, but there's 4 of these, and I had them saved to my phone, but I can't find them. All right, let me try searching this real quick and see if it pops up that way.
Put it in quotation marks. That usually helps.
Holy fucking shit. It's only showing me the most recent one, which is in August. I'll find them and I'll link them to you once I find them. But there were 4, and the first one was in January 31st.
January 31st, published by the New York Times. Moving to counter the spreading coronavirus outbreak, the Trump administration said Friday it would bar entry by most foreign nationals who had recently visited China and put some American travelers under quarantine. The temporary restrictions followed announcements by American Airlines, Delta Airlines, and United Airlines that they would be suspending air service between the United States and China for several months. The airlines beat him to it.
Can I ask you a simple statistical question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know why it's bad for Trump to mention the fact that he saved 2 million American lives in response to asking about the 200,000 dead?
I don't think he should be talking about any of it, honestly, but no, I don't. Go ahead.
Okay, well, this is actually, maybe as an employer you'll relate to this. It's called it's a common rhetorical tactic called setting expectations. Essentially, if I tell you that let's say I have to be at work at like fucking 8 o'clock, and I say, hey, look, but I call you up and I say, look, hey boss, I'm not gonna be there. I'm probably gonna be there at 8:30. Just keep an eye out. Just let me know what I got to do when I get there. But I end up showing up at 8:15. I'm going to look a lot fucking better than I would have if I just came at 8:15. And the reason why is because I kind of set low expectations. So likewise, Trump answering that he saved 2 million American lives, if he had done nothing, isn't a valid response to the 200,000 number, because you can look at other countries that have handled quarantine more effectively, and he refuses to basically engage with any of the tactics that those countries used, and pretty much is just trying to avoid criticism.
Mm-hmm. Well, he left it up to individual mayors and governors to control their cities and states, which if we're talking about people that have failed at their job, I mean, we can look at New York City, which Governor Cuomo, he has the highest death rate in the United States of over 30,000 people.
Right, but they also have the most people coming in and out of America through those ports.
But the majority of those people that died were in, what is it called? What are they called? Old people homes? I can't even think of the name right now. I mean, that's a statistical fact. I mean, you had protests in New York after that happened of people essentially outraged that he killed, their grandparents or whoever it was in these homes. I mean, that's a real thing that happened, and here's my perspective on everything going on right now, and it's real simple. I mean, this is probably what you guys hear all the time, but essentially Trump wasn't supposed to be in office. I mean, he was not supposed to be there. They did not think he was going to win. He won. It created issues for everybody in government because he's not a politician. He has nothing to do with politics. He's been around these people all his life. He knows what they're about. He knows what they're involved in. He knows what they do with their money and how they're getting their money.
He's
He was
barely
the
a
first one-
businessman.
Okay, well, and that's your opinion. I mean,
Dude, I've made more money in business than he has certainly ended up in debt as. I mean, this guy's $1 billion in debt as we stand, and he managed to blow through
Based on what, though?
$440
Have we
million
s-
dollars of inheritance too.
where are we getting this information, though? I
He
mean, where's this
managed. He
information
managed to
coming? Have you seen the
bankrupt a
document
fucking
showing that?
casino. I live in Vegas. He can't even get a gaming license here.
Have you seen the documents proving that he owes $1 billion?
Deutsche Bank has admitted that he's in debt to a couple hundred million to them.
Okay, but who's reporting this?
Oh my God.
No, seriously. Who's
It's George
reporting it?
Soros. George Soros. See,
I'm not
during
saying that.
during
I'm
our
not-
secret Antifa super soldier meetings underneath the George Soros Tower, we
that's not
we
what I'm
share that
saying.
information.
That's not what
I
I'm
know
saying.
all
I'm
media
saying-
bad, all media bad.
Well, but here's the thing. I can go along with the media if it was just a few stories about him fucking this up or fucking that up. I'd be like, okay,
His
that makes sense.
entire
because
life
everybody
is fucking up business. He's been bankrupting businesses before you were alive.
Well, I mean, based on his real estate and what he owns and stuff like that, it wouldn't seem to be that way. I mean, the guy's obviously made some bad decisions. Everybody makes bad decisions. I mean, nobody's 100%, just perfect with everything. I mean, when you're running businesses and you're dealing with that kind of money, bad things are going to happen. And sometimes you have to take the hit. And all he did was use the system in his advantage. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, my dude, you just did
Yeah.
the rhetorical tactic I was talking about earlier. You just lowered our expectations and then tried to justify the bad shit that you did.
I'm not justifying anything.
Well, no, that's exactly what you did. You tried to make it seem like we were holding him to a perfect standard. We weren't. We were just saying he's an incompetent businessman, and then you tried to front load that by saying that he was just that everybody makes bad decisions. Those two statements don't logically follow each other.
Okay. Well, I mean, but when you're dealing with that kind of money, I mean, you've never made a bad decision before where you regretted it and it fucked something up where you couldn't do this or couldn't do that.
We're
I
talking
mean,
about every single business that he's
It's not
touched,
every
that
single
he's put his
business
hand
because
on.
it was every single business. He wouldn't own the businesses he has right now. He wouldn't even be a candidate for presidency. He wouldn't have any money. He'd be broke. He'd be on the street. So that's not
He is broke
factually
as fuck.
true.
He's he's living off of debt and his family's assets.
Is that why he's donating $400,000 every time he gets a check from the White House? Every
yes,
year?
it's purely an optical move. It's a political
Okay.
move.
He makes.
I mean, that's
His family has made hundreds of millions of dollars off of this administration.
Okay. And he's been talking about running for the president he's been talking everything he's saying right now in office. He's been talking about for 30 years. You can go back and fact check me on this too. I mean, he
was a Democrat.
in TV. It doesn't matter who he was. He's been talking about China, how our trade's fucked up, how our debt is so bad. I mean, he's been talking about all of it.
And yet
for a
he
long,
made the
long
debt
time.
worse. He worsened trade relations with China. He fucked up. He doesn't understand tariffs at all, as evidenced by his latest speech. He's still convinced that China is somehow paying tariffs, but that's not how tariffs work. He's convinced that China devalued its currency in order to pay the tariffs, which isn't how that works at all. Come on.
So you don't think, and you're not going to agree with me on this, but like I was saying, my whole view on everything going on is, again, he wasn't supposed to get in office. They can't seem to get rid of him. I mean, they tried the Russia collusion, which turned out to be a complete hoax. They tried the Ukraine collusion, which turned out to Is that wrong?
They
what?
Who's they?
Who's they?
The Democrats.
The Democrats.
Okay, we moved off the Jews. All right.
Okay. Anyways, he was never supposed to be there. They've tried to get him out of office several times now. I mean, essentially, everything's taking place right now. Again, with the media. I mean, if they were honest on reporting, they would talk about the good things he's done, the bad things he's done, regardless of what.
I want that list of good things.
Huh?
I want the list of good things.
Well, look it up on DuckDuckGo. Look at his accomplishments.
What accomplishments? That's the question.
Exactly. You haven't looked them up.
No, we don't. He hasn't accomplished anything.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion, but you haven't looked it
Well,
up
what has he
because you
done?
hate the guy because you're told to hate him. But like what I'm saying,
Told to hate him by who?
by whatever the information you're getting. Again, what
Yeah,
I'm
like,
saying is whatever
it all-
everything going on right
is
now,
our information
COVID,
coming from the media?
BLM, all this stuff that's taking place right now is their exit strategy to try to get rid of them. Because what's going on? I mean, we've had COVID for a year now. We're all wearing masks. Nobody can go to work. People are losing their jobs, businesses, stuff like that. Food shortages.
Yeah,
I mean, all that
except
stuff
New
is going on.
Zealand is New Zealand is
can I
having
just-
massive sporting events in stadiums without masks because they handled their shit correctly at the outset. It's amazing
also
when you
like to
behave
point out that you-
responsibly what you can do.
Well, your belief in masks is completely skewed.
I hate to break it to you,
Please,
coming
excuse
from a medical household, those masks that surgeons wear is to stop the spread of communicable disease from them to patients. The same reason that they give a patient who enters
But
the
COVID
ER
lives
with
in the air, and COVID's a lot smaller than what masks could actually filter. I mean, an N95 mask.
Do you,
Uh,
it filters out droplet particulate from your speech and your breathing. It's not it's not a molecular sieve.
okay. Anyways, like I
I
was
mean,
saying,
this is why surgeons and doctors wear masks.
and I understand why
So
they wear
they're
masks.
wrong, and we've been wrong for like a century and a half.
Well, they were saying when COVID first started taking place that masks aren't going to do anything. We don't need to wear masks, and then they completely changed it.
And
And
science
again, it's all about
Who's
and no,
they?
it's all
works
about
on a
controlling people,
revision.
and it's controlling their. It's
wanna
about
know-
controlling and creating fear. Because right
I
now
wanna
we
know
have Trump and
who's-
we have COVID and we have BLM and we have people burning down cities and all that stuff is taking place right now. How do we get rid of it? We get rid of
wait,
Trump.
I need to put a microscope on this because you tried to say that this is a Democrat exit strategy, correct? Why?
In my
why
opinion, that's what it is.
Okay, so then why would the Democrats prop up BLM, which are some of their most vocal critics and people that fucking despise the Democrats?
Well, I mean, if you look at the voter base for Democrats, it's typically, I mean, the good percentage of their voter base is black and Hispanic.
So what you're saying is that if you're black or Hispanic, you're automatically part of BLM.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said their
What
voter
the fuck
base.
else could that mean, my dude? Come
Well,
on.
it means that the Democrats are using this as a way to push these people emotionally to get
But
their vote.
These people fucking hate them.
No, they don't. That's
Yeah,
not
they
true.
do.
They hate Donald Trump.
No, they
Donald
hate
Trump's a
Democrats
racist.
too. Wait, have you
No.
never talked to a BLM supporter about the shit that Biden has done to the black community?
He's never talked to a BLM supporter.
The
Yeah,
BLM
never, not
supporters
once.
that I have that work with me that are black are voting for Biden. So
Have you talked
You
to him
need go
about
outside, my
Biden?
dude.
yes, I have, and they think he's a lot less worse than Trump. Yeah, and I know all about.
It's a
Biden. His
utilitarian
1994
calculus.
crime- I know all about his 1994 crime bill and all this stuff. So yeah,
Right,
But,
and most of the people pumping out that information are BLM right now. It's it seems strange that the Democrats would support these fucking people.
well they do.
How are they supporting them, by the way? Just curious.
Well, what do you mean? How are they supporting him?
I just want to know, like, is it financial? Are they fucking?
I don't know if
Are
they're
they-
doing it financially. I know right now they're just using information. I mean, majority of the media, I think it's like 90% of the media that we see on TV is left leaning, right? So they're you know on
You mean
Democrat side.
centrist? The Overton window has shifted, and your political perspective on a sort of global political scale is maligned at best. If you take what you would consider a leftist in this country, you would find them to be a little left of center anywhere else. Somebody like Bernie, who's like the poster boy for leftist politics, is basically a centrist with a minor left lean if you go to any of the Nordic states.
Well, again, I'm just giving you my point of views, guys. I mean, I'm not telling you have to listen to me. I'm not telling you have to believe me. I'm just
Right.
all I'm saying. is-
Me and Kai are simply using our personal experience, just like you wanted us to.
I just want to have a chat with you guys. That's all.
Mhm.
I don't mind. I enjoy talking to people that think differently than I do. I honestly do. It doesn't offend me. It doesn't
Do you-
bother me.
do
I
you-
don't get mad over it.
Do you think Hillary Clinton
Right, it's-
is a leftist?
I don't know. I mean, I'd assume so. Yeah.
Okay, there's the Overton window shift right there. She's a corporation in a pantsuit. She's the definition of a right-leaning centrist. You take her anywhere else in the world, and they'd call that immediately.
Okay.
Well, this is the point. that the Overton window has shifted on political on right-wing politics so far in this country that the perspective of those in the political right has shifted with it, and they see the far right as not being as far as it actually is in reality. And then you have this perspective that you have all of these crazy extremist leftists out there like Hillary Clinton, who isn't even representative of leftist policies or politics.
Right. And they're all and the leftists who all fucking hate each other right away. If you know, again, spend any time in these circles talking to these people, are somehow helping each other. They're all in on it. You know, they all want to help the corporate Dems and their, their agenda, so to speak, even though they are protesting against them as well. It just seems strange.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think we're just in a really fucked up position right now, and I mean, I personally feel like, you know, we're at a point where, I don't know. I think socialism, communism, whatever you want to call it, is right around the corner.
Good.
For America.
How? I want to know this plan.
I mean-
Please give me the blueprint.
Yeah, I mean, how are we defeating capitalism?
Yeah, I want to know. I didn't know we were winning, Kai.
I didn't know either, but I'm glad to hear it.
Well,
Yeah.
So how is capitalism on the downswing? How has capitalism been defeated?
I'm not saying it's been defeated. I just think there's a lot of people that are a little bit skewed in their thinking they think that communism or socialism is the way to go, and it's failed every time it's been put into practice. I mean, there's several countries out there that are socialist countries.
Such
You
as?
look at
What is
you
what is
look
the
at
definition
COVID.
of socialism?
Essentially sharing everything. Everybody has the same. I mean,
Nope.
everybody's equal.
That's not what socialism is. Fucking
Okay.
Karl Marx himself stated that equality is a bourgeois concept.
Did you know that you can have a marketplace of sales under socialism?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
It's essentially like there's I don't remember the name of the store out here. I think it's called the hell is it? It's ran by the employees versus.
It's called a cooperative, and it's the most resilient form of business the world has ever seen. There is not a school of economics that disagrees with that stat. They survive downturns in economies more readily. They lay off less people. They have a longer survival rate. They account for over 30% of the global business structure.
So you guys are for socialized medicine?
Of course, it's the only logical conclusion.
Yeah,
Okay,
without
well.
I mean, it's a national security threat to not have socialized
Is it?
medicine. Yeah.
Pay attention to what just happened with
We're-
COVID.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
we're
what I was
living
just going to
through it.
mention. Italy and Belgium have socialized medicine, and they
And they
have
handled
far
it
more deaths per.
fantastic.
No, they have far more deaths per cases than the United States does.
But they won't have as many bankruptcies and suicides, and it astounds me. Do you shop at at Costco or Sam's Club?
No, I don't.
Do you understand why the prices are lower? Hey, you run a business. Do you buy things retail or wholesale?
Also,
Why?
because it's cheaper.
Oh, interesting. So this is the fundamental argument for universal single-payer healthcare, is the economics of scale.
Yeah, no, 100%. I understand the idea of socialized medicine. I really do. I mean, I get it. I've talked to a lot of left-leaning people. I mean, I have a lot of people that don't agree with me that I work with, right? That work for me, and I talk to them all the time about it, and they've explained the same thing to me. But when essentially when the government controls the healthcare, they also control everything else you do, and they control the kind of treatment you get.
So then we're just
Unli-
supposed to let
unlike-
corporations.
Yeah, unlike the corporations who already do.
Well, nobody's forcing you to work for these
The
corporations.
benevolent,
first of all.
magnanimous insurance companies that have our best interests in mind.
But again, the insurance companies are only your insurance company if that's a company you decide to go with, and you decide.
You
to
do
give money
realize
to.
that they have essentially state-established monopolies in most regions.
Well, that's what
Right,
Obamacare
like if-
was.
No, that's what United Healthcare was prior to Obamacare.
No, not at all. America's about giving you the freedom of choice, or the illusion.
The
of
illusion of
which is-
freedom of
it's the
choice.
illusion-
Yeah.
It's the illusion 100%. But with that illusion, you do have choices that you can make as far as where you want to work, what you want to do with your life, where you want to live, what kind of food you want to eat, what kind of medical care you want to get. It all comes down to what you decide to do with your life and how much money
I
you decide to
can't
make
get the
and what-
treatment I need. Period. Doesn't matter which insurance company. I have 3 options on the table for me. I can't get the treatment I need because they won't approve it.
I don't know what treatment you're talking about, so I can't really talk about that. But I have a lot of people that have health conditions that are, again, work for me, and they all have pretty good health care and get taken care of pretty well, and that's something that they pay for.
I mean,
Right.
I know somebody in Canada who the only expense for their world-class open chest, open cavity heart surgery was the $25 in parking and snacks.
And that'd be great. I don't know.
It's almost
specifically what
like
Canada
other
has.
developed nations have figured this out because it's just basic economics. This isn't complicated. And you don't have to turn over the medical decision making to the government. You just turn over the payer system to the government.
Okay. If it was so great, I mean, why does everybody want to live?
Paul
in America?
Ryan went to Canada for his surgery rather than have it here.
Okay. But again, if America's so terrible, and
I would move
these-
out tomorrow if I had the money.
Because
there's all the-
we're
but
essentially
that's
the
thing,
military.
You have the choice to make the money to move out. You just decide not to do so. You
Yes,
can-
because
instead of-
everyone is
instead of
hiring
actually-
under COVID right now.
And well, I mean, I'm making lots of money doing what I'm doing under COVID. I haven't had an issue.
Right, because you're a business owner.
Well, but no, it doesn't come down to business. It comes down to the decisions you make in your life and what you decide to do with it and what you want to do. Again, we all have the same opportunity in life. It just it
No, we
depends on
don't.
really
No,
what-
we don't. No, we don't.
100%.
That's a fucking lie, and you know it.
Well, I grew up in Chicago. I was homeless for 4 of the 16 years I lived with my mom.
Then you didn't have the same
Okay.
opportunities. I guarantee Ivanka and Jared and Trump and fucking Donnie Jr. had way more opportunities than you could ever have.
Well, and there's a lot of kids like that. And again, you don't.
Then
get to
we
choose
don't have
what
equality
family
of
you're born into.
opportunities, do we?
Well, he could decide to play basketball. You could decide to play basketball. I mean, we could decide to play sports. He could decide that he didn't want to do anything.
Move
with
those
his dad's business
goalposts,
and-
bro. Move them all you want, but we don't have equality of opportunity, let alone equity of
Right, right.
opportunity.
Well, the majority of the
like-
successful people in life that have businesses that have made lots of money in their life grew up in a not so great household with not so much money.
Got
So,
any
is
statistics to back
factually
that
not
up?
True.
why don't you look at some of the biographies on millionaires and billionaires?
Oh, you mean like Elon
No,
Musk, who grew up with literal gemstones in his pockets?
You're
Or maybe
talking
Bill
about-
Gates, who is the son of a highly successful corporate attorney and whose mom was on the board of directors of the United Way with one of the board of directors at IBM.
I'm not talking
Or
about
Jeff
Bill Gates or
Bezos,
any
who got a
those are
small loan of
autobiographies
several
we can look at.
$100,000 from his dad.
Let's see here. Well, based on statistics in the United States, there's 11 million millionaires in the United States. So I can imagine that not all of them had the easiest growing up. I mean, we're citing 3 people that just happen to be so successful that everybody knows about them. There's a lot of people that are
You do
successful
realize
that we have no idea.
In the grand scheme of things, millionaires generally aren't 100 millionaires. They're $1 to $5 million in reserve assets. And the people that we were talking about that actually dictate this economy are the billionaires, not the millionaires.
I agree with you there. I definitely think that billionaires and these guys we were just talking about have a lot to do with the control of what's going on in the world.
Interesting. I wonder if that's a function of capitalism.
Well, it probably has a little bit to do with it, yeah.
How do you feel
But
about the state?
but these are more because of monopolies more than capitalism.
Monopolies are
capitalism.
inherent within capitalism.
Well, and they
Yeah.
just need to be better at regulating it then. I mean, Google's a
So
huge
you're a liberal.
monopoly. I'm not a liberal, no.
Well, no,
you're
that is by
advo-
definition liberalism.
yeah, advocating regulation of the free market into a non-laissez-faire marketplace is core to liberalism.
Well, I think we should all have a choice, and if we don't have a choice, I think that's a problem.
Well, we don't have a
Right.
choice. We really don't.
Right. A lot of that choice creating would be through the regulation of market forces.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So by definition, you're a liberal.
Well, I don't consider myself liberal, but if it's by definition, then maybe a little bit. But it was a good conversation, guys. I got to go. My girlfriend's been waiting for me for like a half an hour now. I didn't even plan on being in here. It was a good chat, and I'll probably stop by the stream again to check you guys out. So,
All right, you have a good one. Say hi to the girlfriend.
all right, guys, take care.
Later. All right.
God, it is so fun to argue in bad faith. And I should do that more often.
Walk. There we go. Readjust the UI. Timmy.
I hope you guys in chat were taking notes. This is how you argue in bad faith from a left-wing perspective, by the way.
Oh, yeah, nonsense
Proud of
saying
myself.
you don't have a girlfriend. No, also say I love nonsense, just poking sometimes.
Dude, it's fun.
Timmy saying it is who you were born to and a lot of luck that determines who gets rich in America. It was complete luck that my father got into certain colleges. And I live in a rich family, but I grew up very poor, says Timmy. Fucking, yeah, I know. Discourse, we spend the most money on the outcomes we have, which are shit outcomes, by the way. I just adore people who think that we're somehow like the leader of the world in anything other than imprisoning our own people and military spending. We
are long past the leaders of the free world, whatever that means.
Yeah, fee for service. It just, I mean, we rank with undeveloped nations in some areas. Like, infant mortality rate in the state of Texas is comparable to something like the Sierra Leone. Okay? Like, we're not good. We're not great. We're not even good. To me, one of the most barbaric. I strive not to say first world, but developed, undeveloped, developing, that sort of thing. One, because of the literal definitions of the first world, second world, third world stuff, but also because of the sort of implication to it. But I feel you on that. One of the most barbaric, exactly, from the Cold War. Well, that was interesting. Chud Monday has definitely been an interesting endeavor between the Christian theocratic nut jobs and the the racist Nazi dude and fucking just the general Trump supporters. And then, it's definitely been an interesting Monday.
I like how he just jumped straight to the Soros, dude.
That was hilarious.
Just
Right to Soros.
yeah.
Project Discourse. I will say, when I lost my job and was able to apply for Romney Care here in Massachusetts, I was like, thank God I live in a state that has socialized medicine. Yeah, and Discourse agrees. That was fucking amazing with the Soros thing. Like, he went right there. It was just amazing.
How much of that do you think was dog whistling, or like, do you think most of it was dog whistling?
No,
How
I
much
think-
of it was just like general dumbassery.
Yeah, I think it's general dumbassery and brainwashing by a media sphere.
Okay,
As much as
because that's kind of
good.
that's the feeling that I got.
Yeah.
It's just like there was a point where I realized like, yeah, this dude's not a fascist. He's just a fucking idiot.
He
Yeah.
was spewing Fox News talking points, and he claimed to not know who Rupert Murdoch is. I agree, Discourse. I think he believes what he says, 100%. I think
That's
that,
the saddest part of it.
yeah, I don't disagree
Like-
with that in the least.
Yeah.
He was,
Man, I
arguing.
should do.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I'm thinking of doing a rhetorical stream and using this VOD as an example of how to argue with bad faith, just as like a little quick how-to guide.
Okay.
Because I was basically my challenge that I gave myself for that discussion was fuck this guy. I'm just not gonna focus on a single topic, and I'm just gonna hop around as much as possible. That's why I use the personal experience thing to jump to another social topic and just keep the fucking ball rolling so he can never feel comfortable. Just wasn't fucking with him.
Yeah, discourse. I agree. That's why I called it that way, was because it did sound like he was just parroting Fox News talking points. A lot of the inconsistencies with the reality were of that manner, that they were reminiscent of Fox News sphere talking points. And Timmy saying, my mother has MS, and the New York healthcare system, though far from perfect, has been a literal lifesaver. We used to live in Alabama, and it was horrible there. Yeah. It's because blue states take care of their people a little bit better per capita than red states. Mainly because they have the money to do it. Red states are welfare queen states of this nation. The blue states are the ones who pick up the tab. Oh, I know, nonsense. That was, again, I didn't even bother pursuing it because, he was like, Google, and then like, yeah, I'm not going to use Google, DuckDuckGo, and fucking he just is like, oh, yeah, I prefer that one too. Yeah, I definitely use that one because reasons. Hey, that's what you get. It's a fucking grab bag, and when you've got somebody who's literally arguing that COVID isn't as bad as people claim it is, that it's some sort of conspiracy to make Trump look bad, then, I mean, what do you expect? Good for you, Mitre. Mitre's back, by the way.
Oh, nice.
I've been telling my students to DuckDuckGo instead on Discourse, saying he is as uninformed as he claims us to be. And like I said, I fact-checked off to the side as he went, and I got to tell you, nothing he said held water the entire way through. Like, literally every statistic he claimed to have something backed for, every executive order he couldn't find, every, fucking, oh, well, the majority of children that come here. No, Mitre. We had somebody on air who was special.
You'll like this, Mitre, when you go back and watch it. I recommend it. You get to see me argue in bad faith for once.
Let's see. Pull that. Yeah, I know. Discourse. They never do. This is why we invite them on air. This is very much a put up or shut up type of channel. Like,
by the way, that's my plan every time. Whenever I tell someone to go into Discord, it's just me looking for an argument.
Fair enough.
Just for future reference.
I mean, California's economy is still the world's 5th largest economy. Whether it benefits the proletariat, whether it benefits the working class, definitely is an argument that I'd be willing to hear out. Don't get me wrong. There is certainly some end stage Hey, thank you, Jack. There's definitely some end stage capitalism going on there that needs addressing. But to say that, California economy in comparison to something like Alabama or Tennessee or Missouri or, I mean, hell, Minnesota even. I mean, take your fucking pick. But, I mean, it's the world's 5th largest economy. It's definitely holding its own weight. That is Catastilo. That's my mod. Discourse.
I like the flair on the name.
Yes. A little flair on it. Why not? Yeah, that he's my mod, and he streams video games for the most part on his channel. Go give him a visit. You probably catch him playing like an MMA game or Overwatch or something.
Yeah, I just stream whatever the fuck. I'm down to have like chats on there, but like honestly, I think my space on Twitch is probably just going to be like a leftist that never talks about politics. It's just a place that you can go watch someone that you're secure in knowing isn't a reactionary. So basically a safe space, as much as I hate to admit it.
So Kool-Aid, so has the U.S. economy. So definitely representative of the nation as a whole. I mean, that's the thing. They're contributing more to federal tax dollars than basically all of the South combined. So, I mean, who's on the up and who's the welfare state? Let's see. What do I got here? Chill out, filter. Let's see.
Seems like the chuds left after the debate.
Yeah, that drove most of them out. And you know, then there was the one ban for the.
Oh, I timed him out.
Oh, you timed him out.
Yeah. I think I
Okay.
gave him 2,000 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark.
Hey, welcome to the server discourse. Where's my wrong one? Wrong one.
You can hop on in.
Yeah, 2,000
Greek
seconds.
Oh, damn it, he's an NBA fan. I want to know how you reconcile that, being an NBA fan with everything going on right now. That's a question that I want to fucking, I'd like to poke around a bit.
Oh, and now that he's gone, I added a ban for the wise Alfredo Pasta idiot.
Oh yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, the fucking Nazi.
I kind of wanted to make fun of him though. That
He
shit was
left eventually
fucking hilarious.
after we started dunking on him hard. Like he left.
I'm a Roman Nazi.
Fucking moron. But I mean, the dude was a
man.
blatant racist. I mean, what do you expect from somebody like that?
Right. I don't get it, dude. Like, how do you fucking close that gap when the Romans and the Greeks were like just blatant degenerates in any fascist size? That they were fucking like democratic philosophies coming out of there. Like it's literally like the foundations of which fascism cannot coexist with.
Oh, Discourse. Actually, that was fucking who was that douchebag's name again?
The other one.
Yeah, the other one we talked to.
It's fun. I love doing that.
Mo-
I like see.
Motive.
I
That
can't
was
do this
motive.
in real life.
Yeah.
I can't infiltrate this effectively in real life. My let's just say my hue doesn't exactly give me the same type of masking ability.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Cat doesn't fucking, yeah, he ain't passing in real life. Oh, it's adorable. All right, so we have somebody who is willing to actually have a conversation in good faith, and then
Okay.
we have fucking Ryan the Devastator who walks in, and I always love the imagery. They kick in the door and they just yell at you, Trump 2020, fuck Biden. Like, this isn't the behavior of a sane person. It just isn't.
Yeah. Do you devastate the liberals, Ryan? Do you make them cry? Is that what you want to do? Is that how you go about spending your time on the internet?
And the Greek Freak, you're welcome to join Discord, exclamation Discord in chat, and you can have the conversation live on air if you don't want to be at a disadvantage typing.
Oh yeah, I'll put that in chat actually.
I'm here. I can get it.
No, Discourse, that is actually exactly what I was trying to get at. Like I said, I was arguing in bad faith the conversation from the jump. I was basically just trying to lead this guy around in a fucking circle and make him get lost in his own bullshit.
So that's what he was attempting to do.
Yeah, no, that is literally what he was doing. So I said, you know what? Fuck trying to actually engage with this shit. I'm gonna embrace my inner fascist and see if I can fucking try his tactics against them. And I think it worked for the most part.
Interesting nonsense. Boston police arrested a dude who ignited a fire inside a ballot drop-off box. His name was
wanna know what he was.
Worldly Armand.
Worldly Armin. you hear about that crazy Bernie or Buster that tried to assassinate Biden?
No.
That happened.
Jesus Christ. I mean, just basic political calculus, people. Calm down with that fucking Bernie or bust shit. Oh,
I mean, dude, it's the craziest shit.
Discourse. I'm from Vermont originally, so I've hung out in New England quite a bit. And yes, Boston is super fucking racist.
Oh, 100%.
Actually, I can. My average viewership Kool-Aid versus the average Twitch viewership age are two separate things. Yeah, exactly. Discourse.
Yeah. Or they say that they're gonna vote for the Greens, but like the Greens have no fucking chance. And honestly, a lot of the Greens are fucking crazy. Like if you actually like look into the history of the party and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're just fucking insane.
A whole host of eco-terrorists helped found that fucking group. Kool-Aid, so you know, the largest demographic on Twitch is actually 20 to 29, comprised of 40% of the viewership. There's a second runner-up that are the teen groups. That's 37, and then the third runner-up is 30 to 39 age category with 13.2%. So,
did not expect that one.
Yeah, 40% of the viewership of Twitch is in their 20s.
Makes sense.
And I can tell you from personal experience, I pull from the 20 to 39 category, with a little into the 40s, which the 40 to 49 comprises 7% of the Twitch viewership.
Freak, feel free to join the Discord. Just gonna put that in chat.
Yeah, I don't know what he's attempting to discuss.
He's on abortion right now.
It's a personal property issue. You either own your body or you don't. Women are free to do what with their bodies what they so choose. It's none of my business.
It's a bit cis-normative of you, Kai.
Oh well. Those that are biologically capable of carrying a child to term are free to do whatever they want with their bodies.
There you go. I like to simplify it to people with wombs, just to piss off right-wingers.
Nonsense. Well, just because your cousin's 25 and an idiot doesn't mean he's an idiot because he's 25. Maybe your cousin's just an idiot.
So to be clear, Greek Freak, you wouldn't make exceptions for rape or incest cases, just to be clear.
Love it, nonsense. Love it. Yes, are there exceptions for rape and incest in your worldview, Greek Freak? And again, you're welcome to come on air and have this conversation. And by the way, the only time that the Bible mentions abortion is how to do it. Oh,
Okay.
he go ahead.
He's a fucking coward, is what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. You just want to control women. All right. So yeah, you don't bring up the God shit then. If it's truly a life, you wouldn't make that if you were truly making the life argument, you wouldn't make that exception.
So what you're saying is rape is wrong as long as your dad isn't an asshole, right? Like it's if he's an asshole and he raped someone, then cool. I'm sorry, abortion is wrong as long as your dad isn't an asshole. Like that's what the distinction you're making is. It's fine as long as the dad is a prick, but if the dad isn't a prick, then you have to carry that baby. It's the most logically inconsistent position someone who is quote unquote pro-life or anti-abortion can hold. And as I pointed out, the only time that the Bible mentions abortion is instructions on how to conduct one.
Again, Greek Freak, You wouldn't make that exception if it was truly a life perspective. You're a coward. Like, that's just all it is. You're just a fucking coward.
And now you're framing it in the terms of taxpayer dollars. Move those
Right, or percentage.
Move those
Again,
goalposts.
I thought a life was a life.
I know, right? Nonsense. That's what anti-abortion people tend to act like, is that people are just out there fiending for fucking abortions. Like, ooh, girl, I got the weekend free. Let's go get an abortion. Like, it's the absolute most ridiculous position and viewpoint on abortion someone can hold, especially when they allow for in cases of rape or incest or child abuse. Thought that life was sacred. Is it about the life or is it about the taxpayer dollars? Which is it? Is this a moral issue or a financial issue? I don't need to support yours. I'm here to tear yours apart.
You don't support our ideas. Why would you say that? We're anarchists. We are literally the Fox News boogeymen that you're afraid of.
It's okay. I'm this skinny because I haven't done my super soldier serum today. Then I inflate up like the Hulk.
He has pictures.
And again, you're welcome to come on air and try and defend this untenable position of yours with your voice rather than just typing as furiously as fast as you can. But I find that the anti-abortion apologists are, generally speaking, not the ones who come on air. I'm trying to have a good debate. I'll fix your grammar. And that's my view on my belief. I support your ideas. Why can't you support mine? I didn't say I support your views. I said that's my views that I support. Well, not according to what you wrote one line ago.
Yeah, this is just blatant doublespeak.
I mean, I support your ideas. Why can't you support mine? I didn't say I support your views. Your views are tenuous at best. They don't adhere to biblical law in any way, shape, or form. They don't adhere to the gospel in any way, shape, or form. They adhere to a revisionist form of Christianity that was born of the 1980s in America. You cannot point to anything in that Bible that tells me abortion is wrong, because the only thing in the Bible that actually mentions and calls out abortion tells me how to do one.
And why?
Preach, Jack. Jack saying, my thought is they should freely sell the morning after pill in drugstores right next to condoms. It should be over the counter.
Totally. 100%.
And you already proved that it's not about a sanctity of life issue, because you hold a contrarian point of view that abortion is okay in the cases of such as rape or incest or child molestation, which is inherently contradictory to the point of view of all life is sacred. And I'm guessing you probably support the death penalty. Though that's sort of a hit and miss sometimes with the abortion crowd.
It is not over the counter.
Most states it is not, nerd whoop. Whoop. Hey, thank you for the follow, Yeeface. Kool-Aid, I have no sympathy for people who put themselves in bad positions. I agree with abortion in the cases of rape or any wrongdoing, but I don't support late-term abortions. Late-term abortions aren't usually, you're literally talking about, the only time late-term abortions are usually done in a medical setting is when there are fetal defects, chest cavity failing to close, skull failing to close over the brain, things that will be permanently, cause permanent disabilities or fatalities in the case of the completion of the carriage of the child. You're not going to catch any doctor doing a fucking late-term abortion these days. It's just a non-starter of an argument. Interesting. Nerd Whoop's in Louisiana. Let me check.
I mean, at least it's not. At least Louisiana's not fucking up in that regard.
There we go. The battle for Plan B.
The Greek Freak, you're a fucking coward. That's not how that works. Come on, dude.
Okay, no, we're officially the Plan B pill is officially over the counter.
Nice.
Yeah, the FDA announced that they're not going to pursue that any further, and the administration isn't pursuing it either. So, no, you're not dreaming, Nerdwoo. It looks like that particular form has been brought over the counter, as it were. Yeah, you're being a hypocrite. Like that's what that is. Not a bit hypocritical, Timmy. Just call it what it is. It's hypocritical. It is inconsistency within one's. Yeah, it's it's a blatant inconsistency within your own ideology.
Yeah, it's either you stand up for your views or you don't.
Yeah, Nerd Whoop. Fuck Dr. Drew. You know what I'm talking about. Based on how you worded that sentence, I know you know what I'm talking about. Fuck Dr. Drew. But yeah, I'll take that win from him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fuck that guy. Same for Adam Carolla. Preach, brother, preach. Or sister, whatever. West Coast, what are you gonna do? But yeah, no, it's blatant hypocrisy.
Yeah. I am saying this in the best of faith, Greek Freak. Like, it's just cowardly. There's no real way around that.
I mean, how do you justify the position even?
Yeah. Like, if you think it's wrong and it's literally murder, then why would you make the exception for it?
Oh, there it is. Trying to find out. Yeah, brother from the Blue Dot in Louisiana. Dude, those blue havens within the red spheres of the Deep South. Yeah. I did my tour of duty in Tennessee. So I feel you. I spent most of it in. Yeah, exactly. Abortion's wrong until it's a family member who was raped or their wife. Well, lack of sexual education, lack of access to contraception. Discourse did did theirs in South Carolina. Dude, it's a tour of fucking duty. It really is. All increase rates of abortion, right? You want to decrease the rates of abortion? Realistically, you need comprehensive sex education and universal access to contraception. That's it. That will plummet your abortion rates. But Christians, conservatives, and general uptight stick-up-their-ass fuckers in this country are uncomfortable with that conversation. They don't want to have the kids talk to... they don't want to have to talk to the kids about PPs and vajayjays. Because it makes them uncomfortable, because fundamentally, they never matured past the age of 13 to 16. There's your fucking hot take.
There's also all the pedophiles that don't want kids educated on sex and being able to understand that they're being abused.
Oh, not a majority contingent, but it's a contingent.
I mean, a lot of them are lawmakers.
Fair. Hey, yes, Discourse just saying hello on the landing page. Oh.
Slugs and missiles, I'll let you know. I had one class in 5th grade. No free contraception or nothing like that.
And don't mistake your experience for a universal experience. This isn't Solipsism Central. You don't get to say, like, well, it happened to me, therefore it happened to everybody. all things universal. That's a very tenuous position to argue from. Having
Well,
lived
Freak, I'm in California,
Having-
and in our public schools, one class in 5th grade. That was it.
and having lived in the deep South myself, I've done during middle school, the period that definitely should have been covering it. Let's just say it was lacking. So,
Did you get the purity rings?
no.
No
No
I've
pure-
heard those before, dude. That's hilarious.
No purity rings.
Oh, Jesus.
So, and don't forget, what we're talking about is a fundamental way of bringing down abortion rates. But again, abortion should be perfectly legal. This is a personal property issue. A woman either owns her body or they don't. In Missouri, Nerdwhoop said we signed a piece of paper to stay pure until marriage. Missouri public school.
That's terrifying.
Timmy says the only sex ed class he ever had was on why being gay was wrong by the gym teacher. That was Alabama.
I don't know why I find that so funny. That's just entertaining to me, dude.
Yes,
He
because
was hands down the gayest class out of all of them. I'll go on record saying that right now. Actually, I didn't have the internet until I was around like 14. It's called living in poverty, my dude.
oh, but nobody lives in poverty. Just have rich parents.
Yeah. I didn't have access to my own computer until I was like 16.
Last mile internet in the rural sector of this nation isn't a problem. And let's face it, it's not something that you're combating against, say, like the most complicated and powerful set of chemicals that the human body will ever endure. It's not like you're up against puberty in teaching these lessons. It's not like it's something that needs to be reiterated time and time again because young people make poor decisions because their cerebral decision-making processes, cerebral decision-making areas are not fully developed until they're about 25. This isn't a thing that needs to be reiterated every year because of these consequences. No, not at all. Just, 5 minutes in the hallway as they're passing by should cover it, right? That's how that'll work.
Timmy, where did the time go? How did that happen? I want to know your story.
Timmy.
I mean, I have a general idea already, but
Timmy. We're going to get you back one of these days, Timmy. We're going to get you. Don't worry. We'll swing you back around.
How do you pronounce that? Would that be Shahada?
I do believe it is Shahada. It's the testimony, right? Like it's the like Islamic creed or something like that.
I just want to know, how do you make the jump from Catholic to... I'm not qualified to have this conversation.
Yeah, it's one of the 5 pillars of Islam. Declaring belief in God and the acceptance of Muhammad as God's messenger. Yeah.
I've always found Islam so fascinating. I just never had the time to actually sit down and read it like I have with the Bible.
I love Timmy will be able to tell me without me having to search. Jesus Christ. Mitre asking Timmy, did the gym teacher touch you? And he said no, but I did hear he touched 2 of the girl students. Jesus Christ.
Scary. And this was a person that was teaching sex ed.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
So there's the written passage in the Quran, and then there's the part that gets sung, right? What is the part that gets sung? Oh, actually, what are both of them called? Because I know there's terminology for the part that gets read aloud as words, and then there's a melodic part that gets sung. What are those called, Timmy? Thank you.
I love Mitre.
Yeah, because I'm a big fan of the part that's sung, right? That the performative value. The whole Quran is the part that gets sung. As I was understanding, fuck it, I don't know.
I think you're thinking of the hadiths.
Maybe. I'm a
wouldn't
big
fucking
fan
know.
of that. Like the competition they hold every year. We don't call it singing. Yeah, well, it is. Too bad. You can name it whatever the fuck you want, but it is a melodic, performative vocal exercise. And I quite adore that because they have that competition every year. I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia sponsors it, so fuck them. But yeah, I've watched a few of those competitions. No, of course not.
Never did.
Of course not. Metricably disprovable. The hadith.
Okay, then yeah, it probably was the hadiths you were thinking of, Kai.
Possibly. Yeah, that's statistically, quantifiably disprovable. We're not the greatest country. Like, happiness, education, upward mobility, access to healthcare. I take your fucking pick. Greatest incarceration rate per capita or raw number. In the land of the free, we have less free people than anybody else on planet Earth. Like, we're not the greatest country by a long shot. That's just crazy fucking American propaganda. Discourse, did you want to be on air? Let me know in chat.
They seem like cool people.
Yeah. Fuck it.
They DM'd me a while back saying something like "good conversation," something like to that effect. I didn't check.
I'm moving
It's
you
nice.
to on-air discourse.
Nice.
Okay, you're on air, man.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
So what's up?
Got it. Great, thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it. How you guys doing?
You know, Chud Monday has turned out interesting.
Yeah.
fun.
This is my first day I've been on both of these platforms, so this is great.
Rock on. Well, you certainly walked in on the right day, I suppose. Not a slow day.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. So, anything in particular you wanted to discuss?
No, I was when I was talking earlier about the healthcare debate. That was great.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Actually, I have to adjust something because I'm hearing like the repeat.
Are
The
you on
repeat.
mobile?
oh, you're probably still hearing me over Twitch as well as Discord.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
what you can
that
do if
makes
you're
sense.
on mobile is you click the little gear icon on the Twitch chat and you can turn it to chat only, so you can still look at chat and still listen to us in Discord.
Got it. I just turned off Twitch.
Oh, well, you can do that too.
Yeah.
That works as well.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. It's been such a frustrating experience just watching Trump people try to defend themselves because you just sit there with your mouth open wide like, what? Like, are you to yourself talking? Because it's not rational thought. There's
I
no.
admire the confidence. to
I do
such a
too.
high
Yeah, you're
degree.
right.
I don't. Being confidently
Dude,
incorrect
It's admirable.
is.
But it's telling of our public school system too, right? Like it's
It's
like
every level.
it's every level, right? I mean, I also live in Boston, and believe me, there's plenty of Harvard people and MIT people that I'm just like, wait, what? Where'd you go to? But I digress. It's just the ability to just think about what you're at, to use actual rational thought, use facts that actually mean something. Did you notice that guy was like, when I asked him, I was asking him for facts, or you guys were asking him for, well, where is that study? Oh no, you go online and research it. It's out there. It's out there.
Well,
I
because
liked when he was trying to find the fucking executive orders, and we were just sitting there for a solid like 30 seconds just waiting.
I know. And he's like, well, that's the definition of a liberal. I don't know. It's like, it's okay to
That one,
be wrong. Like,
that one threw him for a loop, dude. I love
oh,
dropping
I
that
know.
bomb.
That was great. Like, he didn't know how to respond either. He was totally like, he's like, well, I don't, okay, it's, oh, I don't know. And like,
You listen to a man question his whole life for 30 seconds there.
his life, his like value system, his like what he like, I don't, the flag that's hanging up in his garage, like everything.
Yeah, it came crashing down for a second there.
Oh my gosh. They live for it.
Hey.
I mean, the thing is, like, I understood 4 years ago why people, to an extent, why people voted for him. I understood it at a hillbilly
Oh, I
elegy
still get
kind
it.
of way, but like, yeah, I do. It's different though. I think it's I. 4 years
Again,
ago,
this is just the cycle, though. Like, this is what happens every time. It's just been a steady slide for decades now of it slowly getting worse,
but like,
and people just keep buying the propaganda, and then they descend, take it down to their kids. Well, like, it's just the cycle. It's just how it works.
I agree, but I also feel like it's. Well, you just say it's getting worse as well, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's true.
We are marching towards fascism.
We are, and I mean, and the problem is too, like on the left, and I see it here, especially. I mean, I live in a bubble of bubbles. Like Boston is so homogeneous, so vanilla as heck. Like, oh, this is adult vanilla as fuck. Like, it's so obnoxious how elite liberal this city is. And people,
Oh,
when
of course.
the day after the election 4 years ago, I was in the office in downtown, and people were just the reasoning for being upset was, I just don't understand. He said he would grab a woman by the pussy. Like, how could we elect someone like that? I'm like, you don't get it. People weren't voting on that. They were voting for because they live in Ohio and they lost their $30 an hour job and are now working at Walmart making $8 an hour and working 3 jobs. And Hillary refused to even to care to campaign in those states, some of those states. So
Yeah.
the reason for voting was like they don't understand how the other people live.
Well, they don't understand politics in general. Their political
No.
political science, let alone civics education, is 0 to none in most cases, and so they don't understand that your Republican policies, your fiscal conservatism policies, if you truly implement them, they're going to hurt you even more than you're already hurting, and thus
Right.
evidenced by all of the shit fuckery during this administration.
Exactly. I think some of that is also like the hillbilly elegy effect. If you guys read that book, or
Have not.
why do undereducated white folk vote against their best interests, and it's rooted in they don't want to be equal to black people. They don't want this, so they're
that's definitely
afraid.
part
They're
of it.
scared. Part of it. I mean,
Yeah, that's a way to phrase it. I'm more of a manufactured consent bullshit jobs type of dude.
Well, conservatism has had multiple neurological studies conducted surrounding it, and what are the roots of conservatism from a biophysiological point of view. And what they find more often than not is an overdeveloped amygdala, which is responsible for the fear, fight, and flight response. And so it is arising out of fear, and you can actually bootstrap it. So you can cause a traumatic incident in somebody's life. And if they enter a fear cycle, what will happen is the amygdala will overdevelop and they will then lean towards conservative politics.
So interesting.
Yeah. And so there have been numerous fMRI-backed studies on conservatism and the amygdala and the overdevelopment of it and the fear response in correlation to conservatism. And so,
Psychological disorder.
yeah, to an extent, yes.
I'm being dramatic,
But I mean, to an extent, there is at least there's a physiological underpinning to that continuous fear response that you see from fiscal and social conservatism.
they're scared. They're scared on so many levels.
And that's why so many of them need like a daddy figure to carry them through these hard times. It's why they elevate Trump to this level of messiah that can't be critiqued. That the media can't be, has to be wrong about his falls, and we have to constantly praise him. Blah, like they want somebody to pat them on the head and tell them it's gonna be okay.
Right, of course they do, and but isn't that why that's why Reagan was elected. That's why even the Bushes were elected.
Yeah,
Because
every time.
so I get that, but like this one is he's different because he's a sociopath. I mean, not that all of them have been perfect in the past. Let me just preface
Oh, they
with
were all
that.
sociopaths too.
Right,
I'll
but
defend that.
at least they put on a front of they're actually that. I
I've
guess
always
in my Pollyanna view, it's like they are at least good at the core. Like I believed that in some way, most of them had, except for Bill Clinton, had actually like a good conscience somewhere.
okay. So
I don't know about that.
hang on,
No,
hang on. I know who Terry Davis is off the top of my head, Terry Hawk, and I know this clip that you just posted, and you can fuck off. He is one of the most brilliant programmers to ever walk this earth. I doubt he's your uncle. But he was a racist, delusionary, highly unstable, highly mentally ill individual. As a Vegas resident, from his time here, I'm more than familiar, and as a lifelong IT professional, I'm more than familiar with Terry. Dude, no, it's not. It's not debatable. Anybody who's familiar with that man's history and the rhetoric he espoused on a regular basis, the only defense you have is he was fucked in the head. So maybe he wasn't racist because he wasn't actually mentally stable. But other than that, I mean, his rhetoric is indefensible across the board. And to just walk in the room and post that link, come on. I know what you're up to. Anyway, back to you two.
Trolly troll. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud?
How long should we wait before Greek Freak gets banned? I want to get like a bit of a feel out here.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, well, then...
Dude, just join the Discord and have a discussion with us and you don't get banned. That's how this works.
Well, I mean, that's the...
I make more than 80K a year, but that's beside the point.
I won't be working I won't be working tomorrow or the next day or the next day.
I'm the poor dude.
Yeah. Cat.
All of that.
But Cat's working on solving that. I think you've got you've got a
mean,
solid angle on that one.
Yeah. I'm gonna embrace the fact that I am, in fact, Baby Kai, and just just live.
That sounds like the makings of like a fraternity house. I'm like Alpha Baby Kai.
It's a term of endearment that one of our longtime listeners and fellow podcaster Jackie from Rose Against the Machine deemed him early on. She called him Baby Kai. My name's Kai, by the way.
It was funny.
I'm Peter, by the way, as well. Sorry.
Nice to meet you, Peter.
Just call me Cat.
Just call me Cat.
Yeah, and Mitre fucking has swinging the big dick. He earns over 80K and he helps the public. He doesn't work for any massive corporations that harm the world. He's actually educating the next generation of people.
Yeah.
I have worked for
Sad to see the
corporations. Who?
That makes me disappointed, Meat. I thought you'd be on the hype train.
Nice to meet you, James. I will keep none of your names straight unless you become regular, so I apologize in the future. There's just too much as a regular streamer and podcaster to take on board on a daily basis as far as the memory goes.
That's why I ban so many people, dude. I just can't keep up all these reactions. They all blend together after a while.
So I'm actually gay, and I was on Grindr, the infamous app, and I had on there, because they have hashtags now that you can put on there. I had BLM as a hashtag.
Oh no.
Oh no, it was one of a couple, like especially when it was, and I had white guys without any face pic or anything, coming at me as if and telling me calling me things first off haven't heard since like grade school, but like things that were just so wretched and horrible, and that I'm going to hell, and that that I'm anti-American, and I am a blah 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 blah, and I'm like,
Did you get Marxist?
oh yes, frequently. Like,
That's how you know you're talking to a Nazi, dude.
oh my god, and
100%
they're
of the time.
yeah, and there's so many out there, and I'm like, what, like, huh?
It's funny that it's gay people too.
Oh, the gay community is an extremely there's a lot of racism. I dated a
it's
black guy
weird as fuck.
in South Carolina. Oh, and I dated this guy for a month, and my quote unquote friends came to me after dating him and being like, you may want to consider dating someone else next time. And they're like, why? And they're like, you just want to get a reputation. I'm like, what, for dating really rich black guys? Like, what do you want? Like, he was a lawyer. He was, not that it matters. It just doesn't matter. But like in their minds, it would. Or I was using it as a
Hey,
and like really.
I don't want to interrupt you here, but the Greek freak with the attention span of a fucking housefly wants to know if you're gay, even though he literally started that story with "I'm gay."
Yeah.
I am.
So am I.
So am I.
So you know. just putting that out there for you. Greek freak.
I added.
I'm going to hell. So this is...
I added the LGBTQIA plus tag when
Umbrella.
And I only said it because to give context to the conversation. I usually don't like lead with that, but it was.
I think you could have led with "I was on Grindr" and covered your bases.
And then be like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah, got it.
I mean, it could have just been curious.
That's you dude. I have stories to. Well, you do too, I'm sure.
Oh, of course.
And Mitre wishes
I'm
he was.
I'm not gay. Like,
Right. I'm just looking around.
yeah.
Just.
I'm cute. Yeah, right. Oh my gosh. Anyway.
It's fucking hilarious, dude.
What makes mine different? It's hosted by me. Do you need more justification than that? If so, then both my mod and I are open vocal anarchists. On top of that,
Yeah, it seems like Twitch is more socialist leaning than anarchist leaning.
Twitch does lean sort of like towards the soc-com sort of leftism, whereas I take a position of anarchism, and so does my mod Cat, who you can hear on air right now, joined by Discourse.
I don't know about that, Mitre.
It's the best and gayest. It's definitely not the gayest.
Yeah, there are some that definitely put us to shame there. I didn't know there was a BLM company.
Oh, is it? I did not know that.
Nice, Timmy. Timmy's been banned from every right-wing stream he went on.
Okay, and with that,
Let's have a contest.
thanks.
Now that you're leaving, gone.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I banned the right person, by the way. I wasn't gonna ban Timmy. Timmy's cool.
Oh no.
A little crazy, but he's cool.
I'd have to undo you. Okay, so anarchist over socialist, that's a fair difference. And for anybody who's new and wondering why the fuck that dude just got banned, he's been arguing in bad faith and using all sorts of logical fallacies for like an hour. He was given way too much rope to hang himself with. Like he literally bungee jumped off a fucking bridge with a noose around his neck and slammed into the ground. He had so much rope.
Right.
And if he just read rule number 1.
Yeah,
Hey!
we personally invited him onto our Discord, and
Mwah. Love you,
he said no.
Sam. Just bring in the high level discourse, definitely engaging in the dialectic. I mean, showing off that university degree, I'm sure that you have. Really bringing it to the libtards. It's fucking
liberal something.
I take that as a
bullet
term of
something.
endearment.
Yeah, I'm really hurting on the inside as a result of that term of phrase.
Yeah.
Kip, what does anarchism mean to me? Okay, so I'll give you the same spiel I give everybody. Anarchism is a wide river with many streams and tributaries feeding into it. And when you speak to anarchists, they all have their own sort of individualistic thing, but there is a common thread that is woven throughout most of anarchism. It is a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a hierarchy and a philosophical challenging of authority and authority and power mechanisms. There you go.
Yeah. A lot of those tend to lead you down anti-capitalist viewpoints and kind of Marxist-leaning sentiments, but not always. You can be like a strange-ass mutualist or some other crazy shit.
So it is it's an intellectual lens, a mode of philosophical analysis for which I approach all of the things, whether we're talking economics, whether we're talking religion, whether we're talking day-to-day just life events. I am an anarchist, and so if you show me, here, hang on.
We have a few fascists hanging. We have a few fascist regulars in chat, actually.
We've got, Homelander's a centralist authoritarian. We've got, we have a whole host. But there's our statement of praxis on the channel. And so as you can see, we not only welcome differing viewpoints, we often engage with them on a level and in a way that many leftist streamers, many within the community do not. So do not expect not to be challenged, though. We will challenge, we will deconstruct, we will argue with, we will counter all of your viewpoints if we disagree with them.
We're not going to be nice, basically, to shorten it up.
Yeah.
As I hope I've demonstrated over my time on air.
If not being nice is using facts to formulate a sound argument, then yes, that's not.
Oh, it's not even that. Like, I'll just call people cowards. I'm like rhetorically, like, morally bankrupt and shit. Like, I am not above.
I was being sarcastic, but.
Well, for some people, yeah, proving them wrong is mean as fuck.
Oh,
they don't appreciate
the president of the United States. You dare even consider proving him wrong, or not proving him wrong, but even just questioning something, and he fires you. He'll call you the worst thing that's ever walked the face of the earth. I mean, every single person that he's ever fired is the worst at whatever they did that's ever walked through Washington.
And then we ignore he hired them in the first place.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Not taking credit for that. I mean, like.
Well, as he says, it's not my fault. It's China's fault. I'll take full responsibility, but it's China's fault.
China. Oh God. I'm from New York originally, and I never liked him.
Nobody in New York.
New Yorkers don't like him.
Yeah.
It's not because of his politics, but because he's just an ass. He's the classic stereotypical New York slimy businessman from the 80s and 90s. He embodies it completely.
Right.
But no, that's not why I like him. Just like when I wasn't thrilled with Hillary Clinton, everyone said, you're just a chauvinist. I'm like, no, what?
She's a fucking corporation in a pantsuit. What's to like about her?
She was so arrogant. And the digital team from Obama came to her team and said, hey, we'd like to help you out. Because I don't know. And we're thinking back, has there been as much of an engaged population digitally in any campaign prior to the Obama run the first time? No, there hasn't. So wouldn't you say, yeah, please, yes, please? No, they didn't. We got this. Because they had it, right? They had it in the bag. She deserved it. No one deserves that office just because. You don't earn it. You earn it through getting elected, not just because you've worked hard.
Memphisuga, we'll bash Trump too. So don't get your erection too hard yet.
Don't edge yourself.
They've been bashing Trump the whole time. I'm just not a huge Clinton fan. Never have either one of them for that matter.
How I define leftism is generally social progressivism, labor movements, egalitarianism. These are the sorts of calling cards of leftist politics. Social equality.
It's generally a preference towards less hierarchical power structures over. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can really just sum it up in that one sentence. leftists prefer less hierarchical power structures, whereas rightists prefer hierarchical power structures. And it's just
See the roots
what the
of
different
modern
hierarchies.
conservatism finding their way to Edmund Burke and support for monarchies. Conservatives love hierarchies. Leftists tend to not.
Yeah.
Let's see. I've never put a label on my belief. Hey, thank you, Chief. Kool-Aid's never put a label on his beliefs. Labels are useful. They tell us what's inside. Don't become too obsessed with the label, and then you end up in idpol territory. But don't judge a book by its cover. Well, that's the reason the cover's there, is so that you can judge the contents of the book before you pull it off the shelf. Like, there's a reason for these things. Words have meaning. Definitions matter, and labels are useful. So,
I think it's generally important to know why you believe things, and what that generally leads you towards, and then from there you can start putting on your labels. Just have your foundation set. If you're someone who tends to prefer equality, tends to prefer non-authoritarian structures, tend to prefer, less exploitation, you're left-leaning.
I don't hate America. I actually love America, and that I take offense to that if everyone thinks I don't like America. But
I hate America.
You can and I respect you on that. But I'm responding to yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like no, and it's like I'm not proud. I would say that I appreciate living here versus many other places in the world.
I feel that.
But
I think the beauty of being an American is being able to have this conversation that we're having right now without having the government outside of our door, arresting us.
There's 70 countries.
On that one.
Yeah, there's 70
because
countries.
Ironically, the conservatives, the ones who talk about freedom, are the ones who are going to get us to that place quicker, which is just
gonna.
There's easily 70 countries on the planet that have freedom of speech to a degree that we could be having this conversation about the government in which it would be. And a vast chunk of those countries have far better social safety nets, have far better access to healthcare, have far better access to education, have less prison population, have less poverty, have greater upward mobility in their economies. This country sucks, folks. Don't buy the hype. I would love to have been delivered. I feel it's a bait and switch, right? The America that people get taught about doesn't exist. It's a fucking con job.
I disagree slightly with you on that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sales job. It's a bit of a propaganda job that they start from before you're even born, and it doesn't pay off. And so, we're the freest nation on planet Earth. No, we have more unfree people in the form of prisoners than anybody else. Per capita, raw number, doesn't matter how you splice it. We have more non-free people than anywhere else in the home of freedom, as it were. And to say that we're more free than a whole host of nations out there is
But if you're white though, then you're or black versus black. That's also a different story, isn't it?
Of course.
Of course.
As a Mexican,
maybe that's why I feel freer too, because I'm white, and in that regard, I don't think about that.
Probably doesn't hurt your perspective.
Yeah.
Probably.
The world existed before America. The world will exist after America, Chief. This is a lack of vision that people have. I assure you, the world went on without the Roman Empire. The intellectual, the cultural, the artistic developments, the political developments that Rome contributed to the human culture and the planet Earth continue on to this day, even though their empire failed in the end. The British Empire collapsed. All things come to an end, and that will be true about capitalism. That will be true about the current form of America. All things evolve, all things change, all things end. And this lack of vision that people have freaks me the fuck out. That they can't see their way past the feudalism into the constitutional monarchism that's coming. They can't see their way out of the constitutional monarchism for the, you know, industrialization that's coming. They can't see their way out of the industrialization into the information age. And I assure you, capitalism is hitting its late stages.
Odd, yeah.
So
You're absolutely right. I agree with you on a lot of those points.
It's just
I fundamentally though, like the Republican and conservative doctrine that had established years ago would, if actually lived by and followed by its people, would prove to have a better outcome than actually exists today. But they don't actually. The whole trickle down economics is part of their doctrine, but they're not, the rich people aren't putting that money. They're not giving back. They're not helping the people that aren't able to get an abortion to raise their family. They're not saying, you know what, you have this pregnancy, we're going to help you and give you food and help and make sure your child is safe. You're on your own.
That's because it was never about that. I mean, that was, again, part of the con job. Like, America sells you a bill of goods and never delivers on it. It's what we do here. We're really good at it. And
living in a very liberal state, like it's like in the past year, there was a couple months where I went from being an executive to not having a job and not having any prospects because of COVID, and Massachusetts took care of me, and it was like, wow, I'm glad I'm here, not South Carolina still, but.
Have you ever seen the NPR interview from a few years back with the Tennessean versus Kentuckian thing?
No.
This guy's living in Tennessee, and he's, you know, not far from Kentucky. And Tennessee opted not to do the Medicaid rollouts for Obamacare, and Kentucky did. And this motherfucker's dying of lymphoma, speaking to an NPR reporter and saying, I would never get on Obamacare. I would never fucking sign up. I would never sign up for Medicaid. And she points out that you're literally dying of lymphoma. And if you were just 20 minutes that direction, you could get state-run Medicaid and you could get treatment. And that motherfucker's dead.
Yeah.
He died of something that maybe could have been treated, and he did it because
of racism
and propaganda and just general ignorance.
Well, wasn't the percentage like I don't know the exact numbers, but people polled like 80% don't like or of conservatives want to replace Obamacare, but the ACA they want to keep.
Oh yeah,
some bullshit. Like it's it's because of the way
black people.
They just the reason Trump is also in power is because a black man was president.
Mm-hmm.
That's and just him being there.
Yep.
I mean, but then Obama gets blamed for because of the unrest and so on that's existing today. This is Trump's America, not Obama's.
There's a great, I forget who did it, but there was a series of interviews somewhere in the Deep South, and one of the statements that was made by a guy was, keep your federal hands off of my Medicare.
I remember that well.
Yep.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
hilarious.
And the company, it was interesting because did you hear about the company Haven, which was a conglomerate or between Bezos / Amazon, J.P. Morgan I think it was Diamond.
Oh yeah, It was Diamond. It was Diamond, Buffett, and Bezos. Yeah, it's
and they hired Atul. I can't pronounce his last name. It starts with a G, I believe. He wrote a bunch of books. He's Harvard Medical School, wrote a bunch of books on patient care and so on. Was the CEO, and the idea was that they were going to fix healthcare because Amazon, J.P. Morgan, and Berkshire Hathaway, what was his name, Warren Buffett, were going to figure this out. Well, first off, they haven't done shit. Secondly, I think the CEO already left because you know what? It's this whole healthcare. I don't agree with you that government is going to magically fix the problems that exist in healthcare because the problems that exist today in America are so entrenched that have the government come in and fix it, it's just not going to happen. It's just, I don't see that.
Oh yeah,
Having
this
been-
is a multi-decade process that has to start, but we haven't even started. We've just been sputtering our dirt in the mud for
Gawande.
decades.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And he's a brilliant man, and he already left as CEO of what was to be a company that was going to figure out the capitalistic approach.
But the first thing that needs to happen is you have to decapitalize the industry. You have to take out the for-profit incentive. Then you have to start taking out the middlemen, which you have multi-billion-dollar companies like McKesson
Dude,
and United
I used to work
Healthcare.
for the PBMs. I worked for the pharmacy benefit managers for about
Okay, so
13
you
years.
know you at least
yeah.
understand who needs to go first, right?
The thing is though, it's everyone is to blame. The doctors are to blame. The people are like the countries that we talk about socialized medicine working so well have such a homogeneous population of healthier people.
Well,
And
but access to healthcare kickstarts that. Early childhood access to healthcare actually kickstarts that process. And
also, yeah, sorry.
well, people are afraid to even go to the doctor in this country. Thank you, Bugsy.
Because of the cost.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I think it's by 2024, over half of the population won't have enough liquid cash in their savings to cover their deductible, because their deductibles are getting so high, and the disparity between rich and poor is getting so vast, and the savings rate just doesn't exist at all.
And let's talk, the inequality between fast food and healthful food.
Or exactly.
Thank you, Sandpoint. So you have that, disparity in cost between the, levels of with healthful versus unhealthy food. And you have the lack of access to health care. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Biggs.
Get a lot of people.
Nice.
I'm going to pump those metrics to this today. And so you have this disparity, as well as, we know that basic finances allow for a healthier quality of life, right? The more money you have, the greater access to the things that generally provide you health you have. They reduce stress factors. They increase your quality of your diet. These sorts of things matter when you talk about this discussion, when you have this discussion. So the financial inequalities and inequities that exist rampant throughout our system have to be brought into the discussion about healthcare as well.
Right, exactly.
But
I just don't see the population. I would be interesting to see what happens as far as the society as a whole wanting to see that happen, because I just don't. We don't want to take ownership of that. People don't want to take ownership of their own health at all.
I mean, it's good example of 40% obese. That sort of thing. Americans are fat as fuck, and they don't want to do anything about it, even though it is relatively simple, even on like a lower end income, to do something about that. It does take.
We also stripped gym from schools, though, too. Physical activity is being removed from the public school system, which makes no sense in so many ways. We're encouraging and promoting this problem just by the systems that exist.
Yep.
Not helping the situation.
Well, right, and that's kind of the thing, is that it's not just a matter of introducing socialized medicine. It's like it's a multilateral, multifaceted issue that has to be tackled from multiple angles. But the point is that what we're doing now just isn't fucking working, and we need to acknowledge that and move people away from that idea that it is working.
It was interesting when I worked for the nonprofit payer, because the nonprofit payer, it was interesting because we weren't making money the first 2 years I was there, and we were getting out of a rut actually caused by Obamacare, but they weren't blaming it on that like in a bad way. They were just adjusting to it. And it was interesting because it wasn't, when I worked for the for-profits, it was just disgusting in so many ways. Like you're playing with people's lives here, but also it's not always the payers that are making the decisions. Most of the time, especially in the larger corporations, it's the companies that actually make the decisions about what and gets covered and what doesn't. I mean, I remember there being cases where there was a specific kidney disease or treatment for a specific kidney disease that was not being covered by an employer in the state I was in, and they were blaming us, and we're like, you're actually self-insured, and the head of HR for your company is the one that told us not to pay it. And so we're just the facilitator.
Well, a single-payer universal healthcare system would eliminate the healthcare being tied to your employer, which would
they'd still have it. They would, yeah, you're right, being tied to it, but we would just end up like Britain in the sense that our employers, for most of us that have jobs making so much more a year, we would get like what would be equivalent to today like a Medicare Advantage plan or a Medicare supplement plan, where it would be Medicare for all, but except if you're privileged, you still get the old system basically to get to choose who you go and see. And
well, but that's an implementation issue. That's just a matter of, look, you either get universal health care or you don't. And if you want to do it truly, if you want to do it equitably, if you want to do it with a certain level of egalitarianism, then you have to tackle the problem with a certain sense of surgical fervor. Right? You worked in healthcare. Or at least tangentially, you ever have a conversation with a surgeon?
Of course.
They're psychopaths.
Oh yeah.
They're absolutely,
especially neurosurgeon.
Yeah, they're absolutely brutal. And you have to have that approach when dealing with this sort of fix. There's a lot of people that are making a living from this system. There's a lot of people that are employed within this system. There's a whole host of companies and conglomerates that need to go away. And we need to find a way to do that. We need to find a way to make sure that those people are taken care of. We need to find a way that to ensure that there's a safety net there to catch them when we do this. But companies like United Healthcare shouldn't exist. It's that simple. They are parasites on the healthcare system. And in a truly equal and equitable system, they have no position. They have no room. They need to go away. They are doing nothing but profiting from the restriction of care. And so we need to have a very heavy hand when dealing with a lot of these topics.
I think that there's been, because healthcare just wasn't expensive, so to speak, for so many years. And I mean, growing up, it was all funny money, right?
Well,
like you go to the doctor and it's $10 here, it's $20 here. No one ever realizes and understands
how old
the
are
actual
you?
cost. 39,
Okay.
1981.
So 1973 is where Kaiser Permanente, in coordination with the Nixon administration, turns our for-profit model into a non-profit model into the for-profit model that we have today. And so the boomers grew up under a superior system, as is tradition, and then voted in assholes and voted in policies that undermined and converted it into a privatized system that benefits few and takes advantage of many.
In other industries, there should have. I guess what I'm getting at, and maybe thinking just now as I'm talking through this with you guys, but is this industry specifically just hasn't. I was also in charge of digital transformation, and which doesn't. I don't even get started on my issues with that, and there's lack of ability or desire to change. They haven't been forced to or made to do anything until very recently, where other industries have had to transform. They've had to adapt and adjust to the changing landscape out there, but healthcare hasn't had to. But now there's a reckoning happening, and it's either going to go one way or the other. Either the industry is just going to somehow say, you know what, we've had it. It was nice. We made a lot of money in the past, but we need to fix this now, or we're going to be gone. And they're looking at each other. I believe they're looking at each other, being like, "Not me. You got it," because I'm not going to be the one to do it.
Then let them. Dinosaurs will die.
It's true capitalist, and that's where I think that's where there's a problem with the way it's set up. In that, and I'm not advocating for the removal of this law, but do you remember that there was a debate actually in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, at the Carolina House, where Mitt Romney was asked, what about the guy in his apartment who has a heart attack and gets dropped and goes to the hospital? Should we care for him or not?
Of course we should.
And that people, of course we should. And someone in the audience said, let him die, or something like that.
Yep.
And that law is the Band-Aid to cover the uncovered. And it's like, why don't we just fix that to start? Raise the income level for Medicaid to, I don't know, $60,000-$70,000 a year. The capitalists will be happy, because what is the biggest concern why people don't go out and start a new business? It's because they have a family, and they don't. And first off, they don't want to, and they don't know what they're going to do for healthcare. So that would immediately create entrepreneurship and so on.
You fix healthcare even moderately, and you do away with you declare null and void all student debt. You do those two things, you would see the greatest economic boon that has hit this country in generations. But it's intentional. See, that's the thing. The system isn't broken. Don't ever mistake that. This shit is working as intended. Lucky, very weird, apropos of nothing. Some apparently drama that you're carrying with you from somewhere else. Some streamer said that video games has to be political. Is this true or false? And people asked him for further clarification, but no, video games don't have to be political, but they can be, and many of them are. And if that bothers you, well, too bad.
My hot take is that it's impossible to make an apolitical game.
It is extraordinarily difficult to do that, to make a truly apolitical game. Any apocalyptic, I mean, let's face it, here's the deal. Basically, all the games that you play are political. Modern games. Mitre, Pac-Man probably is in that territory.
There's gender.
So look at the backstories and the biographies of the Street Fighter characters, and you will find a whole host of politics. So yes, even Street Fighter.
Yeah, I would agree as an avid Street Fighter fan.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, there's like a whole political plot that takes place in that game. Let's just sidetrack for a little bit. Like if you look into the backstory of like, I think it's Cammy and Bison, that like whole thing, they're like commentating about like the nature of like intelligence operations and shit. It's very juvenile critiques, but
yeah, they've got freedom fighters and they've got world police type organizations. They've got, I mean, come on, they've got like mafioso type members as well.
There's a trans character in there.
Yeah, it's Street Fighter's political. There's not many games that you can list that are like modern, even in the slightest video games, that don't have a political bent to them. So, I mean, there is some credence to what that individual what that individual was saying. Yeah, even Timmy's like, definitely God of War.
Yeah, that's an easy one right there.
I mean,
like in Tetris, I would say Tetris is political. There's a lot of like bullshit that went on like with Russian politics to get that game out there.
Yeah, I remember that, like the Kremlin's in there and shit.
Yeah, I mean,
how did
the theme?
How did we go from a total tangent? So I apologize. We don't have to go.
We just paid attention to a chatter. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah. How did we go from the communism and Russia being our arch nemesis?
Isn't that one of the most beautiful switches ever?
It is. No, it's the population is the people are to blame as well, because they're not calling them out. Like we are, the liberals are, but I guess I'm a liberal now. I am, but like
not me.
Seriously? like Putin. We just believe that Putin's perfect and he's fine, and they're not doing anything wrong.
Lucky, Super Mario is centered around monarchism. It's centered around the power struggle between men and women. It's about chattel ownership of a woman. And that woman happens to be a princess. There's no way of getting around the politics of Super Mario. So keep trying. Telling you, politics is an ever pervasive concept and topic. It's very difficult to divorce your life from it.
Yeah, the only way that you can really do that is if like you're intensely privileged enough to just like not be affected by anything going on in the world.
That's why I think Boston is quote unquote blue, or Massachusetts is blue, but it's really not, because they just don't know that they're not.
Yeah, they're kind of where the country should be, like ideally.
Sure.
Disagree.
Well, they're a little bit they're a step in the right
For a
direction.
little bit. The federal government had to come and integrate the schools here in the 70s because they wouldn't, because the Irish people wouldn't. It was the Irish contingency cohort in South Boston, but didn't want
I'm gonna
the integration.
Lucky, I'm gonna read you an excerpt. The war between the Mishima Zaibatsu and G Corporation continues to ravage the world. The game's story is told from the perspective of a reporter whose wife and son are killed in the crossfire, leading him to begin an expose on the Mishima Zaibatsu and G Corporation. That's Tekken. Sounds pretty fucking political to me.
Just a little. Just a tad.
I'm just wondering why I want to avoid it. But that's kind of my question.
Well, I mean,
It goes back to the thought of anti-intellectualism, right? People they look at it as snobbish and like we're trying to be elitists by having the conversation and thinking for once instead of just listening to someone on television, a talking head, and repeating and regurgitating what they say.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I just wanted to open the question for Lucky.
I think
You're not wrong, Voltaire, but I think as a legendary liberal as yourself would understand that it's probably better to preserve bourgeois democracy as opposed to emboldening fascism.
Populism.
Little preferable, I'd like to think. Tiny bit.
Yeah, Timmy, we got another one. Dude, it's fucking this dude, I'm writing this date down. I'm fucking
I think this is a Bernie or Buster though. At least I think.
I don't either way.
Bernie or Busters, they make the most. They're like they're worse hypocrites than I think than Republicans.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, Republicans know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're
Republicans
fully aware.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Lucky, I think you're coming at this from this sort of like gamer thing. Like there's this contingent of registered trademark gamers that basically are social conservatives. Hey, Budweiser. Yes, apparently Tony Hawk. I look like Tony Hawk. He's a fucking cool ass dude. I will take that comparison any day of the week. It's better than being compared to Epstein like Trump or something. But there's this sort of like contingent amongst like trademark gamers that fundamentally they're social conservatives, and the nature of most video games are either satirical or literal critiques of conservatism, corporatism, and fascism. This is just sort of what they're about. Fallout's about this. Call of Duty's about this. Like, the Hitman series is about this. This is the nature of video games and most art, quite frankly. Art has a leftist bent to it, whether you like it or not. And so, Timmy, most hardcore gamers are near Nazis. Dude,
It's weird as fuck.
there's something there.
It's interesting.
How that culture got co-opted, I don't know. I grew up playing
My
video
take-
games, for fuck's sake. I'm not a goddamn Nazi. How'd that shit happen?
My take is that, like, for some reason, video gamers just like tend to see themselves as like really fucking smart because reasons, and that just leads to them feeling that they have like it leads to hierarchical thinking because of that. Once they place themselves on the hierarchy of intelligence, it just everything else follows. That's just like me bullshitting. I have no data to back this up at all.
No, I think I see where you're coming from. Again, yeah. They've also found a community that may have not been able to find one before.
Well, yeah, and then
they're dominant, and if
view
they're dominating in it,
themselves-
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then they fucking anime is fascist, Lucky. I will actually defend that unironically.
Not all anime, but a non-significant
chunk of
chunk
it.
of it is 100% like literally advocating or glorifying fascistic tendencies, policies, and ideologies. I
Look
mean,
at Girls in Panzer. That shit's fucking like it's it's the most hilarious brand of fascism I've ever seen, but it is pretty fascist.
Attack on Titan, ACCA, even the Full Metal Alchemist movie off the top of my head. Yeah, the Girls in Panzer ones. Yeah, there's a whole host of them that are definitely fascist leaning.
My scale is that the cuter the chicks are, the more fascist it probably is. It's generally how it goes. Or the more complex the uniforms are. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, you fucking coward.
Doesn't that go for news stations as well? Like,
Oh, 100%.
I haven't seen Bombshell yet, but I want to see it. I've heard it's very.
It's alright.
Yeah.
It'll fill the time.
Well, there's yeah.
Wrong. Wrongest things said today, and we dealt with an actual Nazi today. Wrong. Jesus Christ. Everybody is human, and we have to respect each other and ignore the ideology what they follow.
No. If
fuck that.
if I believe that you should be murdered and blah blah, blah so on and so forth, you don't have to respect me.
Yeah, no. I think that's cowardice, honestly. It's the height of cowardice, really, to not take
What?
a stand on anything.
Like, yeah, let's respect that fucking serial killer's ideology. Let's respect Hitler's ideology. Let's respect Stalin's ideology. Let's respect Mao's ideology. Let's respect that's insane.
The person who decides to get respected and who doesn't, that's more there's a basic semblance of moral code that we all live by, the rights and wrongs of just living as people together. Come on, who gets to decide who's respected and who doesn't? And come on.
I mean, first, start with who violates the non-aggression principle. Are you causing harm? Are you actively hurting people? Congratulations, move to the back of the line.
It's to meet Trey, the intelligent. If that is the case, it's because the intelligent have a higher moral compass than the unintelligent. Then
It's real. Look, the world is full of grays, right? Full of shades of gray. But on the days with a body count, congratulations, you found yourself a black and white. It's very rare that the days that have a black and white don't end up in a body count. So that's your first starting rubric. How do you separate the good ideologies from the bad? Are they advocating for the murder of fellow people? Do they say that you should be condemned, that you're a lesser person than them because you believe something differently? Then congratulations. Probably move to the back of the fucking line. Are they saying that we should treat people with some level of egalitarian, equality, equity, equitable opportunity and access to resources that make it so that you can thrive within society? Congratulations. Move to the front of the line. Like, this is easy stuff to do. Hey, Johnny. What's up, my man?
and Lucky, if you hate politics, why are you on a political channel?
Yeah, I
Yeah, that
mean,
seems-
you're literally
Yeah,
on the politics fucking category right now.
It's like walking into a gay bar and being like, "Oh, I don't feel comfortable here. I'm not gay, and I don't like gay people." Well, You maybe shouldn't have come.
Yeah, probably not on the
As an
agenda.
example. Yeah.
Johnny. Oh, it's been a long day. My man, you should have been here 3 hours ago. It's been the Monday of Chuds. It has been one after another after another. We had a literal Nazi putting shit like, 1488 and shit into fucking chat. We've had, dude, you should have been here.
Mitre, that was actually one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time. But if you expect to get sucked up, then sorry, bud, you're bi or gay yourself.
Oh no, he is definitely fluid.
Oh,
yeah, Mitre is in that category of don't try and label him. Hey, BT8, living in a red state during these Trump years has made me lose any last shred of hope for fixing things in America or anywhere really.
I understand that. I get that.
My parents, who know I'm from New York, they live in South Carolina, retired, and my mother was accosted at the grocery store about a month or two ago, and she was wearing a mask. She's 68 years old. This woman walks up to her and says, "You must be a liberal Democrat," and she's like, "How? What the? First off, like, excuse me, and secondly, like, what do you mean? Well, you're wearing a mask," and she's like, "My husband just went in for surgery. I'm 68 years old, and I'm wearing the mask for the people that are working here. That has nothing to do with politics. It's because I'm being considerate."
Oh no, it's become political shibboleth. Hey SJ, what's up, my man? Hope you had a good stream. It's become a political shibboleth. It's a in-group identifier. And so if you're wearing a fucking mask, you're part of the out group.
Unbelievable. I know, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, avoid the non-maskers.
Yeah, I'd push back on some of that, Johnny. I don't know. My thing is that I'm very careful about the aestheticization of politics in general, as I do think that kind of leads towards hierarchical thinking within itself, and that
Repeat that. Aesthetical thinking.
the aestheticization
Aestheticization. Okay.
of politics. I fucking struggle with that multisyllabic shit. Fucking.
Oh, I've never used
Point
that
is,
word before, but I'm going.
Yeah.
I get
No,
it. I've never heard it used.
Kind
That's
of
cool.
speaks for itself. But point is that like the pageantry of politics within itself is kind of structural fascism. That like it leads towards
Nightman.
It's kind of inherently anti-intellectual, and that kind of leads more times than not to hierarchical thinking, and that you have to be very fucking careful of that shit. Even though I have like the Ancom star on my profile, it's more so just an identifier. If somebody had a talk with me and then they decided I was like a fucking libertarian Marxist or something, I wouldn't fucking care, because it's just whatever. We can fucking like, as long as we're going towards the right ideological ends, I could really give a fuck less. But there are people that like get really hurt over that shit, and it's just an intellectual vacuum that we have to be very fucking cautious of. That's where you get into like the whole, that's why you have so many, for example, tankies that are just purely aesthetics focused. They're indistinguishable from fucking fascists, but they got the hammers and sickles and the red, and they fucking constantly praise the strength of whatever the fuck. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not good. I'm not a fan.
Budweiser. Y'all were just loving hierarchies when it comes to the big, scary, mean, bad ideologies like 5 minutes ago. That was very poorly constructed argument.
That is some high-tier enlightened centrism.
That's some high-tier sarcasm.
No, I think he's being legit.
No, he is. Hey, Zealot, fucking yeah! I covered Chile's fucking that covered at the top of the show. Chile is rewriting their constitution to not be the fascist Pinochet inspired constitution from the 70s. It's going to be a hell of a thing. I wish them mad luck, and I hope they get out the other side cleanly without too much interference from the CIA.
Sure. But like Budweiser, you do realize the reason why those ideologies go in the back of the line is because they're hierarchical, right? Like, did you miss that, or like did the connection just not line up there?
And yeah, Mills, Johnny, 14 Characteristics of Fascism by Umberto Eco. Definitely worth looking at. If I've covered it on stream before, I've read them on stream before. And America meets all 14 qualifiers, FYI.
Wait, Budweiser, do you not know about the, fuck it, Kai, put it on screen, the paradox of tolerance. In order to summarize, in order to have a tolerant society and one that ensures the equality of people, you can't fucking, you can't have people that don't believe in that shit, because they'll eventually subvert the society and make it unequal. Like,
it's on screen. You can.
Well, that's what.
There's no way around that reality. We didn't debate the Nazis away. It just that's just not how it works. They're not interested in democracy. They're not interested in dialogue. They're not interested in fucking having any sort of civil discussions on anything. They're people that want to see mass amounts of people dead.
Yeah.
And then there's the centrists who sit in the middle of that saying, my favorite people in the world. Hey, let's kill a bunch of people. Hey, let's not kill those people. And then there's the centrists in the middle saying, hey, whoa, let's compromise. Let's just kill some of the people.
I'm still undecided between the two candidates. Really? How could you? Come on.
I'm older than that. Zealot. I've never watched Beyblade or anything like that, so I can't speak to that. But
what'd they say?
Didn't know your name was Kai. Kai was the best Beyblader.
Kai
Rizdal from NPR.
I think that's old Beyblade. I only watched the new one when I was like 10.
Yep, still older than you, Zealot. Being intolerant of intolerance. I feel like there should be a word that describes that. I'd identify with that description.
It's a word that starts with an A and then ends in an A. Just, you can figure that out.
Yeah. There's a whole fucking...
Actually.
Yeah.
Wait, is that an acronym? Oh, wait,
No. It's a portmanteau.
Yeah, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it's anti-fascist. It's the term you're looking for.
Damn.
And Antifa for short, which is a portmanteau. Yeah, that's what you're looking for. So yeah, there you go. Timmy said they banned Beyblade stuff in his school really quickly. It was like a black market Beyblade for a while.
Oh yeah, totally. I had that problem with fucking, what were they fucking called? They were like balls that would like open up on like metal cards. Bakugan, I think was the name of them. Fucking total black market at my fucking elementary school, dude. They fucking kids were fucking selling them, and like they were like beating kids up for their like little fucking things. It was fucking.
Then you don't. Hey, thank you, Jojo. Budweiser. Then you clearly know zero about the history of anarchism. Any anarchistic organization will collapse before they'll force people violently to follow what they believe. There's numerous examples of this. Kospaya, Ukraine, Korea, Russia, here. Hey, congratulations. Good for you, Jojo.
They did quite literally collapse, by the way.
Yeah.
That's why he does say that.
They
They literally like died before they actually comprised on their principles.
yeah. We anarchists will not force you to do anything. It's antithetical to what we believe. It's a voluntary only system. So, yeah.
Is libertarianism like on the way to like it's a stop on the way to anarchism?
They have a common pool they draw from. Libertarianism, classical libertarianism, classical liberalism, and anarchism have a shared enlightenment pool that they share from. So you see common threads between them.
The hot take that I constantly have everybody shitting on me for is saying that anarchism and to a lesser extent Marxism are simply extensions of Enlightenment values and simply more adequate means to fulfill the promises of the Enlightenment. Which,
yeah.
many anarchists and many Marxists would balk at that, but I say fucking actually learn about the Enlightenment because it was pretty cool.
The idea is far from garbage, and it's not impossible, seeing as Kospaya lasted for 375 years. There are anarchistic communes that still exist within the U.S., across Europe. It's an entirely viable possibility, and see global cooperative business structures as a form of anarchism as well. Direct democracy. Hey, thank you, Marx. So, yeah, this is literally the foundation for Western democracies as you know it, are the same principles that most anarchists ascribe to. The Enlightenment period informs this greatly. Hey, preach, brother, preach. Capitalism is chaos, not anarchism. Fucking nice to see a fucking like mind. Yeah, it's not only viable. The problem is that you have too many bootlicking authoritarians. That's it.
Yeah.
I
I never thought of myself as an anarchist or anything of that nature, but I guess I have considered myself at points libertarian-ish. So it's probably why.
Johnny, where did you put it? Oh, all right.
I mean, honestly, I would say that the distinction between like anarchists and libertarians is kind of meaningless for the most part.
See, that's the thing. It's meaningless if you have a political science education, and you can create that distinction for yourself from neo-libertarianism, American libertarianism, and classical libertarianism. If you understand those distinctions, then it's meaningless. But if you don't understand those distinctions, then the conflation of those is dangerous at the very least.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny put his little like meme thing in chat. And it's just sort of a quote. Well, since you put it that way, I right now actually change my preference between Biden and Trump to preferring Trump. That way my vote for Howie is actually a vote for Biden now. I don't agree, but it is pithy.
I mean, that's fuck it. Yeah, sure, go for it. Just embrace the accelerationism, I guess. That's valid.
Yeah, he uses it just to trigger libs.
Oh, of course. I don't know. I think it's just weird that so many of these like Green Party voters like to think of themselves as progressive when like the Green Party was founded by eco-fascists and TERFs and fucking like it's a fucking like highly reactionary organization. Hawkins himself has been in some shit too. Like it's not this fucking bastion of socialist thought that a lot of these people think it is. And I suspect it's because a lot of them actually don't plan to vote Green Party. I feel like they're just saying it so they don't come off as lazy. You know?
Fucking, was it Marx? Who? Yeah, Marx Goldberg. Enlightenment is Thomas Paine. That's an oversimplification that I would never be comfortable with. Let's see. Hey, Zen. Because you violate the non-aggression principle. Pantsless. That's it. Right out of the gate. I don't need any more moral justification. As a fascist, you inherently violate the liberties and freedoms that are enshrined within the non-aggression principle.
Yeah, fascism can't exist without violence. There's no way around that. Just simple fact.
Right.
So, yeah, Timmy, we got a rare one. And we'll put this in chat. There we go. Fascism arising out of self-defense is the... Let me put this in modern terms for you. It's the woman who gets into a fight, goes back to her car, gets her gun, comes back, shoots you, and then says it was self-defense. That's fascism as a method of self-defense, in a nutshell. Aggression is an important part of maintaining order, says Pantsless.
And this is why fascism is incompatible with the non-aggression principle. And just like, yeah, no, that's it.
Goldberg is claiming
that's
that
the one
fascism
line you need.
it can exist without violence. There's no way an authoritarian system exists without violence. I mean, that's literally never been done.
Just gonna pull that.
God.
You saw it?
I was like, I'll click the show. What did it say? Yes, the USA is authoritarian. Anarchist.
100%.
Anarchist, okay? Not okay with the US's system. Not okay.
Aw, you're a fucking cuck, Pantsless. Like that? Nah. Damn it, I thought we were gonna talk to like an actual fash.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, Timmy, unless there's a hive mind, no. Like...
Yeah, that is cucked aggression, me, Trey.
What do I have here? What's going on? Pending.
I
Oh,
mean, we could talk actual fascism.
Accept.
It's just like, if you're gonna be the type of fascist that's like gonna be non-committal and like say that the USA is based, and like, you know, I'm not
Lazy
really fucking
fascist.
interested.
A lazy
Like,
fascist.
fucking, you know, like, to show me your support for like fucking China right now, or the fucking what's going on in Russia or Belarus. Like, come on, hit me with the hard fascism right now. I want that shit straight in. Damn
I
it,
do not like Jews.
Timmy, fucking silently agreeing there. Wait, Pencils, how is it not fascist?
Oh my gosh. Explain yourself.
a system of government marked by centralization of authority under a dictator, a capitalist economy subject to stringent governmental controls, violent suppression of the opposition, and typically a policy of belligerent nationalism and racism. A political philosophy or movement based on or advocating for such a system of government. So,
Slash.
yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure fascist. Computer Carnage putting it a fucking the libertarian striped black U.S. flag.
Just like the thin blue line
Yeah.
flag, but not.
Yeah, in that same territory of cringe.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Like,
Oh.
no. Never mind.
It's a $5 flag. Yes, it did cost you money.
Looks like you took a shit on it, is what it is.
Jesus Christ. Chud Monday. Dude, I'm loving it. Fucking, I mean, let's face it, they drive the metrics up by miles. Is hive mind collectivism anarchist because there can't be any hierarchy if we all share one view? Technically, yeah, it would be. It would fall within that sphere, for sure.
Heard him back.
I don't want subscriptions, Computer Carnage. I don't want your money. I don't want you to give your money to Amazon. I don't want, like, that's the thing. Like, that's something you clearly value, not me. I tell people actively, if you're having the impulse to subscribe to my channel, please donate that money to a cause that you believe in, or take a loved one out to dinner or something. Don't give it to me. I don't need your money. I don't want your money. I don't want anything to do with your fucking money. Yeah, Mitre doesn't listen. Like, he doesn't listen to anybody when we tell him what to do. I can't control you. I'm an anarchist. I won't force you, but I have created a system in which you can't donate bits. You know? So yeah, like you can value the pretty pixels and that sort of shit. But hey, Curio. People support me by being here, by conversing, by engaging in the dialectic. They don't support me financially. I don't need their support.
That.
Sell it.
Oh shit.
You can you can redeem multiples all you want. Doesn't mean it'll happen.
That. I have like 11K piled up.
Drown in stream points. Love it. Yeah, I thank you, BTA. It's the last thing I want. It's like in this economy, no, I don't want your fucking money.
Now his mod, on the other hand.
Yeah, if you wanna donate to Cat, fucking feel free to donate to my mod.
Yeah. Find my cash app on my profile.
Matt, what part of the country you live?
I'm in Cali.
Yes, it's just Timmy. You get Johnny saying all these guys are wrong. The most based form of fascism is Klingon fascism.
Pencils, what the fuck happened to you, dude? I'm curious now. SoCal. Actually, I probably shouldn't be telling this to a fascist.
I have to redeem some points here.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna get a Star Trek conversation.
Where's my mod window?
Fucking Mitre, dude. That's amazing. I love democracy.
There we go.
This motherfucker.
It's the first time it's been redeemed.
Nice. I think
What
I
is
can
it
watch your
with
channel at a good
Californian
night.
fascists, dude?
He just spent 10,000 channel points to fucking make him shut up for a little bit. Okay, so you're attempting to understand my economics. I am an incrementalist. So my economic policy is all based on what we can achieve. And so today I'd be an anarcho-syndicalist because we can get there. Yes, I have, and I've seen his videos, Raka. Yes, I'm aware of him, both as a content creator and as a, I don't know, sort of philosopher, interpreter of philosophy unto its own right. So today I'd say, you know, anarcho-syndicalism, right? Because we can get closer to that than we could like anarcho-communism, right? So progress is made in a game of inches. The form of governance in which you implement it. Here. Read that. That'll get you there.
I've always wanted to meet an ANCAP that did not try to justify the theft under capitalism. They just I want to hear what the conversation would be like with one that just thought it was okay, and just genuinely believed that.
All right. Feel free to read it at your disposal. Like at your. Ooh. Hang
Did I miss
on.
something?
Hang on, Johnny. Let me read this. Okay. That's fine. Automod grabbed it. Just because of Jews and Nazis.
Damn it.
I mean,
Damn it.
Automod grabbed Mexican earlier. Like, you can't even. Like, we're talking about Mexican food. Automod grabs it.
Did it really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just the term Mexican alone was enough to trigger Automod on the lowest setting.
That's strange.
Yeah.
Actually kick them off.
Oh, what was that discourse?
Does that automatically kick them off?
No.
the channel?
It sort of
Got it.
flags it in chat for myself and the mods, like, you know, and Cat, like, so we can sort of see it. And then it gives us an approval or deny.
Got it.
Yeah. So, you know, with a chunk like that, we sort of needed to, you know, I just needed to read it really quickly. Like, is this okay?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah. But I grabbed it because of Jew and Nazi in the same fucking paragraph.
You're like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Probably a safe bet there.
You
most
think?
of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The counter-revolutionary.
Pantsless is claiming to be a Bosnian Muslim immigrant into the U.S. as a result of the Yugoslav wars and came directly to California.
And he likes fascism. I respect it. It takes balls to do that level of bootlicking.
I've always been an anarchist. I can honestly say that, I mean, I wavered a little bit in my 20s, but I grew up in Vermont. We have a strong anarchistic contingent to start with. We, you know, my mother, you know, I grew up listening to like Arlo Guthrie and Woody Guthrie and stuff like that. It's always been in my veins. But coming from deep technology, growing up in information technology, you sort of end up in a couple of different arenas. But if you end up in security and independent coding, a lot of the times you find a whole lot of anarchistic thinking when you talk about decentralized computing platforms and that sort of stuff.
They talk about cloud computing and people go crazy.
Yeah, it's very much, it contributes to it, shall we say. So I've always been sort of an anarchist, and later in life, and yes, I'm a little older than probably some of you fuckers think I am, I started formally studying it and understanding the, you know, philosophical underpinnings, the ideologies, the principles that made up what I believed already. And where did it come from? Is there justification? Is there a historical, you know, record of this? What are the historical records of this? How do they stand up to competing theories and ideologies and beliefs?
I wish I had that grounding.
Oh,
For me, my politics have always been just what do I believe is the most is going to bring the most utilitarian happiness. So, of course, growing up as a you know, Mexican Catholic, obviously I was down the route of conservatism, kind of brushed elbows with fascism, but more like the Christian kind of variety kind, you know, just if only the church controlled the state type of thinking. So after that, I kind of cooled off on that, moved to more like liberal, then socked them, then anarchy. Like at that point, I was just on the fucking slide, and here I am now. And then, you know, here we are. There's not really. I wish I had a more like complex, thought out type of deal. But that's pretty much it.
Hey, thank you, not Hannibal Lecter, for clarifying that for anti-fascist. That the fucking anarchists are leftists. Like, fucking, are you truly an anarchist or are you a leftist? Should I do I get my anarchist membership card? Should I go get it? Oh, that's right. We don't fucking have them. It's an ideology.
You know, here's my hot take. Imposing what is and isn't anarchist in that type of manner is within itself an antithetical to anarchist thought.
Right.
Anarchists are not someone who's willing to use violence to spread their message. And I was tempted to ban you just for fucking saying that, quite frankly, but I'm not going to. That is the stupidest Fox News, Rupert Murdoch media, U.S. government propaganda tactic and statement that has been around since the late 1800s. As near as I can track it, about 1882. It's just not true. Yes, some of them are willing to use direct action, but it isn't a core component of it.
Pencils, that's cringe. You're either, come on.
Your brain on slugs. All anarchists are on the left. What the fuck? The ones that are on the right aren't anarchists. I'm telling you. The ones on the right, those ANCAPs, aren't anarchists. You can't have capitalism and anarchism sandwiched. They're antithetical to one another. One is a hierarchical power structure that is exploitative by its very nature, and the other one is contraindicated to that. You can't have it. It's not a thing. It's just a bunch of capitalists who want feudalism or fiefdoms of their own. And they're attempting to misappropriate an ideology in order to justify that. Thank you, Hannibal Lecter, for pointing that out, just as I just did. Timmy. Hey, thank you for the follow, Turber. Let's see. Curio says he's willing to use violins to spread his message. Ow. Jesus Christ.
Damn, they just keep coming, dude.
It's dude, this
The gift that keeps on giving.
yes.
Masochistic right wingers.
So what are you up to, Discourse?
subs.
Where are you where
Never
are
gonna
you
move me
today? Like you're they come in waves. Yeah, like what time zone are you right now? I forget. Or not.
Wait, Slugs, you do realize that makes you a liberal, right?
Yeah, so what are you up to tonight, Discourse?
I want to sleep in about an hour, probably.
Fair
I'm
enough.
a night owl. Yeah. I'm just reading this stuff. This is.
I'm
fun
trying
though.
to catch up with Chad as
Dude,
well.
it's just like you can feel your IQ points just slipping out of
know.
your skull the more you read it. Like it seeps out of your eyes as you read this shit.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, with the quarantine,
Imagine-
I went back to my college years of going to bed like really late and getting up late.
Oh, same, dude. It fucking sucks.
It's like
Exactly my work. And caps are just caps. There's never anything anarchistic about them other than them. It's a hyper individualistic capitalist. That's all. They just want to be able to do their own thing.
Anti-fascist. You are welcome to join the Discord or get banned. It's your choice.
Fucking Hannibal Lecter, not Hannibal Lecter, understanding the fucking ideology. Anarchism is inherently nonviolent. Oh.
Did you like growing up in Vermont?
I loved it.
Yeah, it's great up there.
Yeah.
I go there all the time.
It's a it's one of the best states.
I agree. It's so funny. Like as small as the states are up here, they're so inherently different in the culture and ethos and everything. What? No.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm just
Oh.
reading anti-fascist
Sorry.
insult towards me.
I'm just waiting on him to join the Discord. If he does, okay, how much longer should I give him to join the Discord or he gets banned? Leaving it to y'all too.
Let me,
Actually, Kai, flip a coin for me.
flip a coin. Tails.
Damn it, he gets to survive until
I
after
love
this fight.
I love that you pulled up an application to flip a coin. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
I don't have fucking change laying around. What year is this?
I figured you
1902.
would.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah, he gets to survive until the end of this fight. If he doesn't join before then.
Kamala Harris tried to lock me up. That what?
Well, I mean, she is a
Really?
cop, so fuck her.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
entirely
what?
wrong. She was a DA.
But it's a cop. That's
Yeah,
That's-
yeah. No,
there's
I mean,
no
I get
distinction.
you. It's just like
Yeah. Hey, this 110-pound kid probably is a lot older than you. And
You know,
has a
honestly,
lot
I
more
figured
life
with the lights.
experience.
What's 110 pounds? Did I miss something?
Oh, anti-fascist is attempting to insult me by using a incorrect weight
Oh.
and ageism.
Oh wow. Yeah, I totally missed that. Went over my head.
Yeah.
And I'm 6'7", so that must have been a. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
No, the voice chat is completely accessible, and you have to be manually moved over to on air because crazy fuckers will just jump on air without an invitation. So you have to go into voice chat, and then I'll move you.
Damn it. Pantsless, why? I thought. I want to talk to an actual fascist that just enjoys suffering. Like, I want to hear the justifications for the abstract abuses of power. I'm sick of all these fascists that just don't think it's possible to fucking like each other.
Ageism is the
Disappointing.
stereotyping and or discrimination against individuals or groups on the basis of their age. Interesting. All right, boys, have fun. Here comes computer carnage.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk to fascists. Oh, I'm fine.
No,
with
the
that.
other one's a
Play
coward.
as a fast for you. Ooh, I gotta mute the stream.
Yeah, just put it on chat only. That's what I do.
Yeah, you get that
Yeah, fuck the echo.
echoing. Yeah, that's annoying.
Oh,
Now you got. I'm here now.
yeah,
How's it going?
Full Discord.
welcome.
Yes, indeed. What do you guys want to talk about?
Hit us with anything.
Alright. I was talking with
try
someone
to,
earlier.
you know.
My theory is that basically all anarchists are pretty much the same, because the way I see it, anarcho-communism. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about anarcho-syndicalism, but I'm pretty sure for anarcho-communism, that basically just evolves into anarcho-capitalism/feudalism.
Well,
So,
first you need to separate anarchism from the economic modifier that you're using. So anarchism is its own thing, but it can be a bolt-on modifier to other things.
I guess you could look at it like that, but I'm just talking about pure anarchism here, which most people seem to abide by. I don't know about you.
Well, pure anarchism would go beyond anarcho-communism. We're talking about post-hierarchy then.
Well, then that's not even achievable, biologically.
Well, that's why we talk in incrementalist terms.
But I'm okay. All right.
We know.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware. There is no magic. I can't. I'm snapping my fingers. Shit ain't changing, right?
Yeah, we're not utopians here. We're very
Dream
much
is-
more in the
I like
Chomsky-esque type
Stream
of
is
line
not
of
as
thinking.
delayed as Grant's stream. I like that. So
um,
it's a lot less annoying.
So, I mean, I advocate for what's called what I call the Thesusian method. It's based on the ship of Theseus thought experiment. Long story short, ship leaves shore, comes back. Couple of decades later, every single part of the ship has been changed. Is it the same?
Oh, I know that one.
Okay, is it the same ship? Doesn't matter what your answer is. Everybody has a different answer. The point is that you can while underway with a ship, you can change every single component of the ship, and you can arrive back on a functioning ship that is essentially called the same thing, but could be upgraded along the way. So I advocate for a form of incrementalism along these same lines.
Okay.
Utilizing anarchism as the lens through which we approach and view each of these changes.
I was about to say, I think you're misinterpreting the meaning of that analogy, but then again, analogies don't really have intended meanings. They're kind of just like poetry. You kind of make whatever meaning you can out of them. But sure, yours works.
It's almost like they're interpretive.
I think, yeah, exactly. I think the ship thing was more meant to be applied to like individual like personalities, but sure, that works.
Well, the ship of Theseus thought experiment is just that. It's a thought experiment to design.
Right.
It's designed to elicit from you your way, your view, your approach to the world. Biologists answer one way, physicists answer one way, computer scientists answer one way. Everybody has their own view on that. Yeah. So that's the point of the thought experiment. But
yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like if you wanted to get like super nitty gritty, like into what like we actually believe, I guess you could say we fall more in the Marxist camp of things, where like we believe it's a scientific method that will bring about like these whole fucking changes and shit. But at that point, we're like really mincing words.
Yep.
I think a few of Marx's analyses of capitalism, especially the inevitable late stage capitalism, which we seem to have entered, are on point. But
I haven't read the Communist Manifesto, so I don't know.
But I'm also, in the Bakunin camp. I'm an anarchist, right? I'm not a Marxist. So, if you see them, if you're familiar with their conversations, they didn't exactly get along ideologically.
Yep. Because you actually realize that the state can actually, when it has all power, can actually be bad and worse than, say, a company. But that's neither here nor there.
Organizational hierarchies are problems.
Yeah.
Sure.
Pervasive in government and corporations.
I mean, I would argue that they're necessary. I think it's a necessary evil.
It's at least a valid position to argue from, which is more than I can say for a lot of the people that have come by the stream today. So congratulations.
Yeah.
I
mean, Marxists would say that. It's just it just depends on where you're coming from when you say that.
I mean, I'm like a classical liberal with like libertarian values, and I'm an individualist. Okay. So
I fucks with it. Have you read Stirner by any chance?
Nope. I want to. I'm in the middle of Essays on the Law of Nature by John Locke.
Okay, cool. We're gonna have like an actual pleasant conversation. I would consider myself a bit of a libertarian whisperer.
There you go.
But yeah, I don't fucking know. I mean, it's just like ultimately anarchism, like at its core, at least if we're gonna go by some of the more left-leaning definitions, it's more a lens of analysis from which you can critique systems of authority and hierarchy. It's not, as stated before, not really a system within itself. It's just ideals.
So you're talking about sorry to cut you off. So you're talking about the compass test. I think the test is like useless because I'm pretty sure using 100%. Different ways of logic, you can land in any of the 4 quadrants if you've used different. Even if you still have the same opinion, you just use different logic. But I think the graph. A lot of people denounce the graph. I think the graph, just because something isn't perfect, I think just because something isn't perfect, that doesn't mean it's useless, right? Like, I think the graph does definitely have a purpose if you place yourself in the graph, because that's very useful. It's a good visualizer. And it's even better when you organize it into 2 graphs and you have one where it's your social standing and then one where it's like, say, your government and economic
This
standing.
is the function of the 8 values test rather than the political compass, which works off of a 2-axis. The 8 values attempts to work off of a 4-axis.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you're probably better off taking the Myers-Briggs personality test and then kind of explaining that to other people. And then people can pretty much predict where you'll end up.
The
I thought
Myers-Briggs
the
is
Myers-Briggs
pseudoscience.
personality test was bunk.
Yeah, it's complete pseudoscience.
I don't think so. I mean, if you've taken it, it kind of
I mean,
aligns with some stuff.
The vast
Just
majority of
because something
psychologists and sociologists disagree with you at present, but I mean,
Well,
you're entitled to your
Psychologists and
opinion.
sociologists disagreeing is like the standard for sociology and psychology.
I look at it like that. It's almost like the zodiac signs. It's like we can find something in each thing as part of our own and own it and identify with each one of the identifiers, right? So
I don't know. Maybe it's just me,
Yeah,
but I think
taken.
humans are too multifaceted to really fit into any of that shit. You know?
I mean, that's debatable, but sure. I mean, definitely humans are pretty complex, but it doesn't mean you can't. Just because you can simplify something doesn't mean that simplification is useless. It can still, like that. If that was the case, we would never have like graphs correlating human action to like or human beliefs to human action, because it'd just be too
Yeah.
complex.
Gallup does a they call it a strength finders test, which is a much more, I think, in-depth analysis of one's characteristics and capabilities, which I thought
Yeah.
was much more useful, at least as a manager, but just for myself than the Myers-Briggs test.
Yeah, you know, it's still the same concept. The idea of basically akinning yourself to a personality.
Jesus Christ, Zealot. Um,
No, Zealot, I could get authoritarian right easily. You just gotta know how to answer the questions right.
Yeah, a lot of it is just like, do you hate people? And you end up off right.
wow, talk
Yeah.
about wrong. Your brain on slugs. True unrestricted anarchy is on the far right and far right only.
No, that's not true.
I mean, that's
Yeah, fuck no, it ain't.
just.
Just wrong.
I don't know how many textbooks I could pull out that would even disagree with that. Like, this isn't even like this is social science, political science, civics 101 territory.
Yeah.
I'm sure most people on the far right like despise anarchism at their core.
Probably
I-
because most of
They
them.
also despise academia too.
Depends on what you consider far right. I think that the far left is definitely more abundant than the far right these days.
I think
I
that,
You'll
wouldn't say
find
so.
a lot more radical communists than fascists.
I think the
Well, I like to consider them monarchists, but you know, or something.
hey,
along that
I like hearing that. I think that due to the Overton window shift, what counts as the far right isn't the far right.
Yeah.
It's hard to differentiate because the European definition of right is kind of different than the American definition of right. Right.
Right.
Well, but that's the thing is they haven't had a Overton window shift over a few decades. By few, I mean more like 50. But
Let's define. All right. Well, then let's be clear here. When we say far right, we're talking like fascist types. No people beyond fascist, just fascist. I think that's fair.
God, I love
Example.
some of these names.
I mean, I consider far right like monarchists and stuff, but
I think it's a bit much, though.
absolute monarchists.
Oh, I wasn't gonna attempt to change your mind. Brain on slugs. I don't really attempt to change anybody's mind.
I
I
know Brandon's pretty funny to hang out with. No one goes on Twitch to change people's mind.
No.
I-
They're trying to.
I keep a probably a apocryphal Socratic quote in front of me. I cannot teach anyone anything. I can only hope to make them think. That's it.
There you go. That's my philosophy. You can't. No one can change your mind except yourself. But I can show you the path. You have to open the door.
So
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what it is. I got a question for you, seeing as you're kind of a libertarian, right?
Sure.
How do you feel about the statement that corporate powers, if allowed to grow large enough, become indistinguishable from state powers?
Definitely could argue it, but I think it's not. It's like, sure, it's a state. It's a state in all ways, except that, like, it being a state is in the sense like you wouldn't define a state. If that makes sense, I don't think it does. I don't think I explained that really good. Basically,
Well-
yeah, I'd say yeah.
wow, we've
Yeah,
got
so-
we've got a woke skulled galaxy brain thinker in fucking chat here. Fascism isn't
Oh.
the farthest right. What the fuck are you smoking? You know socialism is 100% to blame for fascism running rampant.
I feel like liberalism would be more to blame for fascism running rampant, but that's just
Talking
me.
about Italy or Germany,
I
because I think I think in Germany, if Hitler didn't have the scapegoat of communists, I don't think he would have made as much gain. So
I think-
technically, you could argue that.
I think their collapsed economy would have done the job for him anyway. See Trump.
I don't think Hitler would have won. You know? I don't think. Because Hitler wouldn't
Also,
have.
yeah, I mean, I would agree that fascism isn't the furthest right. Like, when we're talking, like, the furthest right, we're talking, like totalitarian, you know, world-dominating cretocracies and shit. But, like,
Those are fun.
no one's unironically believing in that. Ethnocretocracies, by the way.
It'd be kind
Not
of fun
race
to
cretocracies.
role play as in a chat. It'd be interesting. Might do that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the idea. I mean, it'd definitely be an interesting economy. I'd like to see how out.
Slugs, you do realize that, like, the Constitution and the Second Amendment were more products of liberalism than they were socialism, right?
Well, I mean, liberalism. I think it's confusing because not everyone is familiar with how the terms have kind of changed meanings. But yeah,
Well, I mean,
that,
you
I
can.
think that's the whole reason the libertarian kind of thing. There's differences between classical liberals and libertarians. Don't get me wrong, but I think that's like one of the main reasons that the term was created. Could be wrong on that, but I don't think I am.
I mean, they brush a lot of elbows. You know, a lot of the same thinkers, kind of in that general sphere of things.
Yeah.
Catching up with Trap the
Oh,
chat.
speaking of which, is anti-fascist still around? I need to ban him.
Couldn't tell you to be sure.
There he is. Bang.
So
And
I was
he
not
is
the
outta
first
here.
person to put the orange stripe in here. I'm kind of disappointed.
Was he the He was the one who was. Yeah, he deserves it. All right, I'm fine with that.
Well, no, I told him if he didn't want to get banned, he could come onto the Discord and talk.
Oh Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
it's not fair, you know. I'm just saying the majority on lefties on Twitch are like they're like pussies because we can never get them in our Discord. Okay, it's not fair.
Yeah.
Just saying.
At least we don't walk into your rooms and fucking scream fucking like Birdie 2020. Like it's the behavior and the rhetoric of the right wing on Twitch is infantile at best upon meeting for the most part. There are so many people that walk in and just put the stupidest shit as they're like, hey, I'm going to meet you for the first time. This is my best foot forward. I'm going to scream a non sequitur.
Well, you'd be surprised. I think that's just because of like different exposure. Because I've had the exact same experience with a lot of lefties on our stream. I think when you define yourself as I don't want to say one-sided, but like don't take offense, but like a partisan kind of side. So like you're leaning to one party over the other, which I mean pretty much all political Twitch streamers do, right? When you do that, you kind of attract your side and you attract the extremes of the other side. You know, because like most moderate lefties don't want to talk with a bunch of right wingers. I would think there's some, but and most moderate right wingers don't want to talk with like, no offense, anarchists or socialists or communists or whatever you want. Hey, have you guys heard of primitives? I thought those was hilarious. They literally they want to go with like humans climbing trees.
No,
yeah.
there's a strong
Primitivists.
contingent of primitivists.
I thought that's hilarious. I
They're
thought it was
amazing.
hilarious.
Like CrossFitters who took paleo a little too far.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Green Party voters.
Joe Rogan listeners,
Yeah.
you fucking what you really need to do is go on a carnivore diet. You need to go out there and hunt the elk with your fucking handmade crossbow or bow and arrow. And when you take it down, be sure to eat the raw heart because
That's like before that's not even that's like before like humans, like, right? That's like not even tribalism. That's like
yeah,
that's
it's
like before tribalism.
Well, I mean,
we're
it's-
talking like reforming back the hunter-gatherer shit.
this
You know,
before
it's
that
even-
even.
Yeah, it's like that's less evolved than like most animals nowadays.
Yeah, it's-
because most animals have roles.
It's truly primitive. That's the point of view of a primitivist is basically all of this progress that we've made is inherently destructive, and the only way to reconcile it is to roll the clock back.
What's funny is that they only were able to achieve that point of view because they weren't primitists. So they wouldn't have had that thought if they weren't primitists.
I like it.
Yeah,
Primitists.
it's a half-baked ideology that'll never get
Oh,
anywhere.
it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I think most ideologies haven't reached their full conclusion. I think there's definitely flaws in pretty much all ideologies. Just think about it. What are the chances of humans getting it right? There's so many wrong possible answers and only about one right one. So what are the chances?
Well,
Did
but
any of y'all catch that?
yeah, what are the chances of humans getting it right with as many wrong answers as there are possible? What are the chances of humans actually nailing the correct one? I don't like that kind of defeatist attitude.
Oh, it's not a defeatist. It depends on your worldview.
Realist.
It's kind of more like you could argue it's more of a realist. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean you should stop moving forward, because you can still.
I
It
fundamentally
just means you're on a
reject the
treadmill.
idea of realism.
You're just on a treadmill.
Well,
But
you need
think about what happens if you stop moving on the treadmill.
That
You fall
statement-
off. I mean, you just stop moving forward.
that statement needs heavily qualified if you make it in the future. Then to say it's a statement of managing expectations rather than a statement of ideology, because it is inherently like end stage nihilistic in its wording.
Oh please. Nah.
I mean, it literally reads, "What's the point of trying? Because we're gonna
No, it
fail."
doesn't. No, because the point of trying is so you don't die.
I'm telling you,
If
as
you
the
don't
person,
try, you
I'm
die.
telling you, as the person who had to interpret your statement, as it's possible to interpret that way, and it is. So I'm telling you
I
to
see that
possibly
totally.
refine your statement in the future. That way, that confusion doesn't happen.
Well, I've never really proposed a statement to anyone because we've never really gotten this far along.
That's fine.
What do we got?
Now you know for next time.
There you go. Sure, I'm not a nihilist. I think they're funny to laugh at, though. They are funny to laugh at.
I agree.
Although it
Unless
is
it's
sad at the
terrorists.
same time. It is sad at the same time.
I agree with you,
Well, if they're
Zelex.
truly nihilists, they won't give a fuck. So,
Yeah, but I think they're just depressed deep down. They just need someone to hug.
I think
need a
there's
friend.
legitimate reasons to move towards nihilism, especially if you go down the absurdist rabbit hole. Just kind of enjoy it for what it is and don't think about it too much.
Oh, okay. I heard Cat's fucking mic get muted. I was like, what? Fucking spam in chat.
Yep.
And
Yep.
That's a ban.
No,
yeah.
leave it.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
Nietzsche.
It's the spawn. I'm sorry, Space
It's a little
Dawn.
much.
That
BLM. Is Don offering anything of substance?
yeah, leave it.
I don't
I've
want
seen him.
Leave
I've
it.
seen him, and every take he's had has been terrible. I'm just gonna be honest here.
I find that topics of how do I say this? Topics of politics, as in modern, current events, don't go as far as topics of philosophy and ideology.
Well, that's
It's
kind of the
just my stance. That's
flaw
why I
of
haven't-
never having a philosophical backing behind your politics, is that you don't have a backing for anything that you say. It's just abstract
Right.
ideas of
I mean-
what you may or may not believe in.
How many
in
modern
my experience, it gets way farther.
how many modern conservatives actually understand the Burkean philosophy that is the underpinnings of their own ideologies?
Right.
This is a thing that anarchists usually get right, because nobody's going to school them in anarchism, so they have to study their own ideology and philosophies. We have to seek out the knowledge.
Exactly.
I will say though that is kind of a downfall, though, because look at every single person that followed the punk movement. They're all ANCAPs now, or fucking crazy libertarians or some shit. It's just, I feel that a big flaw of anarchism
I can
is how
I can hear
unintuitive a lot of it
I can
is.
hear Mitre screaming at you from all the way from Australia.
He's just mad because he knows I'm right.
Hey Jojo, how you doing?
I don't give a fuck what anyone says. I guarantee most of the people that were dancing to anarchy in the UK are all fucking libertarians now. I don't you can't say anything to change my fucking mind. All right.
Look, I'm on TV.
Jojo, I don't know who you were asking that to.
I don't know.
Did you vote yet?
I know from the other chat. Nope.
I'm being voter suppressed because my ballot hasn't come in yet.
My buddy sent in his absentee ballot, and then it didn't get counted for a while, and then he threatened legal action, and then it got counted.
This administration is actively suing my state in an attempt not to count my ballot.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, the party of freedom and democracy and is
Yeah.
I want to talk about hypocrisy. That is it. It just blows my mind. Like, wouldn't you want as many people to vote if you truly are an American and for democracy and for freedom?
In the words of David Frum, when the conservatives begin to lose the seat of democracy in this country, they won't abandon conservatism; they'll abandon democracy.
Exactly, which they're doing.
You have a very negative view of conservatives, don't you?
When we see Republicans doing what they're doing between gerrymandering and the blatant voter suppression in predominantly red states, I mean, do you have a defense to that?
There's a case to be made there. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but there are definitely cases of it happening on the left too. So I wouldn't just make it a partisan thing.
Literally, the Trump administration is suing my state's government, not the Democrats, the fucking Trump administration.
Okay.
All right, it's not the Democrats trying to fuck with my ballot.
Voter suppression. Okay.
There's always going to be one or two cases here and there, but come on, you're saying there's just as much on the left.
I already talked about how I'm less interested in talking about current events because it makes far less ground,
Well, current events are what's going to dictate the next 40 years.
Yeah, but not a Twitch stream.
So,
Well, then you're free to leave.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
That's the point of this, is to engage in the dialectic, to engage in the discourse, to use rhetorical device. And if you see no point or part of that, then I don't know why you're here.
Hey, we already had some fun.
That's fine, but again, we've shifted gears, and this is the topic.
Pass some time, 8 more days. Let's just have some
I would
fun.
also say that it's just not true. I mean, there's a reason why Ilhan Omar and AOC decided that it was worth their time to come here on Twitch and fucking play with all those motherfuckers. There's very clearly engagement to be had on platforms.
700,000 people.
They just seem to be mainly echo chambers in my eyes, but okay.
I mean, 700,000 people is 700,000 people. You just can't deny the type of impact that could have.
It doesn't matter if they all have the same political standing.
I can't hear him.
The four of us don't have.
Still an echo chamber. I didn't watch the AOC stream. It's like hell no.
Not even for the spectacle.
Space Dawn Inc. You say something coherent, cogent, and actually related to this stream within the next 60 seconds, or I'm just banning you.
Cogent a real word?
Yes.
I thought. Oh, it wasn't mean. I didn't know. Because I know that from a different thing. But I didn't know it was an actual word. It was like a. It was the.
Powers of reasoning.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that makes sense. There was a role-playing system, kind of like D&D, but it was different, called Cogent. I'm like, oh, Cogent.
Yeah.
Huh.
Little side tangent.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it was good.
I love it. Okay. So, Brain on Slugs. Maybe you guys should look at it from a more Second Amendment perspective. I don't know. I don't think most leftist anarchists, quote unquote, want true anarchy regarding gun rights. I believe they would be when pigs fly. Second Amendment stands to preserve a moderate amount of anarchy by deterring tyranny from ever occurring, though it's lost its hope. It is being neutered by libtards for the past century. I come from the state of Vermont, where if you can legally own a firearm, you are free to carry it concealed. I'm the stepson of an FFL holder. I have more guns than you probably will ever see in your life.
They were really nagging Bernie, and how he only got a D- and yeah.
And Marx himself said that weapons and ammunition should never be surrendered, and should be any attempts to surrender it should be frustrated by force if necessary.
Come to Maine and
Yeah, no.
New Hampshire and Vermont. A lot of liberals who have guns up here.
Yeah, and BT.
Anarchists are a fan of the gun.
I'm not completely right wing, guys. I'm just throwing that out there. You know, I'm left on a lot of policies.
Oh, we're not responding to you. We're talking.
I
to
know.
the
I
Crazy
just want
fucker
to throw
in
that
chat.
out there.
B-
I just
Well, I
don't want to
mean-
get roped into this, crazy conservative group. I'm not saying all conservatives are
you
crazy.
see,
That's
well,
how the
you
narrative
just-
seems being portrayed here.
um,
Am I too
Well, I mean,
quiet,
from like
by
the little
way? Do
time
I
that I
need
spent
to-
talking to you, you just seem like an actual libertarian with some principles,
Yeah.
I
which
mean,
is refreshing.
I think if you would know me more, you'd probably say I'm less libertarian. Like, I don't think you should. I'm not for public nudity. I don't think you should be allowed to take a dump on the sidewalk. You know, I still believe in some state, and I believe in like minimalist government like services. So, you know, I still believe in the libraries, and
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
I also
saying. Is
believe
like
in a very
you
minimal,
can argue
like,
that from a
public
libertarian
healthcare system.
perspective.
You can, but once you start calling yourself a libertarian, trust me, I know from experience, people just say, "Oh, so
Oh.
you're an anarchist then? You don't believe in
Yeah.
borders."
What-
So what's the point?
if you encounter somebody who conflates anarchism with libertarianism, it's questionable whether you need to have that conversation or not.
Yeah,
All the time.
that person's opinion probably shouldn't mean too much to you.
I just get sick of it. So I call myself a classical liberal. By the way, do you guys know what I know what neoliberal is, and I know what classical liberal is, but I've heard like neoclassical liberal is, and it just completely mind fucks me. You guys know what that means?
Hold on. Sorry, I got a text here.
Keen, it has the potential, but it probably won't happen.
I'm sorry. What was
Yeah.
what was the question?
Do you know
You folks think that the COVID crisis has the potential to rally the working class into implementing a Marxist democratic system, or is our globe fucked?
Globe's
And I'm
fucked.
just stating that like it has the potential, but
Globe's
it's not
fucked.
gonna happen. It's
Uh,
a fucking.
what was computer? What was your you asked something?
Do you know what? I know what classical liberalism means, and I know what neoliberalism means, but I've heard neoclassical liberalism being thrown around, and I'm kind of suspecting it's just a troll word.
They're
Uh,
just
no,
conservatives.
no,
in
it's-
denial a lot of the time.
It's a real thing. And what would you?
Sounds-
Friedman.
Yeah. Basically,
Try to remember who.
bleeding heart
Turn
liberal.
myself up, but that's okay.
Bleeding heart liberalism could be the sort of the sister terminology for it. It's civil liberties and free market resolution, basically. So social justice, civil liberties, free markets is sort of the territory you end up in. I know it's called something else as well. Shit.
Sounds horrible.
Let me just look it up. Hang on.
Yeah, it sounds horrible.
Arizona school liberalism.
Thank
so it's-
you. There it is. Arizona school liberalism. That was the one I couldn't remember. Yeah, it's a real
Libertarian-
it's a real term.
Libertarian political philosophy that focuses on the compatibility of support for civil liberties and free markets on the one hand, and a concern for social justice and the well-being of the worst off on the other. Adherents of bleeding heart libertarianism broadly hold that an agenda
Okay, so it's
focused upon individual liberty.
It basically just seems like libertarianism. Why do they call them neoclassical liberals? That's just stupid.
Yeah, it was
Libertarianism doesn't really concern itself too much with the bottom strata of society.
They're saying we're capitalists, but we care about the poor. Like,
Well, they're like very soft libertarians, right? They're like
well, hence bleeding heart liberalism. It's libertarianism with a social justice bent.
yeah. I would not be for that.
Capitalism, basically.
I'm just gonna stick with the classical individualist liberal. That suits me.
There you go.
Um,
That's why I banned that fucking
yeah, I see that.
Slugs guy.
Um,
Yeah, he got boring.
yeah. Whatever.
See, it just happened right there. That Space Dawn guy just libertarian anarchy. Told you. That's why I don't call myself that.
Don't base any of your thoughts on what this dude has. He's been putting random shit into chat for like 30 minutes.
Well, I just don't. I've seen it happen. I've seen it
It's
happen.
all over the place.
I've been
Yeah.
there. Everyone says. I've talked to friends. Hey, what do you think of the Libertarian Party? Like, oh, they're crazy. They don't want any regulation at all. I'm like, see, That's why I'm not gonna call myself that.
All right.
I think that's why class. Actually, I'm not gonna say that. Never mind.
You're.
Nah. It was
Oh, no.
stupid.
What's y'all's thought on the Space Dawn Inc. guy?
I don't care. Do what he wants. Free country, except when you're on Twitch, and we have to deal with the authoritarian overlords.
That would be authoritarian.
Yep, see, authoritarian.
Um,
I'm just done with him. He's just spamming chat at this point.
yeah, he's been spamming chat for like half an
Do you guys
hour.
agree that it can still? I've definitely proposed this, like this kind of like thought to other
Crashes
people
live.
on the left and right, and they both disagree with me. Do you guys think that democracies can be authoritarian? I think they can, definitely.
Of course.
Because
Of course.
if you define authoritarian as just state power and like state involvement in your life, then yes, of course there can be. But people don't want to say yes.
We're kind of there. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say we're there already.
yeah, that's what.
I don't
yeah.
know. It could be worse.
Well, I mean, like, that's when you get into, like, manufactured consent, for example. You know, the whole idea that, like, if you
Yeah.
can control people's, like, desires and to what they even consider their interests, you can make them vote against it, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Exactly.
You know, that there's ways to utilize democracy in real bad ways.
Yep.
Like we're seeing right now.
No.
All right. So, questions dating
when-
back a little bit. Lumpy hamsters. Jesus Christ. I'll never get used to just some of the names. I don't know. Some of the ones that catch me off guard like that, like lumpy hamsters. It's just like, okay, it just causes me to blink a little bit.
It's a disturbing name, dude.
Thought-
Just cancerous hamsters.
Thoughts on GTV releasing Hunter Biden's sex tape?
Jesus Christ.
Didn't know Hunter Biden had a sex tape. Don't care if Hunter Biden has a sex tape. Don't understand why it's relevant even.
He got a foot job.
Pretty
so-
boring.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So-
well,
not
I didn't
recommend
watch it.
watching
Some
it.
lefty told me he has like a small dick, but I don't know.
okay.
It's average size.
Man.
Um,
Wait, did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. It's boring. It's nothing special.
Oh, is there any good plot? There's like other all pornos.
Not really. It's just, you know.
homemade sex tapes are always that way. Zealot. We actually talked about that. The overdeveloped amygdala of the conservative mind. And there's been numerous fMRI-backed studies that confirm this. That the portion of the brain responsible for fear, fight, and flight, has a propensity to be overdeveloped in those that ascribe to conservative values. And it's not certain, but there seems to be a bootstrapping effect to that. People still responding to your brain on slugs, even though that motherfucker ain't here anymore.
Yeah, nuked his ass.
I
Fuck
love
him.
streaming. I might go troll that guy.
Keen saying Hunter Biden 2024.
I would not vote for Hunter Biden.
Unless
I'd
it's
vote for
Then
unless it's
again, I wouldn't vote for Biden either.
I was gonna say unless it's Hunter Biden versus like Eric Trump,
Gosh.
right?
Yeah, I'm voting for Biden then.
Yeah, I'm voting for Hunter Biden in that
I
lineup.
will 100% say it's just because he's hotter. I said it.
I agree.
I would
I'll
disagree.
second that.
I mean, but I understand.
Oh, apparently something to do. Okay, so I ignored the first part of his question about China's blue, yellow, gold, green plan coinciding with Hunter Biden's sex tape.
My God.
I don't know about that. I'm not even gonna pretend to be fucking informed on that shit.
Yeah, what? I don't know that. The rainbow plan.
So is this some
I don't keep up
conspiracy
with half the
theory
China news, dude.
that I'm not aware of yet?
I mean, I'm an isolationist, so I should know more about foreign affairs, but I don't have the interest in most of them, so. Sorry.
I thought libertarian was like kind of internationalist leaning.
Nah. Well, I'm not. I told you,
No.
I'm not even pure libertarian.
Hmm.
You know. See,
Fair.
that's the problem with labels is that a lot of people
Right.
misconstrue what you mean. That's why I use like 3.
I don't know, man.
I feel like the more labels you use, the less likely you are to get misconstrued. But then again, when you start saying like 17 labels, you might as well just say in a sentence what you believe.
This is why I just stick to I'm an anarchist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My economic system of choice will change based on the nature of society. You know, if we make any gains, if we make any progress, if we could bring back, you know, some of the workers' rights, if we could bring in democratization of the workplace, these sorts of things would inform where I land on that spectrum. But until then, I just analyze everything as an anarchist.
I would call
To be
myself
fair,
an
though-
isolationist. I probably disagree with a lot of isolationists, though. I just definitely don't like the conservative stance where, like, if there's wrongdoing in the world, it's America's duty to go there and fix
Right,
it. You
no.
know, I feel like that's like a huge fucking mistake.
Well, it's also that theory is also misconstrued in that I don't think it's been done under the guise of it's our duty. It's us being strategic and either
And
prevent.
imperialistic.
I'm saying like the conservative voter.
Got it. Well, I think part of it's part of it's imperialistic, but part of it is also us. If we're giving money to a certain state or where
Right.
we're
that's
doing
what
it for we're doing it for a strategic reason, whether it's
But then again, I'm kind of a hypocrite on that because I don't like. I don't think the government should take sides, but I'm fine with like private businesses taking sides if that makes sense, right? So
Yeah,
like
it's
if
pretty
they want to
libertarian.
trade with one side over the other,
What
well, I don't know if it's completely isolationist.
I have a question for you. At what point does the realm of business become the de facto realm of governance?
Well, I mean, I'm not like an anarcho-capitalist. I believe in regulation of monopolies. I think once like
No,
I mean that's
yeah, what I'm asking is basically like, you know, you look at like current state of regulatory capture. There's this distinct argument to be made that in fact the, you know, corporate interest and the moneyed interests have taken over our system of governance.
Yep, probably because I think that's because of poor regulation of monopolies, but.
That's fair. I mean, I'm an abolitionist rather than a you know regulatorist. But I understand that, you know, look, if I can't get rid of capitalism, I'd much prefer it to be strapped to the fucking floor and highly regulated.
and Citizens United shouldn't have been over.
Capitalism is less capitalism. It's funny.
Well, I think.
I guess-
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider like. Never mind. I just had a completely other thought that would take us on a tangent. If you want to go there, let's do it. But I just thought of a completely.
I was going on a campaign finance tangent, so and so that's where I was
like
going.
mine's like completely unrelated.
Fair.
But we can go down the rabbit hole.
Fair enough. You know, brains work that way. Let's see. Okay, so we got some label discussion going on there.
Oh boy, those are always fun.
Yeah. All I was going to say is that I think if we're going to stay in this capitalistic discussion, I think making sure that whatever money is flowing into the government, whether it's political donations or whatever, be accounted for and made public, unlike it is today. Citizens United was just I think it was
It's kind of
horrible.
not super related, but kind of related to what you're saying. I just want to throw this out there. I'm also like pro-union, but like in a
God no.
Hold on. Just don't go there yet. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Take a breath. All right. But I don't like super powerful unions, right? And I don't like
Ew.
unions with government protection. Sorry, I don't. I don't like unions that are basically monopolies and that
Hey,
they
are
can
you
just
You mean
drive up.
you
We're gonna
mean
piss off one side or the other.
you mean
I
like police unions?
Police
It's
police
better to be
unions.
it's better to be pissed off than pissed on. Always remember that. Okay. So yeah, I'd
true.
say I would I'm against like I don't like
So my-
unions in the public sector. That goes for police unions and like teachers unions because
Teachers,
I think-
it's a hard one because they are undervalued in our society compared to, I mean, cops. On the other hand, it's like two extremes, I think.
let's not get into that. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole. That's like a goddamn like tunnel network.
That's the
Here's-
fucking that's the
you-
that's the pin in the
here-
proverbial grenade.
Here you
right
go.
There.
Here you go.
I
Here's
think
one
it's
for
pretty
your.
simple.
Here's one for your libertarian values. I think we should disarm the police and arm the populace.
I'm with
I
it.
mean, I don't
That
like
sounds-
that. I don't like that
Because I know
don't know.
because the populace scares the shit out of me sometimes.
because then you're just gonna create an arms race with the populace.
Because
And
we
then-
didn't already do that.
No, because we have limitations. Like you can't own. Well, you can, but you really can't own a fully automatic firearm, and you can't buy a tank. So.
Oh
with a
yeah,
functioning
no.
turret.
That's the thing. It's just a tax stamp. It's a
You gotta buy a tax stamp.
it's a
So that's
three-
just gonna allow only the super wealthy to get it. That's gonna.
it's a $300 tax stamp.
What if they don't pay the taxes?
Oh no, it's referred to as a tax stamp because that's traditionally the mechanism. It's a one-time purchase. So,
Yeah, Zin, you can get a tank, but it can't have a functioning turret.
and you can have a functioning turret as well.
I don't think you
Oh,
can.
you can.
Unless you're in
You
fucking
can't,
Kentucky.
but you can. Like this is the thing is like as the son of somebody with an FFL, I'm perfectly legal to have military and police grade weaponry.
Yeah, well, you guys are crazy. You guys don't Kentucky.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think we should disarm the police and arm the populace because I think that just leads to chaos and an arms race.
I think we're already there with the 1033 program and the police sector, and
I
then
could
the
get behind a
private
wait.
industry of firearms. We're
could-
already in an arms race
Let me talk about it. I
See,
could get about
that
like
right there.
I wouldn't want America to be the guinea pig for this because there's so much at stake. But I'd like to see how a dual system between private police and public police would work out. I think it could be an interesting scenario.
There was a Texas town that abolished their police entirely, and they've seen positive net results. So
Yeah, but
What's the demographic breakdown in
Yeah.
that town?
Depends.
And is it
Colin.
rural or urban?
oh, it was rural.
Well, there you go.
Of course it was. If you have land, it's a whole other world. If you have 5 acres or 10 acres and
Yeah, police don't even do that much in rural areas.
no, they don't.
Oh well, they had 3 major lawsuits, almost bankrupt the town because of the police's activity, and that's why they got rid of them.
When was this?
A couple years ago now.
Never heard of it. Interesting though.
Someone was asking me about why I don't like unions. To Computer Carnage's comment, I don't believe in strong, overpowering unions that have just.
Oh yeah, I hate that.
They destroy.
Um,
They have. Like the police unions in New York State have cost the state of New York billions of dollars in mandatory overtime that's unnecessary. Overtime should only be used in a workforce situation that you're understaffed and as a stopgap, not as a mandatory. It's ridiculous.
Unions for
I think of unions just like companies. If they have competition with other unions, they don't get out of hand.
Well,
So I
see,
think
this
that might
is okay. So this is where the history of unionization and the undermining of unionization in this country comes into play. Because what you have to do is go back to the Management Relations Act, aka the Taft-Hartley Act, that was passed in 1947 as a response to the 1935 Labor Act.
Fire.
That made it okay and made it legal for us to do general strikes and wildcat strikes. And then the 1947 Act actively undermined unionization to the point where it became co-opted by the federal government and corporate interests. And so if we return to the 1935 format of what unions were meant to be, the same unions that pulled us out of the fucking slave labor-like conditions of the early 1900s.
Yeah, I mean,
See,
Yeah.
this is where
I could
this is
argue-
where
you
a
could argue,
recency
though,
bias
that
comes
it
into
was
play.
less because you could argue though that the less slave labor was due less to like,
The labor
unions
the labor movements of the
order-
late
order-
1800s and early 1900s cannot be argued with. They
No,
got
no, no,
children
no.
out of the
I'm
mines.
going to do it. I'm going to do it, and you're gonna love it. Okay. Here, you could argue. I'm going to argue, just for instance, because it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm going to argue that I'd say the majority of the fair, or I guess better, working conditions was due to the breakdown of like monopolies and trust, and the harsher regulation, particularly Teddy Roosevelt.
Which were direct fallout from the labor movements.
They were, But I mean, but it wasn't necessarily the union.
You're attempting to get the chick. You're attempting to get the egg without the chicken,
I love doing that.
which is impossible. You're not going to separate
Not
the.
necessarily. They have the Impossible Burger. I believe the Impossible Egg is it's on the horizon.
God.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, good luck with that. You don't get FDR, you don't get fixing the economy, you don't get the revamping of the economic sector, you don't get the 5-day work week, you don't get the 8-hour work day, you don't get vacation days, you don't get women in the workplace, you don't get child labor regulations without the labor movements from the 18 to 1900s.
Okay, anarchist. I concede.
Like,
But I'm
it's just
happy
impossible to
that I was
separate
able
them.
to get one of your viewers angry. I love it when that happens.
Nah.
There we go. Oh my god.
Bizarre Zero. Bizarro Zero.
You have
Jesus
no idea
Christ.
What kind of boner that gives me?
Discourse is Bizarro Cat. Carnage is Bizarro Zero. Ooh, poor Zero.
Yeah. I'm not. Is that like Superman stuff? I was never really into DC
Bizarro
stuff.
cat.
No, Cat would be the moderator, and Zero is a regular on the channel as well. He's a regular on a whole bunch of channels, actually.
Great.
Yeah, he's cool people.
Awesome.
Anarchistic tech support.
All
I mean, I think it was less the result of the. It was a kind of a result of the progressive era, but yeah, I can see it. I'll admit, begrudgingly, you are right. I haven't really put much thought into the argument. I was just proposing it here. That's one of the things I do like Twitch for. If you are open-minded and you throw your arguments out there and you pick and choose the responses you get, you definitely can form a pretty solid opinion.
See, the key is to make sure you're never recorded while doing that, so you can act like you're a big brain genius when you are recorded.
Which
I don't care if I look like a dumbass.
all
so.
my stuff goes to VODs anyway, so.
I know,
I look like a dumbass most of the time I'm doing shit, but then I don't look like a dumbass later because I learn.
And not Hannibal Lecter. Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm going to end up calling you Hannibal Lecter so many times. Just skip right over that not. Not Hannibal Lecter. Unions are inversely correlated with fascism.
Thought out there that, haven't... Oh, shit, I'm lagging.
Meaning unions fight fascism and fascism suppresses unions.
Sorry about that. My internet took poop.
Fucking meat tray, dude.
I know he's funny.
Oh my god, that's funny.
I like him.
He's cool people.
But Mitri, I feel like if you don't propose, like, I'm just proposing ideas here, right? If you say everything that you say has to be completely substantiated, even though you're just in a discussion, you're not really gonna come into any surprising conclusions,
Well, I think it's just the rules of understanding the rules of engagement with the people that you're talking to.
Oh, Mitri doesn't have no rules. Mitri doesn't follow the Geneva Convention. Come on.
The Geneva Convention.
Well, we certainly don't.
Yeah. What do you guys as anarchists think about that, by the way?
I think it's one of the most fucked up things ever in the history of mankind. We sat down and wrote out rules to war. If we're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, not us, mind you, poor people's children, but if we're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, we should have some rules for it. It is one of the more twisted concepts as human beings.
You think so?
Yeah. I think it's
of course.
I think it's fucking weird as hell.
Well, I mean, I could argue there's some good things that have come out of it.
I mean, I'll take it versus a world where it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean,
know?
as a whole, as a concept, it's fucked.
Humans don't make sense. Humans are like, I think
Humans
are by nature contradictory. So to argue that the Geneva Convention is kind of contradictory.
It's like admitting that admitting you're flawed and that if left to our own devices, we will fuck up. This is what we're gonna do. Make sure we put a governor on ourselves.
The biggest
and then ignore it.
Issues that is that's attacking the human mind right now is that people can't admit when they're wrong. I admit when I'm wrong all the time. I love doing it.
That's the president of the United States. That's one of
he doesn't. I mean, he has some good stuff about it, but he doesn't admit when he's wrong. But
no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's a narcissist.
I said he doesn't.
Yeah, okay,
doesn't admit when he's wrong.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I don't think he's wrong that often. but he
He said windmills cause cancer.
he didn't say that.
Yes, he
I mean,
very,
Yeah, he did.
very did.
no,
Yes, he
said
did.
They killed all the birds.
No, he said the noise from windmills causes cancer.
Maybe he was like using it in like the millennial like version of it, like it like caused like.
Yeah,
ear
because
cancer.
Trump is real known to use
he's not
millennial
Twitter.
speak.
He's not on Twitter. I mean,
If you have
Trust
a
me,
wind,
as a libertarian, you don't need to
your house-
defend Trump anymore.
Yeah,
It's-
hey, I'm not defending him, but I'm just saying I think I don't like someone like Biden though, who's just like so two-faced and changes his mind on everything. Okay, I want someone with a backbone.
Trump.
Right?
what has he changed
The-
his
the-
mind?
did
Like,
you-
give me an example of that?
What has
He's
Biden
actually
changed his
changed a lot.
mind?
Changed his mind over the course of maybe 20 years, but I mean, like, what,
Dude, he changed his mind on defunding the police in like the past 4 months.
Hillary wanted to put.
He changed his mind on the Green New Deal.
Anyway,
If we go back earlier,
your
he
house
changed his
just went
mind on
down
gay
75%
marriage.
in
I
value.
can't vote for someone who's just like a puppet. I'm
And
sorry.
they say the
Right, but
noise
Trump,
causes
Trump does the
cancer.
exact same things, though.
No,
Ahem.
Trump has a backbone.
Ahem.
No, he doesn't.
No, he
And they
doesn't
say the
at
noise
all.
causes
Trump-
Yeah,
cancer.
Trump can't handle when someone disagrees
say
with him.
the
He
noise
fires them
causes
because
cancer.
and puts someone
they
in
say
where
the
they
noise
just
causes
says
cancer.
And at least he
And they
he
say the
That's
doesn't
not
noise
leadership.
causes cancer.
But if you're
That's-
saying
that-
Biden is supposed to be my leader, I don't buy it.
Shush.
I want a leader.
Shush.
Sorry.
And they say the noise causes cancer. You tell me that one, okay?
They say the noise causes cancer. He didn't say. He said they say.
Wanted to put up.
Oh,
just
fuck you.
kidding.
I'm like, don't make me jump through this fucking Discord
He
line.
said he didn't know about the what is that, the QAnon group or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He didn't know what they were.
be
Bull
honest with
fucking
you.
shit. Bull
I-
fucking
He
shit.
didn't say he didn't know what they were. He said he just said he didn't know much about them, which I
Yeah,
can.
which is
believe that.
bull.
I don't
As the president of the United States, who's briefed on a daily basis from.
Oh,
from
no. He
intelligence-
hasn't had a
There's a lot of
security.
intelligence to
He,
take in.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
think
no.
he's got
He
his
hasn't.
mind
He
is
hasn't
like
bet.
a group of
He
like
hasn't
a
sat down for a
thousand-
security briefing in over 2 months.
Well, I mean, Nancy Pelosi hasn't talked with the president in person in over a year, so.
I mean, he's a dysfunctional president.
Sociopath.
Doesn't mean your Speaker of the House shouldn't speak with him. That's just not right.
Okay, using that as an argument, like
I'm
that's
just
not.
saying,
That's
if
not
he
like
has
that
a
doesn't.
problem
Wait,
on the
wait.
right,
Who's
I've said I'm left on multiple issues. You guys know this.
who's
But
more
I'm just saying it's
responsible?
not-
We're not
The
saying
the
we're not
person in
saying you're
charge
one
of
or
the
other.
organization?
Well, I mean, you guys seem to be pretty partisan here. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Partisan.
Nancy
Like,
Pelosi can fucking take a long walk off a short pier, but Donald Trump fucking sucks too, and he sucks
not
in an
saying he's
entirely
good.
different way.
I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm just saying I think he's better than Biden.
My hatred and just against Trump has nothing to do with politics. Actually, it's about about his
He's a terrible human being.
mental capacity.
I don't think-
Yeah, his moral compass.
I don't think
Why-
you should vote for a president that way, though.
I don't want to either because I'd rather talk about the actual issues, but instead I'm looking at a president who I can see coming
think
out of
you
his
should put
mouth.
yourself past that. I think because you have to understand our country is a series of checks and balances. Like, I
Except
don't
it's
agree with
not.
Trump on immigration a lot.
You
I
do
just-
understand most of those
I
checks
watch
and
him-
balances have been
A lot of this
undermined.
Immigration stuff he wanted to push didn't get passed because we have checks and balances.
It's
Well,
not about the
of course,
stuff.
but
it's
that's
not
not an
about the
argument
stuff
for
getting
Trump,
passed.
though.
Yeah, it is
Right.
because I look at his policies. If he said he's voting basically almost like mainly on his personality or his moral compass.
I didn't. I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking just about what happens when there's a real problem in
I
this
think you
in this
said
country.
supporting, and I misconstrued that.
Oh no, he
as
said his hate or disdain for Trump comes from a place of just judgment as a human being.
So are you not voting for Trump then?
No, I voted for
No.
Joe Biden, both in the primary and the general.
You voted
Oh,
for
go
Trump.
fuck.
No, for Biden.
I
For
was about to go
Joe
off.
Biden. Sorry.
I heard a
Uh.
lot of like Bernie bros got really mad because they really thought Bernie was gonna win. Although I guess like
Oh,
every
what?
person that's opposed to the leader thinks they're gonna win.
I wanted Bernie to win.
Yeah,
I'll
I think
admit
he
it.
should have won. I don't know
Oh, I-
much
I
about
too.
it because they're lefties, so I don't really pay attention. But just kidding, guys. That was a
Yeah,
joke.
that's
in case
fair.
anyone in chat did-
Internet gas. Zin stops by regularly. Zin
I
has been on the air with me before as well.
don't want Meat Tray to get in here like, oh, you mean you don't like lefties, you know? But
Um, Fucking Anarchist tech support says, better than Biden for installing a fucking white nationalist named Stephen Miller in charge of ICE, and suddenly we have a rash of human rights abuses and a cancerous growth of ICE camps. Timmy!
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the follow, fanboy.
I'm not super informed on that, so I won't talk about it. But I'll get informed.
The
and I'll talk
the
about it.
concentration
Even
camps that we run on our
I
border
don't want
are
you guys
crimes
to
against
talk to me
humanity.
about it because obviously you have,
No,
one opinion.
it's basic legal definitions that we operate by when we talk about those. One, they meet the definition of concentration camps. Two, they meet the legal
But I don't know
definition of
if the
genocide.
person whatever you say about the person in question is true.
Oh,
So, and
Stephen
I'm
Miller
not
has
gonna play
Stephen
CNN
Miller
and try
has
and fact check everything.
long proven himself to be a white nationalist.
But I don't know that. You're just telling me that.
Well, then it's hard to argue, but then you can't argue against it then.
That's why I said I wouldn't. I'd want to get more
Yeah.
educated on it.
I mean, even his own rabbi denounced him. Like, that's pretty bad.
Hey, tangent here, but I was noticing. I come from Libertarians United. They have so usually they average 80. I'm gonna say 70 viewers, and on average 15 to 20 of them are not from the States. What do you think your demographics are? Do you think they're that much out of the U.S.? I heard the reason was because that Twitch channels that do foreign politics kind of suck, and that they come here. But what do you think?
I pull my demographics on a fairly regular basis. Give me 1 sec, and I'll be able to pull you my analytics as far as that stuff goes.
I usually just say do a 1 in the chat if you're from the States, and 2 if you're not.
I have a strong foreign contingent. I mean, UK, Turkey, Germany, a whole fucking host of Aussies.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Aussies, man. They're all over the place on here. And that's not just you.
It's because the
Remember
Aussies, the Aussies are some of the coolest fucking people on the planet.
I know, I heard a lot of
Straight up.
conservatives. Meat Tray, Libertarians United is a channel. It's not like a union. That'd be weird. It's a Twitch channel.
You always have to remember that Meat Tray is probably fucking around whenever he says anything.
I know, I am too, so we kind of cancel out.
Except, it's just Project Discourse. So 34% of my viewership comes from abroad. And I can tell you that approximately 40 to 45% of my podcast listenership comes from abroad.
Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because there's not much coverage on European politics on Twitch? Or do you think it's because that European politics are just boring compared to America?
Better column A, better column B.
I think it's also we dominate the news cycle.
That is true. We do affect a lot of the world. That's what I heard a lot of them say.
Whatever America does, it does affect the rest of the world.
Yeah.
For better, for worse.
That's why I'm an isolationist. Well, it's one of the reasons. I don't want to hurt you guys. That's my globalist. I'm sorry. It's fine.
Yeah, except there's no going back on that thing. We already have a global interconnected system of economics and communication. There's no rolling that back.
That's why I say I'm not pure isolationist. I just don't. I don't think the U.S. government should intervene. They shouldn't take sides, right? They shouldn't.
Okay, so yeah, I would say what you are is a non-interventionist, not an isolationist.
Probably better.
Yeah.
I'm for I mean, I'm kind of on the whole Israel situation. I'm kind of split, but the
How do you
idea
feel
of
about immigration?
placing the idea of moving the ambassador or whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
The embassy.
The embassy, yeah. I'm kind of mixed because it is taking a side, but it's it's hard to say. Hard to say.
Well, I mean, we know why there's evangelical support for Israel in this country, and it's fucking crazy.
I mean, I think there are some people, though, maybe you haven't met them, there are some people that support it just because Israel is a democracy, and Palestine is not.
Hey, that's 3 in 1 stream, cat. Fucking, it's picking up. I don't know what the deal is. I'm getting like the SJW Rogan shit. I'm getting the Tony Hawk stuff, which
John Hannibal Lecter, I've talked and I've debated with a lot of Zionists. I don't like ethno states, but that's kind of biased because I come from America, which I would say is not an ethno state. You know, what I see a lot of from what I've observed, ethno states they create ethno nationalism, and then they create xenophobia towards other, you know, ethnicities, and that creates like genocide and race wars. You know, that's my
Yeah, and then they also tend to breed like fascistic attitudes and shit.
yeah. I'm not a big fan of the
actually
Jewish law.
okay, so we're a constitutional democratic republic. If you want to be pedantic, we the people want justice, then be pedantic correctly.
You're all here, all for Palestine, huh? See, I'm not for either side. I'm saying America should do its own thing.
I'm saying anywhere on the globe that you find a border that was drawn by Britain, congratulations, you have a fucked up situation on your hands.
Well, of course you do. I mean, if you look at a map, like try and count how many countries exist because a European or an American diplomat said so. You know. I just think America should not intervene, man. I just think it.
Yeah, you're a non-interventionist, which is a position that's.
Why get involved?
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's a position that at least can be argued. Isolationism is insane, but non-interventionist policies are.
It depends on whether you consider yourself like state isolationism or like complete isolation, where there's like purely economically independent. You don't interact with the other, the world at all. So I think there's definitely levels of that, but it's interesting.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. Anarchist tech support. I totally understand where you're coming from, but it doesn't meet the even legal or traditional or political science definitions of an ethno-state. Citizenry is on the line for an ethno-state.
Me, Trey, I talk way too much to be autistic, but that's kind of insensitive.
Zealot, I highly doubt it, but we'll see. So have a good one, my man.
There you go.
But anarchist tech support pointing out that the U.S. built on killing natives, enslaving Africans, and founding eugenics. We're definitely in that ethno-state category. The problem is that an ethno-state generally requires citizenship to be tied to your ethnicity. And so this is a pedantic point, but there you go.
Yep.
I find that when things are in question, when there is debate, that definitions need to be established. And that, you can call it pedantry, you can call it whatever persnickety, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. But, I think that definitions matter. Yeah, persnickety is the being overly concerned with inconsequential details.
So I'm going to ask my last question, but I'm just glad to know that I've accomplished my goal and that 80% of your chat now hates me. Shout out to you, Meat Tray.
Anyway. Meat Tray doesn't have enough fucking room in his life to hate you. He'll give you plenty of shit though.
Okay. My last question is, are you guys what are you, I don't want to say right wing on, but let me just say it. What are you right wing on?
Gun rights.
Sure. Anything else?
I wouldn't give that to the right, though.
I don't give it to the right, but that's the common ground that the left and the right share is
I wouldn't say
firearms
nowadays.
ownership. Oh, no. Don't conflate the centrist liberals with fucking the actual left. Anytime you hear somebody yelling about give up your guns, you need to give up your guns. Congratulations, you found a centrist.
A lot more divided than the right. That's what I'm saying. I compare Bernie to Biden.
What would
and how split those votes were?
Well, I mean, Bernie's fucking solid on gun rights too.
Oh yeah, well he doesn't like to admit it though.
Well, I mean, he's from Vermont. I mean, it's part
Yeah,
of.
but you heard him in the the primary debate.
Well,
He was like,
You
I,
know,
I,
you
I
know
am
not to.
anti-
You know not to
I
enter a room of your own conservatives and say some shit too. You know how to toe the line.
Oh well, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Well, you'd be surprised. I say some shit that gets me in a lot of trouble.
Oh,
You probably already know that.
well, have you been? Did you notice we don't play a whole lot of idpol on this channel, and in leftist circles, that's
I'll tell you what. I've been in communist discords, and I've been
Oh my gosh.
no, like Stalinist communist discords, and I've been in that's not even that crazy when you're on Twitch, but slightly more crazy. I've been in white nationalist, like open racist discords as well. Those are obviously less popular because they obviously get shut down. But yeah, so I think I've been pretty diversified in terms of my exposure. But yeah, I'm glad that your chat hates me now. That's awesome. That's always nice.
they don't hate you.
No, no.
Don't
Yeah,
don't try that victim complex shit. They don't hate you.
No, Well, it's not a victim complex because if I enjoy it, then it's a good thing.
That
Anarch-
is true.
You can't kink shame me on that, okay, man? It's not cool.
anarchist tech support.
See, at least you
Fucking
at least
preach.
you admit that you're a bratty sub.
Whatever that means.
It's
Ah,
a
don't worry about it.
yeah. It's a specific subset of a fetishization.
Yep, whatever.
Yeah, and Mitre even says, "No one hates you, you fuck."
You make my heart just gush out.
We
Mitre.
don't-
Nice.
The hate around these parts is reserved for people who actually fuck up our world.
You know, Mitre, I do have ADHD, but you know, that's all. That's neither here nor there. I feel like most
More
people
like-
have some kind of mental condition. You know.
I would
but-
agree with that. We're more concerned about like just shitting on like auth-right. Lib-right can be like kind of certainly around these parts.
What would you guys call me? What would you? That's my last question. Then I gotta go. What would you say my political standing is? Just
Lib right with centrist leanings.
honestly.
Yeah, you're probably like
Can
you're
I get
probably
away
more
with
like
calling
closer to the
myself a
center of the
centrist?
lib-right box.
Can I get
in my
away with calling
opinion.
myself a centrist?
No,
To people?
no, you can't.
Yeah.
No.
Can I say it and people like won't question it, but even though it's actually wrong?
Probably.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Depends on how long they talk to you.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just.
Like if it's like a 5-minute conversation, you could probably get away with that. But like
Good,
if you
I'll put
actually
up
like
a
start
wall.
talking with
Yeah.
people,
I'll just do
Yeah.
that. I'll put up a little facade. I gotta go, guys. You know,
Good
you take
marriage.
care.
You have a good
I
one,
may
man.
be here again. I may never be here again. Depends how.
nah, feel free to come around, dude.
Fair enough.
All right, see you guys later.
Later, man.
Later, man. Thanks for the content.
I liked him.
Yeah. He was respectful.
He's cool.
What's going on over there?
Tim,
All right.
Tim vibe.
Yeah, we should really try to pull some bureaus from the the Libertarian United folks.
Tim,
They're crazy
was
over
it
there, but they're fun.
Timmy vibe.
Anarchist tech support. I just wanted to go back to what you were saying about fucking when he brought up the right wing stuff. You went guns and privacy. You can have my encryption when you pry it from my cold dead hands. You're talking about something very near and dear to my heart. As someone who has written encryption algorithms in his life, you're preaching to the fucking choir around these parts. Yeah, I don't. Night,
Go
man.
bet mid-
I mean, the MAGA hat. I hope Trump supporters continue wearing their MAGA hats forever.
Did anyone see the, what is it, Coastal Elites on was it HBO or Showtime?
No.
Bette Midler does. It's all monologues, and they all do like I think it's hilarious. And Bette Midler plays an older Jewish retired teacher from Manhattan, and she's in the police station because she was arrested for accosting a Trump supporter who was wearing the hat. You know, the MAGA hat.
The hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in that camp. Like, I hope they continue wearing that shit forever, just so we know.
Yeah, it's a self-identifier.
Yeah. Tells me from a distance what to
Yeah.
expect.
Exactly.
I'm willing to say that it's literally just like wearing a Klan hood.
Oh, it's definitely
Now,
in that
yeah.
category, yeah. I mean, maybe at first you could get a fucking grace period, but now.
Right. Now, no. Now, absolutely not.
Let's see, what do we got? Not Hannibal. Oh shit, I also have to go to bed. I have to be up in like 5 hours. Always welcome around these parts, not Hannibal Lecter. Sleep well. Hope you get the rest you need. Zin, yep, they took off their white hoods and put on a red hat. Internet guessing, us Euros have maybe a typo. I've been ignored long enough. I don't know. Yeah, okay, it is a typo. There we go. Us Euros have been ignored long enough. That's an uncomfortable position to take, Anarchist tech support, but I'm just going to leave it there. Let me see. Let me check some stuff here. I got a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know who Gregory is, but welcome to the Discord server. Not sure who you are. Feel free to tell me. Okay, we're going to call it. I'm Gregory, GC Man 3. Well, welcome, Gregory. I'm calling the stream at this point. We're hitting the 5 hour and 20 minute mark territory. So I think it's time to shut it down. Let somebody else have some stuff. Who should we raid? Because we need to raid somebody since I have this many people present.
Who's on right now?
You know, Dak is on. Yeah, let's raid Dick Hobbs. He's raided me before. So all you guys follow Dak. He's a good political streamer as well. He's a good guy. We're gonna jump over there in a second. Yeah, I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Thursday at 11:30 p.m. Pacific. I hope you come by. I hope to see some of you guys again. Project Discourse, thanks for hanging out and chatting.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
As always, my mod Cat, the band hammer that is. Everybody follow Dak when we go over there. I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time. So let's get this shit started. See how high we can get this viewer count for the raid into Dak. I want to at least double his viewer count. So let's get that done. Let's see. Screw it. We're raiding.
Yeah. Another perfect example of what Gnome's talking about right now is public funding of pharmaceutical research. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Hey. Damn. Kai. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Oh, shit. Yeah, out of nowhere, all of a sudden. Hola. Hey. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you guys had fun.
Dude, I love being able to do that. I just more than doubled his stream count. Like, that's fucking fun as hell.
We were just listening to Noam Chomsky. Yeah, Comrade Raid. Hey, guys. Oh, shit.